Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome to Normal America Show. Your host, robnoerr. The song's called As You Were. It's by Track Tribe. It's free on YouTube's music list. So thank you so much to Track Tribe, the artist that came up with that song. I also like that intro music. I've been using it for a while now. I think they did a great job. So I always like to give them a shout out. They have no affiliation with me. So if you're a lefty watching and you're like, I like that band until they were doing music for robnoerr, it was just free on YouTube service. Hope you all had a fantastic weekend. I know I did. Learned some things this weekend thanks to my friend Aftershock. So it's rare that I learn something. No, I'm just kidding. So I have a good show for you lined up here. At some point after 8, I will be talking with a trans progressive by the name of Foodshops. That's their handle on Kick. So we'll see how that goes. What's up, Mick Linebacker on Kick? Thank you to everyone that's here. Papa Prapa, Akili, Sweet Tent, Robert. Thank you all. I appreciate all of you. So it should be a good discussion. There's not really a topic that's been outlined. I kind of let them take it in the direction that they wanted. So originally the topic was going to have to do with exploitation of underage children. That's a difficult topic to talk about on the platforms that I'm streaming, plus for other reasons, which I don't really want to get into to talk about those topics. Suffice it to say, my opinions are pretty strong on that subject, so I didn't know how good of a conversation that would be. Other than that, as long as it falls within my comfort range of terms of service, I told them they could talk about whatever they wanted. One topic that was brought up was the indictments of Donald Trump. Be happy to talk about that. Did the new one from Georgia, is that official today? I've been busy working. I saw that they released it before the grand jury was done, which is always funny. Good way to instill confidence, right? It's like, oh yeah, the grand jury hasn't indicted yet, but we already have it all written up, ready to go. We're going to release it on the website. That always instills faith in our judicial system here. No two-tier system here. So I haven't looked a lot into that other than seeing that sort of news story that was brought out. So, but we could talk about that or any other topic. There was mention of pride parades and things like that. My goal with these sorts of things is you have to understand, and I know I repeat myself a lot. For that, I do apologize. But I guess when you stream a lot, which honestly I should be streaming more. Hopefully I will be able to pick up the pace. I'd like to stream at least 3 evenings a week is what I would like to be getting to comfortably. And then putting out some shorter form videos, 2 or 3 minute videos. A couple of those, 2 or 3 a week as well. That's ultimately my goal in the short term. So, I knew there'd be 4 indictments. I've been predicting that. Now, there could be more that I'm unaware of. But I knew the 4 central cases was the Stormy Daniels stuff, the Georgia election stuff, the January 6th stuff, and the Mar-a-Lago raid stuff. So I knew that there would be indictments in all 4 of those. It was obvious that that's what was going to happen. So just like it's obvious, I haven't got to talk to you about Weiss being named the special prosecutor or special counselor. It's obvious what's going there. It's to cover up. Hunter Biden will be given a slap on the wrist. Whatever he gets, there's a chance that they could get Hunter Biden with something more serious, to which he'll suffer no consequence because he'll be pardoned or he'll get a slap on the wrist in some such way for that. But what they'll make sure is that it won't affect their chances going into the 2024 election. So one more indictment and he gets a free pizza. Lucky him. So now I opened the show saying that I learned something. Oh, what am I getting out of this? I'm starting. I get sidetracked there. I know people have heard me say this a lot, but I stream for primarily one reason, and that's my own entertainment. I hope, do I sometimes get slightly hyperbolic? Yeah, I think that my one-on-one conversations are a lot more productive, and I find them more fun and entertaining and interesting. When you're on a panel, particularly when it's 1-on-6, like most of the panels I'm on, I'm usually one of the only conservatives or one of the only populists. And so people are usually trying to insult me and shit like that, and I give it right back to them. And yeah, that's hamming it up a little. But ultimately, I am who I am. That's part of my personality as well. I talk like that in real life. But when I try, particularly if it's someone new, when I try to have a one-on-one conversation, I try to keep it productive. I try to avoid name-calling and stuff like that. I try to be reactive in my energy, and so as long as there's a productive conversation from that side, I'll be happy to do it. But that's ultimately what I'm doing. I do this because I find it entertaining. I love arguing. I love talking to people. And I like talking about politics and culture. So this is for my entertainment. I hope that people get something out of it, whether it be entertainment or whether it be information. I hope that comes. Would I like it if my beliefs were instituted more in our country? Absolutely. I think we'd be a better country, not just for me, but for everyone. Do I think that there are serious problems? Yeah, I do. Do I think the United States has peaked as a country and we're on the decline? In many ways, yes. It's not written in stone. But I have a great life. I have a great wife. I have a great son. So things are going pretty good for me. So, for me, this is entertainment. As such, I will try when I talk to someone new to keep it entertaining first and foremost for me. But like I said, my energy will be reactive. However, I also have a secondary goal this evening. I don't know why, but I've took it upon myself, based on, we'll see how the conversation goes, to try to make inroads on this person and their audience this evening as to why they should come to our side a little. I don't think that they're going to wake up and be like, yeah, this agenda, blah, blah, blah. I don't think that's going to happen. So we'll see how it goes. It may be a humiliate for entertainment by the end of it, but that's the energy I'm going into it. My policy is always, I'll give anyone a chance once to come on and talk with me. Most people I talk to again, I don't mind. Some people, I feel that it's become worthless to engage with them. I might change my mind on some of those people. There's various reasons for that. Could be because the repetition and it's just, there's an unwillingness to engage on specific topics like that we're talking about. That would be like Omar, who just, I'll do my Omar impression again. He's probably on YouTube right now yelling, why don't you debate me? Here's my, orange man bad, orange man bad. Yeah, so we're talking about this specific indictment. Here's 4 things that I think's wrong. But Donald Trump bad, he's the worst, and he's orange man's bad. Right, but we're talking about the specifics, right? For example, let's look at the specific Mueller report and things. But Orange Man bad. He's bad. Orange Man bad. He's the worst. I don't have the time of day to debate that. Then there are people that you don't want to debate because they're so toxic and you get doxxed and all that shit, But other than that, I'll talk to anyone. And I have no idea how big of a streamer this person is. And I have to tip my cap to them because apparently what had happened was one of my viewers that is also on my Discord channel reached out to them and suggested they debate me. They sent me an email and that's how it got started. So kudos to them. I think that it'll be fun. Yeah, I haven't done the Bernie in a while. We'll see if I can organically work it in here at some point. Military-industrial complex Bernie. Keep voting for those dollars. Is it? Yeah, is Omar on right now? You just called him. By the way, Omar seems like a nice guy. Just to say, but don't have the time of day for it. He could find some people that also like to just put out boilerplate comments and they could have fun just yelling back and forth at each other. That'd be great. What else is going on? So, what I learned, I teased this at the beginning, my friend Aftershock, which hopefully me and Aftershock will be working on some stuff here come September. We'll get settled in here in August, and then hopefully in September, I'll give you a little preview. We're considering trying to build up a TikTok audience. I know the initial reaction of people will be like, but it's ran by the Chinese and blah, blah, blah. I get that. It's not that YouTube's ran by people that are much better. But the idea is there's a lot of young people on TikTok, and there's a lot of political debate that's going on TikTok. I don't follow it very much, but some people, including Aftershock, have told me that there's a lot going on where people routinely call into each other's shows and debates. So it could be a fresh pool of people for me to reach and a fresh pool of people to interact with. So it's something that I might start trying here in September. So I'll keep you all posted when we get to that. Yeah, you got to go to where people are. Exactly. What I learned was I do these little streams in the car. like on my way to work on Sunday nights and stuff like that. Aftershock's like, dude, did you ever watch one of those streams? I was like, no. He's like, they suck. I was like, yeah, I know. You can't see my face, whatever it starts. He's like, no. They suck because, like, your reception sucks. It's all garbled and you can't even make out what you're saying. I was like, oh. So I'm going to stop doing those because I'm just cluttering up my feed with garbage videos that apparently you can't make anything out. So, those will be done. Maybe what I'll do is record videos while I'm driving to work and then upload them to Twitter. Maybe that's, or X, whatever we're calling it now. So, because of that, I will talk to you about what I tried to why no stream for so long? Well, I did stream last week. Last Tuesday, I think, was my last stream. I did plan on streaming at least Thursday. This is what's been going on in my life. In fact, I could show you this, I think. We had a situation at my house, not this week, but last week, where our washing machine, the hose came out of the back and I had 3 inches of water all over my floor. So we ended up ripping out the carpet and stuff. We hired people to come look at it. They came Thursday. They're going to be installing carpet in my house tomorrow. But one of the things we realized when we pulled up the carpet in the living room, that we actually had beautiful hardwood floors in the living room. So we actually are just going to go with hardwood. So my entire weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, was setting up for the carpet guys to come and pulling up carpet, throwing it away, and then taking out chacking strips, and the carpet was stapled all through the living room. So it was, with a little guy running around, you have to make sure you get all those staples up, obviously. So I just got busy with home improvement stuff. I do apologize. Oh, the other person's streaming right now. Good for them. Read up on the CNN articles. Hey, listen, full disclosure here. Like, I actually enjoy debating people that disagree with me. I don't give a shit if they use CNN. That's fine. Because what's the worst that could happen? This isn't my career. If I debate Destiny or I debate Vosh, what do they have to gain? Nothing. Or any big left-winger. They don't have anything to gain because I'm bringing 40, 50 people in that are watching. They're probably going to get smoked. They might not think they're going to get smoked, but they know it's going to be a tough debate. And the worst that could happen would be like, they look like a chump. They look like and that's their income source. This isn't my income source. The way I look at this is, maybe I bring some rando on and they actually make a bunch of really good points. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. So, that's fine. Yeah, there's no prep. There is definitely no prep. The Burisma stuff, it's not that I'm prepping for a debate when I did that stuff. It's something I've been interested for 4 years in. The same with the Mueller report. My interest in that wasn't prepping for a debate. It was that I was interested in it, which then made me successful in the debates I had with it. I put one video up on TikTok, and it was when I made the front page of Reddit a couple years ago where Destiny's editor edited it to look like Destiny beat me in some trans debate. He put a minute video up, so my friend edited like a minute video of what happened right after the edit cut out, where Destiny's like, yeah, I agree with you. And I put that on TikTok, and it got removed within like a day. I don't know if it was for copyright or if it was because of hate speech or what, but so it is what it is. I see what you're saying, Sneed McFeed, but not necessarily. When it depends on the type of debate you're doing, When I did policy debate in college, every year it was one topic. It was a very broad topic. It might be reducing subsidies. So you had to learn about, wheat subsidies and corn subsidies and all sorts of different things, But you still busted your hump preparing. It didn't mean you didn't know the topic in depth, but you could always do better, So oftentimes the mistake I think people make preparing for me, the two big mistakes that people make are, one, they prepare for me like stylistically and forget to actually look at the topic we'll be talking about. So I remember there's this guy, oh shit, what's his name? Maybe Vadim was his name. But him and Synth, I did this puberty blocker debate with this trans person who I think was shit-faced. This was on Modern Day Debates a couple years ago. They did terribly, like horribly bad. Just were not prepared for me at all. It wasn't, even the people that were on their side were like, this is terrible. They're just getting crushed. So then I think this person's name was Vadim and Synth wanted to do a debate with me and some random person. I forget who the other person was. He was fine, by the way. My partner in that debate was fine. Their whole introduction was 10 minutes of, you said this one time and you said this, and in a video you said this and you said this. And it's like, you forgot to find one article that said puberty blockers are good. Like, I actually came with a bunch of research and you didn't have anything. And then they're Googling like, well, what about this one? I'm like, right, that's one that the doctors I was talking about are responding to. Like, so that's mistake one people make, is that they are so concerned about stylistically, trying to get gotcha moments of something I've said in the past, they forget to talk about the topic at hand. The other thing is that they make the mistake of assuming that I'm just a sycophant, that like Trump's never done anything wrong, the Republicans are the best, rah, rah, rah. That's not me at all. And you could see this in the Kicker Keeper that I was in there the other week, right? Where they're like, well, what about when Trump said to fire Kaepernick? Yeah, okay. Shouldn't have said that. It was none of his business. It's beneath him. Shouldn't be saying to fire people. They don't know what to say. Like, that's their big gotcha. They expect me to be like, yep, I defend everything Trump's ever done. No, I don't. And so that's the two big mistakes people make preparing for me. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Thanks, old Scotty. I appreciate it. I do think I'm good at it. And I think that most people that are objective could say that I'm good at it. Is there things that I could take from, by the way, I'm just kind of stalling here until 8 o'clock. So 8 o'clock or sometime thereafter, we're going to start our discussion. And again, I am letting them control the direction of the discussion. So whatever topic, within reason, and if it's something that I just don't know about, because honest to God, you never know. I've been in debate panels where the topic's been like, what do you think about all the people scalping PS5s? I don't know. I don't know shit about it. So if it's a topic like that, I might be like, I don't know. I don't really have much to say. But most things I'll be able to, even if it's something I don't know about. And you can see that, I think, in the Kick or Keep episode, like when the topic was the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I don't consider myself a student of history on that question, but I still think I was able to do the best just because you listen to people and you listen to them kind of explain what they believe. And you're like, even if I accept what you're saying is the factual truth, I still have some questions about how you end up to the end result you are. So I think that if you are someone who's not afraid to have your mind changed and is interested in talking about the truth, and you have a grounded worldview and philosophy, I think that it enables you to talk on a breadth of topics. Because you have a gut feel. You might not know the specifics or something, but you have a gut feeling on what your philosophy on life is. So, now, what I was trying to talk about on my stream to work the other day was there were two people. I'm not going to bring up the tweets. I wasn't prepared to do this, so I'm not going to bring them up. But there were two little Twitter spats that I had that I think are worth talking about. The first was a person whose name I don't even remember, that I don't believe I've interacted with in the past. And this person was, in fact, maybe I could bring up the tweets. They fancied themselves sort of a centrist type person. And the gist of the conversation was, should we forgive sort of the reactionaries on the pandemic, those that wanted lockdowns and things like that? Anthony was the person's name. So it was in a response I made to Destiny talking about how bad Republicans or conservatives or whatever. I said, please, listening to the left support lockdowns, make excuses for the FBI abuses and Russiagates, ignored or defended censorship directed by the government of COVID as being more sane is laughable. Stick to the red pill stuff. You're not good at this. And this person says, I think the hindsight gave a lot of credence to conservative skepticism towards government response and pandemic. However, at the time, a lot of the skepticism was moral luck, informed by ideology, not science. I don't ascribe ill intent, blah, blah, blah. I say, no, the impetus was always on those who wanted to lock people down. The lockdown had predictable consequences that we are all dealing with now. Forcing it on people because others were scared and then saying, oh, well, both sides meant well, doesn't fly. And the person respond. Now, what I want you to follow is, this is someone who's allegedly being a centrist, and it's let's forgive and forget. Let's not judge anyone. Yes, they wanted to take your kids away. Yes, they forced your kids not to go to school. Yes, they forced your infants to wear masks. Yes, they forced it so you lost your home because you couldn't go to work. Yes, they forced it so you couldn't have a funeral for your mom who died alone in the nursing home. But let's not judge anyone. Everyone was trying their best. My take on it is, no, you don't get to say that. If you advocate for horrible authoritarian policies, at the bare minimum, you have to have a great rationale for why you're doing it. And none of them did. They just parroted what they heard in the news. What do you want, grandma to die, they said? And none of it made sense in face value. For example, there was never evidence to suggest locking down kids was beneficial. There wasn't evidence to suggest that there were enough people of the young and healthy age that should have been locked down while simultaneously forcing the very elderly people that we said that we had to protect to share their nursing homes with COVID patients, like in my state of Pennsylvania. None of this made sense. And I was correct. It wasn't luck. It wasn't that I was lucky that I was right about this. It was that it didn't make sense on face value. There were contradictory claims. And it was obvious that this was being done for authoritarian impulses. And just like with the Patriot Act, I don't excuse people that want to inflict massive harm on me and my liberty because they're afraid. And then later when it turns out that they actually hurt people's well-being, economically, psychologically, etc., to say, well, we tried our best. No, you didn't try your best. You resorted to authoritarian impulses because you were scared, or because Orange Man bad, or something like that. And so, no, not buying it, right? And this person says we should forgive and forget, basically. So let's go back here. I said I'm not buying it. Hey, your neighbor wanted you and your kid locked down and cost you your house and your job and the reason your mom died alone in the nursing home, but we can't judge them. It was just people trying their best. Garbage. He said, if you morally load your preconceived intent or your perceived intent into the actions of your neighbors, how do you ever hope to exist in a society of ideological plurality? Well, if your idea of ideological plurality is when I get afraid, I get to lock you down, then I can't exist with that. Grandstanding's no different than the liberals who called the unmasked murder a disease. I said, so just to clear up, if your neighbors feel monkeypox will be bad and want to lock up all gay people and it happens, you'll say, hey, who can blame them? They were scared. Nope, sorry. He says, no one locked up anyone's. There were no lockdowns. There was a shelter-in-place order. If you want to compare Trump's order to shelter-in-place with interring gays and monkeypox, you're cementing your position. I say his quote, or, this is what his implication was. Why can't we move on and accept people's apology on the reaction to COVID? Then next, there were no lockdowns. Thank you for proving my point. There's the centrist view. And here's the thing. I accept someone that has a sincere apology about this. How many people have given it? No, absolutely wrong, Quibbles. Absolutely wrong. How is this any different than if I said, all right, I just received report that China is going to nuke us all. As long as we continue to have people work in the coal sector, China says that energy profitability will mean that they have no choice but to launch nuclear weapons. Therefore, everyone who works in the coal sector immediately loses their job right now. Well, we're lucky that it didn't happen. Sorry to those people that lost their jobs, but hey, what could you do? We are all afraid. It's the same impetus that leads to the Patriot Act. The part that's wrong is that somehow we are justified in having these authoritarian impulses because it just so happens we were lucky that the disease wasn't worse than it is. That's absurd. The burden of proof is on the person that's demanding an infringement of your rights, particularly when that infringement has predictable catastrophic results. Locking down the world economy and locking down the United States economy was always going to result in the deaths of millions of people. Because when you enter a world recession or depression, millions upon millions of people will die. In the United States, if we're just looking at that policy alone, we knew that people's quality of life, people's longevity, people's health, people's mental health, people's social well-being would all significantly decline if we did these sorts of lockdown behaviors. And so to be able to suggest doing something like that, the burden of proof is massively on the people suggesting that we do that. You don't say, like Sam Harris tried this the other day, well, what if the virus would have killed one in every 3 kids? Then what? Then you would have been begging for law enforcement to come in. Well, what kind of nonsense is that? It could have been 20 times worse than what it was. So, do you see the insane rationale of these people? He literally says the lockdown was going to result in hundreds of thousands of deaths, for sure. Here's a person, this person right here, right now, is willing to sign a pen and say, I will sign the death warrant of hundreds of thousands of people, because I'm guessing if I don't, more people could die. Imagine the hubris it takes to have that sort of mentality. To literally intentionally enact policy that you know will cause mass devastation, because you're kind of afraid and bad things might happen if you don't. It is asinine. It is, and these people don't even think like, how was I right and they were wrong? How did that happen? It was just luck. It could have been worse. No shit. Think of what they could justify. And literally, they could justify any policy, any government authoritarianism whatsoever. Well, the government had to lock down free speech. They had, because if not, it could have inspired people to commit mass murder, and there could have been tens of thousands of murders. So they had to censor it. They had to. We didn't know. It could have been worse. We didn't know. Anyways, when you talk to those people, I'm willing to accept apologies. I'm willing to accept people saying, yeah, I was caught up in the hysteria. I was wrong. The policies I advocated for were devastating. I'm sorry about that. I'll accept that. I'm not asking people to be like, self-flagellate or anything like that. If it's a sincere apology, it's a sincere apology. But no one does it. They make excuses. Well, it could have been worse. We didn't know. We tried the best we could. What lockdowns? Actually, lockdowns were good. That's what you hear from 95% of people. And then they're like, let's just move on. Let's just move on. Bullshit. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not saying your aunt that was crazy and said, you can't come to my house unless you have a mask on. I'm not saying never talk to her again. But I'll be damned if you should just forgive and forget if they're not going to have some mea culpa. And I have people like that in my extended family. Again, I'm not wishing them ill. I'm just saying, no, you were wrong. There you go. There you have it. Quibbles for coffee. So let me ask you this, Quibbles. I heard they're saying a new wave's coming, Quibbles. Lockdown? Right? Right, Quibbles? Lockdown, right? 6 months of lockdown. New wave coming, 6 months of lockdown. You'll say, well, no, because there's no evidence that this wave's going to have mass devastation, blah, blah, blah. Right. Just like there wasn't evidence that the first place that locking down young, healthy people, that even at the onset we could see there wasn't a significant amount of evidence that young, healthy people were contracting, spreading at horrible levels, or even if they were contracting and spreading, the horrible nature of them dying wasn't happening. We locked down young and healthy people in order to protect old people, while simultaneously intentionally putting people with the disease in with old people. No, now we know what COVID is. And make no mistake about it, Quibbles or people parroting Quibbles' narrative is why they're going to lock you down over climate change as well. Well, we didn't know. So, I'm sorry it led to another. Once more, we thought it was going to kill us all. It didn't. Sorry it led to a large mass transfer of wealth from the poor and working class to the upper class again. Our bad. You can't judge us. This is exactly why you have to call this shit out. Because people like this Quibbles guy, is someone who didn't learn his lesson. And the next time the government comes along, or science comes along and says, oh, here's a new big bad scary thing. We have to lock down and lead to a large transfer of wealth from poor and working class people to us. He'll be right there going, yeah, we have to do that. Yeah, we don't know. It could be 20 times worse. We have to. Sorry, we have to do it. And then when they're proven wrong again, they'll go, well, don't judge me. We didn't know. It made sense. Done with you, Quibbles. Have fun with your authoritarian impulses. I hope no one in your life suffered massively because of the shit that you apparently pushed. You ought to be disgusted with yourself. Instead of coming on here and making excuses for the authoritarians that intentionally ruin people's lives, you ought to be saying, yeah, it was really bad of them to do that. I don't think we should shun those people the rest of their lives, but absolutely that was terrible. We should make sure that this stuff doesn't happen again. But instead you're making excuses. I don't know if I did a panel with Quibbles or not. You can tell they're very memorable. Anyways, next person worth talking about here is someone I do know, and that's Sitch. Yeah, done talking to you, Quills. So you can feel free to keep talking. I'm not responding to you anymore. I just put you in the block list so I can't see your comments on Restream. Feel free to go ahead and chat everyone up that you want on YouTube. You're beneath me and not worth my time. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You're a despicable person. So keep in mind, when all of your friends and family and the children you know that speech pathology was delayed and that had all sorts of social problems and the increased suicidality rates and the people you know that are struggling economically and the massive inflation, thank Quibbles and millions of people like him that were afraid and cheered on those policies when he's admitting that he always knew that hundreds of thousands would die because of the very policies that he was cheering on. But he was really afraid. He was afraid, so it was okay. He was wrong, but he was afraid, so don't judge him. There you go. Anyways, the other person I wanted to talk about was Sitch. And I'm not going to bring up these tweets. You can check them out for yourself if you like. Me and Sitch were going back and forth. First off, let me just say this. Adam from Sitch and Adam show, you'll remember that I did a long show with him, 4 or 5 hour show. Adam brought nothing to the table. Maybe Adam's really good on other issues, on the issues of corruption we were talking about. He was completely out of his depth, decided to basically just treat me like an ass the entire debate. I didn't care. Whatever. Showmanship. Don't care. He continues to throw jabs in. He doesn't like that I say that someone was a liar. I didn't. I said they're misreading or lying. Whatever. So, dispensing of Adam, I don't give a shit about him. Sitch actually seemed like a person that I would at least say, although I feel he has a sort of bias, I think that he was at least intelligent to have a conversation. We're talking about specific issues. I understand things get a little heated sometimes. No big deal. So, me and Sitch were going back and forth after the Devon Archer testimony. And he said that testimony was a huge defense of Joe Biden. I disagreed. We had some conversations about that on Twitter. No big deal. I sent a private message, and I only bring up this private message because Sitch actually brought it up publicly first. I sent him a private message that basically almost verbatim said this: hey, would you be interested in talking about this Burisma Biden stuff, given, what's come out? And he said, nah, I don't. He said something to the effect of, I feel it would just be a 95% rehashing of the discussion we had, so I don't really want to do that right now. I said, fair enough. He gave a thumbs up. No big deal. Then a day or two later, he's mocking people about the Victoria Nuland phone call, and he's saying basically that it's people's fantasy. People are living it's central to their fantasy that this Victoria Nuland phone call proved that there was a color revolution or a coup. And I just said, if I was running from debates on this topic, I don't think that I would be making fun of other people. And then Sitch decided to be like, but why are you being dishonest now? In the DMs, you were so nice to me. Why are you being dishonest? Right. That's not being dishonest. The DMs, I literally meant this. I was reaching out, said, do you want to have a discussion with this? He says, no. I said, fair enough. I don't wish any ill to anyone. I'm not entitled to a conversation with anyone. What's that? I think he's running from the conversation. I do. I think that he knows that his take on this is bad. He knows he didn't do so well the first time. He knows his audience didn't think he did well. He don't want to talk about it again. It's fine. But apparently he thought me saying fair enough was me saying, hey, Sitch, since I said fair enough, if I see you having more shitty bad takes on this, I'll never bring it up again. Sorry, no, that's not how that works. And then he said I was thirsty to talk to him. Thirsty to talk to him. So apparently if you send a message to someone and say you want to talk and they say no and you say, okay, and then later you see them tweet something that you think's a bad take and you call out that bad take, that means you're thirsty to talk to them. So there you have it. Now I don't dislike Sitch. And sometimes I think his show has interesting guests, and I think that they could be good hosts. I do. I think their takes on the Burisma stuff's shit, as I articulated. Doesn't mean they're terrible people. I think he's coming off little drama fest there. Whatever. No hard feelings. I don't care. But I did see that apparently Glenn Greenwald said today, because I followed Glenn Greenwald and I saw that he was responding to Sitch. I thought that was interesting. That he's going to go on the show and they're going to talk about stuff. So kudos to that. That's a show I'll tune into. But just thought it was funny, the the drama fest. All right, here we go. 5-ish minutes. It really does chat my ass. I mean, Thanks so much for the cheer. I really appreciate it, Dex. I didn't see that episode, Destiny and Sitch and Adam. I did not. I've been busy, but maybe it's something I'll check out eventually. Thanks again, Dex. I appreciate it. You know, maybe it's a little hard on quibbles there, but it's so aggravating to me. The reason I push so hard on that particular topic is it's going to happen again and again and again and again and again. The government's going to say, here's a big bad threat. We need to lock you down. We need to take your rights away. And people like Quibbles will go, oh my God, yes, sir. Absolutely. And then people like me will go, where's the proof? Where is any explanation? Why aren't you answering the most basic questions on this? And people like Quibbles will go, what do you want, Grandma to die, Rob? Just shut up. Yeah, maybe you'll lose your house. Yeah, maybe your grandma will die of dementia in the nursing home alone and scared. And yeah, maybe you won't be able to have a funeral for them. And yeah, maybe the very people telling you have to do this will then force grandma to actually share her room in the nursing home with a COVID patient. And yeah, maybe those same politicians and science leaders will go to funerals when they want, and they'll go to restaurants when they want, and they'll go get their hair done when they want. But still, you just have to listen. And then when it turns out you were right the whole time, we'll say, yeah, I guess you were right. But instead of saying, my God, we shouldn't let that happen again. I'm so sorry that I was part of that. I'll say, you can't blame me. We just got lucky. It will happen on climate change. It'll happen with future diseases. It'll happen with future forms of the Patriot Act. Oh, this country's going to attack us just like we see with the Russia bullshit. It's going to happen over and over and over and over again. And these people have no shame. Yeah, we were wrong, but we could have been right, so... Hey.
Hello?
Hey, give me... can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but your camera is loading.
Yeah, just give me a second. I'll fix it.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no problem. Take your time, Rob.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, you can just call me Kat. You don't have to call me Foodshops or anything. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, one thing is with people that don't use their real name, I hate in the background when they tell you their real name because you're afraid when you're talking to them, you'll slip up and say like, "Hey, what's up, Larry?" And it's like, "Oh shit, yeah, I'm not supposed to call you that." So, Kat's fine, no problem with me.
No, don't worry about it. You can use either, but you know, I just feel like if I'm using something like robnoerr, it just feels weird that you're calling me Foodshops when I'm calling you robnoerr. It just feels strange.
Just Rob's fine, but yeah, I totally.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Yeah.
Let me turn my camera on.
Dude, I'm so tired. I feel like I was literally running back and forth today, and I was running errands. And I was still, at the end of the day, I was still unable to pick up my prescriptions after all this time. So, yeah, but it is what it is, you know?
Yeah, so just to let you know, I have to be honest about this. I'm off the clock when I'm at my work office. I do home health care. So there is a chance like if a fire alarm goes off or if there's a medical emergency, I'll have to dip out. But yeah, when I'm streaming, I'm cut back to like just 70, 80 hours a week now. But normally when I'm streaming, I don't have any prep time whatsoever or anything like that because it's just like, I can't take time to prepare for something. I'm working with, people with autism. So it's like, that really doesn't happen.
Don't worry. I'm very autistic, so don't worry about it. Okay.
All right. Good deal. So if you don't mind, oops, 1 second here. What am I doing? There we go. My computer's terrible. I'm just
wait. I'm just curious if you're comfortable saying what do you do for work? I'm actually super curious.
Yeah, I do home health care for people with developmental disabilities, so like people with autism, other things like that. So when I go to work, I do what's called block shifts. So normally my block is I go in Sunday evening and then I leave Wednesday evening. So I'm here 24/7, but I'm not on the clock the whole time. So I get like 10 hours off. That's why I can't stream until very late in the evening because that's when I clock out. So.
Okay. I see.
Just real quick, do you mind if I because I'll record this and then put it up as its own video on YouTube?
Oh, yeah,
what I'll do. So do you mind if I just do the briefest of introductions? Like,
Yeah,
literally,
no problem.
it'll just
Absolutely.
be like, hey, I'll be talking to Progressive here.
Yeah, I was going to ask for that. Yeah, I was going to ask for your introduction. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no problem. Go ahead.
So let me go ahead and start that. Hey, thanks everyone for being here. So today we're going to have a discussion. I'm going to be talking to a Kick streamer. I believe the handle is Foodshops on Kick. I'll make sure the link's below and everything. And they'll tell us a little about what their channel is and their platforms and things like that. But for today, we're just going to go with the name Cat. This is what we decided on, right? That'll be cool?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly fine, yeah.
So can you tell us a little about yourself, Cat? Like, sort of just where we could find you and where you stand sort of politically or...
Yeah, sure. So, I'm a social democrat. I have watched Destiny for years, but
we won't hold
personally,
that against you.
Yeah, don't worry. Listen, all right. This literally just came into the mail today, so I mean, it is what it is, right? But ironically, right? I also have a copy of the Quran right here, ironically. But we don't talk about that, okay? So I'm a social democrat. I am also an in real life a volunteer leader for a political action. So what I do is that I literally go and knock on doors and try to convince people to go and vote. Oh, by the way, my voice is okay, right? Like the audio's fine?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, awesome. So I go out and knock on doors. I also do some other volunteer work, like go to candidate hearings. I make sure that I participate in a lot of like social activities regarding, the organization that I work in. Obviously, not going to say the organization's name because then it'll be really easy to search me up. But basically, at the end of the day, that's what I do, and I have been laid off I think 2, 3, 4 months ago, 3 months ago or so. 4 months ago. 3 months ago, 3.5 months ago. And I decided to pursue content creation because I always felt like my personality wasn't really suited for the workplace. And yeah, I always pride myself on being able to talk to people like conservatives, and always, being able to have like a good faith discussion / debatey kind of whatever thing, even if we disagree on things. And, that's what I'm here for today. That's it.
Just a little, we don't have to talk anything about your background if you don't want, but just curious, what was your line of work other than like sort of your activism that you're doing?
Yeah, sure. So my line of work before was just I was a back-end engineer. I was a computer science major. Bachelor's.
Did you go to? Is that something you had to get a degree for?
Yes, indeed. Yeah. So I went to. So I'll actually just go ahead and say like which university I came from. Ohio State. So I actually went to Ohio. Yeah, for that. Fantastic school. I had a great time.
I got a graduate degree from Tiffin University in Ohio as well. But it was like
nice.
It was an online thing in speech communication. And then just one other question, because I think the idea here is, I'm just going to leave you direct the conversation wherever you want. If there's a topic that I can't talk about, which would be almost impossible, but there's one or two that you have to understand, I didn't tell you this, but also the nature of my work. There are certain topics that I can't talk about because it might affect clients that I work with. So I just choose to not talk about stuff like that.
Okay.
But other than that, I'm just going to leave you wherever you want to take the conversation. Because there might be a breadth of issues, it might be interesting to know. You don't have to tell me where. Can I guess that you're like in your 20s? Is that okay? You don't have to say how old.
Yes, okay. I am in my 20s. Yes, I am 24.
And would you say can you tell us what state you live in? Is that...
I live in California, the blue stronghold of death, as they call it. Yeah.
And would you say you're in an urban area, a suburban area, a rural area?
I live in a suburban / urban area, I would say. Yeah.
So just to let you know, I'll just tell you a little of my background. I have lived in the same 20-mile radius my entire life. That's in rural Pennsylvania here. I went to the state university that was here. I debated in college. I think I had an interesting background because everyone I know and that I really respect in my home life are what I would lovingly call rednecks. Like, they're blue-collar workers. Many of them didn't graduate high school. I'm I love those people. I just suck at everything they're good at. So, like, on the weekends when we'd be hunting or we're working on cars or riding four-wheelers, I'm the worst at any of that. I'm just garbage.
Oh, you're just the big softy. That's cute.
But when I went to university and I did policy debate, everyone was the most left that you could imagine. And I made friends in that world, too. So I was able to sort of be friends with predominantly right-wing, conservative, rural, poor people. And then the debate circuit was more people from urban areas that were wealthy, went to private schools, and were incredibly left-wing. And some of those people I despised, but many of them have become lifelong friends of mine, and we massively disagree on a lot of politics. But I think that that's where I learned that I like talking to people that come with different perspectives, because I think it makes me a better person and hones sort of what I believe. Because either if you're talking to someone that disagrees with you, either it sharpens your position, or you have to concede that, like, wait, maybe they have a point, and it changes your position. So that's why I like doing conversations like this. Yeah, so that I think outlines pretty much. I live in Pennsylvania still, rural Pennsylvania. I do home health care now. I have a graduate degree, which I think I could have my current job with a GED. So I'm not using my degree whatsoever. It's just something that I'm paying money for. But
Gotcha. You know what? I dig it, all right? Because you have a really, really humble background. And I always respect people with really humble backgrounds. I know that if somebody grows up in a rich family, not to say like there's anything wrong with that in particular, but like with people who grow up, like, have I grew up in the countryside or something, like, because I know like several liberal friends who in the past at least, or some people I knew who grew up in the countryside, and they went to high school, and then it's just like very humble beginnings, you know what I mean? So I totally dig it. How, if you don't mind me asking, what's your age? How old are you?
I am 39. I turned 39 on July 4th. Yep. So
wow.
I graduated.
How do you feel about that?
I don't, honestly, that's less important to me than I had my first child. So I'm married. I've been married. It'll be 9 years this September. But we had our first child. So he is 2.5. His name's Hank, and that's the only concern I have with getting old. I don't want to be an old dad, so I've been trying to lose weight, been trying to exercise more, because he's getting more active now, and like he wants to run around and stuff, and I want to be a fat, out-of-shape guy that's old. So that's the only concern. Other than that, I don't really care about the age thing. I started university, this is how old I am. I started university in 2002. Is when I started my undergrad. So it's shaped a lot of who I am, because I wasn't very political coming into university. Then I liked arguing, so I started debate. But when I started to shape sort of a political perspective, I would call myself, before I even knew the man, I would say I was sort of a Ron Paul conservative. So all these lefties liked me, because even though I was almost a libertarian, I hated the Iraq War. So all these lefties were like, well, he's harmless. On the important thing, he's good. He's anti-Iraq. So I went to marches and stuff like that against the Iraq War. I feel like the left... my left-wing friends have gone batshit crazy. They were the most because they were the most distrusting of the FBI, the CIA, the military-industrial complex, and now they're the most trusting. Now they're like, it's unpatriotic to even question them. And all it took was...
I'm actually curious, like of your left-wing... that's... You know what? I see that too, so I'm not even going to disagree with you there.
Well, and I think it took was, you had a charismatic president in Barack Obama who, let's be honest, it's not something that I would ever vote for someone for, but you can't deny the historic nature of the first black president. And there was a lot of people that particularly if you're on the left, you really wanted to like the guy. And he's very charismatic, despite what some people on the right say. He's a good public
speaker. A fantastic speaker, I remember when I was in high school, at least, and I remember, like, no matter what kind of political leaning you are, when you listen to one of his speeches, you go, holy crap, this is like one of the best orators on the planet Earth. You know what I mean? Like the way he gets his words out, the way he talks, it's Reagan level. You know, it's Reagan level. It's whatever level, right? Yeah.
It's interesting, right? Because I can admit that he was a good public speaker. I've also always been the type of person that I'm not impressed with people that speak well, because I kind of speak well. I'm not saying I speak better than Obama or anything like that, but like when I was in college, all of my friends were artists. Right? They were all painters and stuff. And I was amazed. I'd watch them paint and be like, how do you do that? Because I'm shit. Like, I'm drawing stick figures. So to me, watching someone do something that I can't even begin to comprehend, like watching someone work on an engine, that blows my mind.
Yeah.
Watching someone who's a great speaker. So with Obama, my criticism of him, I think he's a great speaker, but my criticism of his speaking style is, I find that he's very good when it's pre-written. I don't know how much of his speech he's writing, but he.
Oh,
definitely...
do you know how much was pre-written, or is this confirmed or anything?
Well, yeah, almost every you could like.
Every single one of them was pre-written.
Almost
okay.
like I'm not saying that Trump didn't have like when Trump gives the State of the Union, that's pre-written speech, right? Obama sounded very good on monitor. I don't think he sounded as good off monitor. Like when he's extemporaneous, I don't think he sounded as good. One of the criticisms of Trump was actually something that I like about him, which was the idea that like he talks too brash. Sometimes it is over the line. Don't get me wrong. Like he's fighting with Rosie Donald. Like you're the fucking president.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But the idea, it's like I don't know if you follow sports, but we have this idea. People criticize sports interviews all the time. Like the quarterback's team loses, they put a microphone in his face at the end of the game. You know exactly what he's going to say. It's my fault. It's all on me. They'll be like, but the receiver dropped the ball. You threw it right in his chest. Hey, it's a team sport. I could have put us in a better position. It's all my fault. When someone like Richard Sherman comes out, who was a famous cornerback, when he comes out and it's just off the cuff, like basically, fuck you, yeah, we beat their ass. Everyone's like, whoa, you can't say that. I'm like, yes, say that, because that's real. So that was part... Obama seemed like more of a carefully crafted...
Yeah, so basically what you're saying is that there's more of a difference between reading a pre-written script well versus actually improvising and being able to counter arguments and etc., which is true, right? Because, for example, there's no way I could have predicted, you going down any kind of path of dialogue and then me going, okay, this is exactly what robnoerr is going to say, this is what Rob is going to say, this is what Rob is going to say, right? Like, yeah, obviously.
Yeah, it's like, and that's why, like, being a good speaker doesn't translate necessarily into being a good debater. For me, the what I look for in
video essayists, right? Like if you see these video essayists on YouTube, like they always talk and talk and talk, but the moment they are put on the debate stage, it seems like all they do is slip up. You know what I mean?
So, but anyways, just to get to the point, not to belabor the point, like, Obama was this cool guy. He was this cool guy, right? And then, so the left liked him. I think Obama's foreign policy was basically just an extension of the Bush doctrine. So all the people that were like, Bush lied, people died, like all these celebrities, your Bruce Springsteens, your Michael Moores, Obama's bombing the same people, and yet they're silent. There's just all of a sudden the anti-war left just disappeared.
Whoa, hold on. I don't know specifically enough about this subject to counter you on this, but I'm just gonna take it at your word for this for now, okay? But sure, yeah.
Well, let me say this to outline this conversation. If I say Democrats believe, clearly someone could identify as a Democrat and not believe that. These statements, like, just to get this out of the way early, because human beings require labels to be able to speak, and because labels inherently are imprecise, you could always nitpick and say, but wait a minute, not everyone on the right believes that, or not every Democrat believes that.
No, sure, I never said anything about believing or whatever like that, right? So, you said specifically about Obama's foreign policy, versus the previous administration's policy, which is like
that's what I thought you were taking. You were saying, well, I'm not sure.
But we can move on from there, Well,
let me just ask you.
Supposed to be the main point anyway.
Let me just ask you real quick, right? So you're not, you agree with me that sort of the bulk of at least the celebrity anti-war left wasn't near as vocal during Obama as it was during Bush. What you were saying was, I'm not sure of, is Obama's policy.
To be very fair, I was 8 at the time, and I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't look nearly enough into like the kind of history there to actually make a statement on it. I didn't do enough research into like the Obama Bush era kind of policies, right? But if we revisit in the future, if we have a talk in the future about it, I'm more than happy to talk about it.
The point that I was just saying was this: that I feel like Obama was this likable guy. People on the left really liked him. So if he was bombing people were less vocal against it on the left. And then Trump comes along and he's sort of the avatar of everything the left hates. And so when Trump says things like, well, I don't know why we're listening to the intel people, the FBI and the CIA in Syria. Why aren't we working with Russia to fight ISIS?
Well, hold on. Isn't Trump in a way like the avatar of a lot of things the old right hates as well? Yeah. Like if you think about it, I think when I think of the old conservative, right? When I think of the old conservative, I think of this regal gentleman, this this traditional gentleman who is very headstrong, who has a trad wife, has a traditional family. But then when Trump rolls along, you know, he's divorced like 2 times or whatever like that. He's had multitude of, even if you don't believe the allegations of the scandals or whatever like that, even having the allegations themselves seems sort of discrediting on its own. You know, it's sort of like a blemish on your record, and even having the it just seems like to me that, you know, even him being fat. You know, I'm kidding on that. But it's just,
you're sort of
just,
right. Yeah, that's
no,
you know,
that was mainly
no. You think of no. It's
no.
I know what you're saying. I'm not taking like. It's not a personal jab at him. You're saying this. There was this sort of, you picture like the white Anglo-Saxon conservative with a suit.
It's not exactly the Viking I'm expecting. You know what I mean? But I'm expecting more like a Reagan kind of person to be the headstrong, anti-left, like powerful powerhouse. You know what I mean? But I get what you mean though.
There's two things to say on this. One, you're right stylistically, certainly. In fact, I know many older Republicans, lifelong Republicans, that won't vote for Trump because, you know, for example, it's probably beyond a shadow of a doubt at this point he committed adultery. Like, if you're a Christian, that's a serious deal. Like, that's a serious deal to me. Yeah. I think adultery. Now, I happen to not. I think that pretty much everyone in our mainstream politics is morally a shit person, and you know, as far as the grand scheme of things like adultery, I take my marriage very seriously. I think that's a really crummy thing, but I also have friends with people, male and female, that have cheated on people. So I mean, whatever, it is what it is. I don't look at those things, but I understand that traditionally.
But have you met a transgender person who has cheated on somebody before? I'm kidding. Keep on going. Sorry.
I've only personally known in person 2 transgender people, and I didn't know anything about their dating relationships. But
really? I thought you didn't know before. But anyway, that's
anyways,
by the way, to your chat, if chat doesn't know, I'm transgender. But your chat probably clocked me already. But anyway, go ahead.
But I've debated with many trans people online. But as far as person, anyways, so yeah, stylistically that's certainly true. But I think, just to cut through the sort of a bunch of red tape here, I think that I oftentimes talk about the left. I have very specific reasons for talking about the left. I think that the battle is not left versus right, though. I think the battle is establishment versus people that are populist. And so I see
100%.
I see a lot of movement. For example, I see a lot of similarities between Occupy Wall Street and the Tea Party. I see a lot of similarities with the people that voted for Brexit in those movements. I see a lot of similarities with 2016 Bernie Sanders voters and 2016 Trump voters. These are people that have differences on how to fix things, but they're both correctly, in my belief correctly, looking and saying there is an establishment that threw the average person overboard decades ago. They don't give a shit about the average person, and until we root out that sort of establishment, and so for me, Mitch McConnell or John McCain is almost no different than Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer. To me, they're more similar. I would have voted in 2016. I despise socialism. I would have voted for Bernie Sanders over Jeb Bush any day of the week.
Oh,
now,
interesting.
Bernie's sold out, in my estimation. I think he's became a pro-establishment person. But to me, the entire movement against Trump, and my biggest issue, and I'll just tell you this.
So tell me, why are you anti-establishment?
Because I feel that the corruption within our establishment means that we don't truly have a republic or a democracy, because our votes don't matter. Let me give you an example. So in 2008, you had Obama. This might be before your time. You could fact check me in this if you want, but we had this banking crisis. And basically, I'm not going to get into the details of it, but you had all these investment banks that were sort of packaging these mortgages, and they were saying they're AAA rated, they're really good, but they knew they were shit. And basically the idea was this: they were gambling and making a bunch of money. Then when they got caught,
dirty packaging.
Right.
Yes, it was dirty packaging. Yeah.
When they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, they were like, we need a bailout. Right? So they made a bunch of money when they were getting away with it, but once, you know, the call came in and they were going to lose a bunch of money, they said, no, we need bailed out. And Obama gets elected. There was a lot of anger at George Bush, rightfully so, for basically allowing this shit to go on. And Obama gave this famous speech when he gets elected. He went to like Goldman Sachs and all these people, and he said in this speech, I'm the last thing standing between you and the pitchforks. And that was when you looked at like Obama supporting the bank bailouts and Bush supporting the bank bailouts.
I feel like there has to be more context to that speech, right? Like, do you think there was probably something before or after that line that could have provided some additional context?
Well, what do you think what do you think the context would have been? Go ahead.
If it was, if there was some kind of like, here's the thing, right? Even though I can understand that, like, even though you it's bad to bail out banks when they're like packaging dirty deals for people and like you knowingly package dirty deals, and I understand the guilt, you know, in something like that, right? I think there is also something about like if you're allowing a bank to just crash to nothingness, you know, in such a short time, all the people who are using that bank or investing in that bank are also kind of fucked as well, I think, right? Or unless you can correct me on that.
All right.
Or
so
yeah.
We're taking it. So let me finish my original point and then I'll answer this.
Oh yeah.
So the
sure.
context, what I was trying to say is this: if you just looked at that moment in a nutshell, you would say, well, everyone agrees. Republicans, Democrats agree we have to bail out the bankers. But then if you looked at the Green Party and the Libertarian Party and the Communist Party, and, you know, all these other parties that obviously have no chance to win, they all were against the bailout. But the impression that was given to the American people was, well, we have to bail out. That's the establishment. When they agree, Iraq War, same thing. Republicans and Democrats agree. We have to go to the Iraq War. They agreed on the lockdowns. They agreed on Afghanistan. They agreed on Libya. Right? It's these sorts of things. They give this impression on things that they don't really give a shit about, like abortion or gay marriage or something like that they have these seemingly, you know, huge disagreements. These are social issues that at the end of the day...
Well, hold on, right? Oh, well, hold on. It's... I don't think it's necessarily, you know, something that we don't give a shit about, right? Like, for example,
you say we. I'm not saying we. I'm saying they. I'm saying.
Oh, they.
I'm saying Mitch McConnell doesn't give a shit about gay marriage. Neither does Barack Obama.
Sure, but they is we, right? Because I am the establishment, right? So in a way,
okay.
So here's the thing. I understand where you're coming from, and it's very easy to mistrust the established. So let's zoom out a little bit, because you can give off a lot of examples on the bad things that, you know, the establishment has done, and I'm not saying you're wrong or for establishing, you know, these examples, but like, it's rather what's the alternative, right? Because a lot of these people who are anti-establishment, they say stuff like burn down the government, overthrow everything, anarchy is the way, civil war is the way, and when you hear these Antifa adjacent language making, it worries me, and it worries a lot of the common people as well. And when I'm trying to build bridges here and not like burn down the country, and I'm trying to meet people on the common ground, like we just want to grill, you know, when this anti-establishment talk is terrifying to a lot of people.
Okay, let me ask you. So first up, you don't. Yeah. I haven't given any impression that I'm Antifa adjacent, have I?
No, you haven't given any Antifa adjacent, but at the same time, these are the same exact examples that I've heard people on the far left, you know, give when it comes to justifying burning down buildings.
You're in you said you're in your mid-20s?
Yeah, I'm in my mid-20s.
Did you vote in the 2020 election?
In the 2020 election? Yes. Do I remember? Yeah, I think I did. Which one was that one again?
That would have been Trump versus Biden for president.
Yeah, I think I voted for Biden.
You voted for Biden? Did you vote in 2016?
No.
Okay, let me ask you this.
I was 16.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm not... was your preferred candidate Biden? You said you're a socialist? You're a democratic socialist?
No, I'm a social democrat.
Oh, okay. Oh, sock them. Gotcha. Yeah. Was Biden your preferred, like, in the primary, was he your preferred candidate?
I think at the time I was very naive, and I was a kid. So I was very anti-establishment at the time. So I wasn't fully mature yet. So I was like,
let's do it this way.
Bernie.
You're a sock dem. Tell me the politician you identify most with that's in office now.
In office right now?
Sure.
Honestly, not quite on the federal level, because these days I am more associated with local politics, so I haven't been keeping up too much with federal politics. But I think this is how most people should be keeping up with politics, is more on the local level and less on the federal level anyway.
Okay, so those that you're associated with then on the local and the state level, are they more progressive? Do they call out sort of corporatism that you see that's indicative of the establishment Republican and Democratic Party?
Oh, yeah.
Do you
they do. They do.
And those are the ones you identify with?
Yes, I actually help them out. Yeah, in person.
So then it seems an odd criticism to say, well, those that criticize establishment power and want to have inroads in it, but those are the very politicians that you support the most?
Here's the thing is that in real life, you cannot ever have everything. You have to be willing to compromise, right? So my personal beliefs is that, this and this and that, right? But in reality, when it comes to a Venn diagram, if the group that you are supporting supports most of your ideals, I would say good enough for me. You know what I mean? Like, I would even find, if I have a Republican candidate, and I'm going to tell you this awesome story, okay? So I once had a friend named Niall, okay? And he's a very awesome person, because I'm going to tell you why, is because he is pro-Republican, but pro-progressive Republican, because he supports certain Republican candidates that are that support the same policies that he loves supporting, that he views as progressive. So even though a lot of the people that he associates with are hates gay people. By the way, he's gay. So he hates gay people, do whatever. It's generally against his interest, so he doesn't even state that he's gay or whatever like that. He will still go out and canvass and knock on doors for them, because generally they believe in most of his interests. I don't think you have to necessarily believe in 100% of like whatever group you're volunteering for to do
you're missing the thrust of my question. I'm not saying.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
No. You don't have to. Like, I'm not saying, do you sometimes pinch your nose? I'm asking you. Which you have this. I have this criticism. I say I'm an anti-establishment person. I consider myself a populist conservative. And you're like, well, that scares me, because people I've heard that criticize the establishment, they are Antifa adjacent and they want to burn the whole thing down. And then I say, who are the politicians you like most? And you're like, left wingers that criticize the establishment. Right? And then when you say, well, but I'll pinch my nose and I'll vote for Biden. Of course, no one's criticizing that point at this point, right? But what I'm saying is, you're saying, let me finish. What you're saying is the very people you identify with most. So, for example, if we take this out to a policy position, if I asked you, do you support universal health care?
By universal healthcare, you mean just like everybody just has access to healthcare, like
Medicare for all, single payer, something like that, where you were...
Okay, if I had that at the push of a button without sacrificing any political posture, yeah.
Okay, so would you say that the Democrat Party that at one point had control of the presidency under Obama, the House and the Senate, that didn't push for that the establishment Democrat position was to block Medicare for all?
Was that the case? Did they have control of all three?
Yeah, when Obama was there, yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I can understand a scenario where you can have control of all three of them, but still not go through with it. And at the end of the day, yes, I think that is worth criticizing. It is a thing that is worth criticizing, but at the end of the day, I think that I don't know about that specific scenario, so I can't really comment on that specific scenario.
Well, the reason I bring that up is because I'm trying to get it to a policy, because there are an awful lot of anti-establishment people on the left.
Right, because what you're referring specifically to is like, how could you say that something like something that is like anti-establishment, like adjacent, I think adjacent to Antifa adjacent could be talk about something like that is, and then at the same time I in real life support an anti-establishment adjacent group. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I guess what I'm trying to say is that
I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to say.
Well, I'm trying to be very clear about it, right? If you say I'm scared of anti-establishment people, but my favorite politicians are anti-establishment lefties, policy positions that I like Medicare for all.
I want to make hold on. I want to make that point clear. I am afraid of that kind of rhetoric and the icy slope that it represents. Does that make sense?
Well, sure, I guess. So because someone might say, well, I'm Antifa and I don't want any government and we should burn all of the buildings down. Then someone like me that criticizes these institutions and says that they are entrenched people in power that don't give a shit about the average people. They don't care what they want. They just placate them enough while continuing to siphon money and energy from the poor and working class to the upper class. You're like, well, that's a slippery slope. Because if you make those criticisms, then and all of a sudden you're Antifa. Burn down all of the buildings. I think that's ludicrous.
Well, hold on. It's more like a rabbit hole. You know what I mean? Like, this is like the rimming. You're like rimming it. And then like once like you dig deeper and deeper, you're edging and then it just comes. You know what I mean? And then once you're like... Why did I say that? I'm so sorry. So once you get down to there, it just feels like at the end of the day, that like once you have the ideological justifications, then you can... For example, if you look at January 6th, right? If you look at January 6th, once you have the kinds of ideological justifications, then if you believe it strongly enough in your heart, right, then you can go out and do that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
But that's why I'm vehemently anti-violence, political violence, right? I agree.
Yeah, me too.
Okay,
Yeah.
So for example, like, you're 24. How long have you had social media?
You know, I consider myself to be 24, but like mind-wise, I'm like 85.
Okay,
you know,
fair. Have you had social media? Like, how long have you been streaming?
I've been streaming for 2.5 months.
Okay. Did you have Twitter and Facebook and stuff like that beforehand?
I had that before, but I had to lock it down because people kept on calling me a pedophile.
Okay. Well, did you ever comment on things politically?
Yeah, about pedophilia.
Okay. Did you comment on any violence that was occurring in the summer of 2020 with all the riots that were going on?
Honestly, I think I commented... Was it the George Floyd ones?
Sure.
I think I did. I think I was like, oh yeah, I support protesting, and that's about it. But like, other than the rioting and stuff, I don't think I commented anything more than that.
Okay, so would you say now, you would say that all violence, political violence, is wrong, including political violence that we've seen on the left?
All political violence is wrong?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, let's define political violence, right? When I think of political violence, in this specific instance, I'm thinking only of the most extreme scenarios, right? I'm thinking of fires, tires on fire, people getting butt fucked, and businesses getting butt fucked, and their moms... I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's just like things getting burnt down. You know what I mean? I'm not like, because people can argue that people sitting down and then refusing to move is a form of political violence. But like, I wouldn't like sure, you can argue that, but I'm only talking about the extremes here. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Anyway,
So let me ask you this. Would you say then, if I don't light something on fire, but I'm in a physical altercation with agents of the state, is that considered political violence?
Like you're punching an FBI agent?
Or a cop, you're shoving a cop. Is that political violence?
I mean, I guess the violence has to be political, right? Just not just against like a state agent, right? Because I feel like if you're, for example, if a cop were to come up to you and then like shoot a gun at you,
self-defense is different, obviously. That's self-defense exists outside of scope.
But I'm saying not all violence against like a state agent is not necessarily, I would define as political violence. I would say the purpose or intent behind it has to have some kind of in my mind, right, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, right, is that there has to be some degree of political theming or messaging behind it. But
so then we could get into what define political. I would say, without getting into that sort of semantic argument, when I say political violence, I'm talking about violence that is designed to change the cultural political narrative in the country or direction in the country. So, for example, if I think that the election was stolen and I commit violence, that's political violence. If I think that the state is systemically racist and therefore I enact violence, that's political violence. Would you disagree with those two examples?
I think for now I can agree with that definition, but maybe later I'll think of some kind of contradiction, but we'll see.
And it seemed that you differentiated. When you were talking about the worst aspects of this, you talked, albeit in a crude manner, you talked about things like burning down businesses and things like that. Would you say that that's worse when you see actual violence being directed not just at the state, but actually at private individuals?
When it comes like at private individuals, I would say that's worse because of other reasons. Like for example, it just hurts your cause. It just doesn't look good optically, and yeah, it's just not good.
But wait,
overall.
those are criticisms of the effectiveness of it. We're talking about morally. Right. Like, so for example,
morally,
right. You're making what you just criticized there was saying, well, your outcome is less likely to happen if you're directed at private people because people
morally,
right.
Hold on. Morally, I have to think about it. Hold on. Let me think. So, morally, is it okay to, can you finish that? Morally, is it okay
so the
to
question
what?
is, right, we're differentiating. It seemed that you sought to differentiate actual fires, burning down businesses as something as worse. Do you think that's morally, like, for example...
worse than what? As worse than what?
Like directing your anger specifically at state agents, like police officers, or police buildings, or government buildings. For example, I get mad because I think the state is bad for me and my group, and so I attack a state building. Versus I get mad because I think the state's a bad group, so I burn down your house. Is one of those worse?
I think it depends on like the purpose of it, right? Like if you're doing political violence, towards it, I guess. I mean, on like off the top of my head, just simply off the top of my head, it seems like doing it against somebody's property is worse because at least when you're doing it against the state, it just feels like you have some kind of ideological drive behind it. You're protesting something against the state, right? But then when it comes to somebody's house, that's like somebody's house, bro. That's like somebody spent money on it. Somebody spent money on their shop. Somebody spent money on their bar or whatever like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it seems like if you're hurting somebody's private property, it just seems worse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
morally.
Last question I have on this. Do you think that sometimes it is justified then to attack those state buildings?
Yeah.
Okay. So then I take it back to how we got into this 10 minutes ago. You said the problem with people like me that would be anti-establishment is it could eventually lead to a slippery slope of this Antifa burn. Please, let me finish. Right. Burn everything down. I've directly said that I find it immoral and unstrategic to engage in any type of political violence. You've justified political violence. So the only person here that would lead to a slippery slope with their rhetoric is you.
Yeah. Yeah, I can explain that. So the reason I said that is I was talking about optically.
What
it's more like I told you I never was making a moral argument in the first place. The entire time I was making an optical argument, right? Because when I was describing, when the typical person hears of something like this, when they hear of like this kind of anti-establishment, we have to drain the swamp, we have to tear the whole thing down, everything is corrupt or whatever like that. This is to me at least, this is not how it appeals optically, right? Because for me, moral arguments are not important when it comes to convincing voters, right? Because again, I'm a volunteer, so it always comes down to how do we get people to come together and agree with each other. Moral arguments will not fix that. It all comes down to perception. So you doing this entire loop-de-loop with this moral thing, I don't know what you were doing, but
I will say this. I'll be open to hear you try to explain this, but I don't believe you, and I'll explain why. Because your criticism wasn't, sure, Rob, I think the ideals that you have as a populist are good ideals.
No, Rob,
please,
listen.
Let me lay this out, and then obviously I'll give you a chance to respond. You didn't say, I think that the problem with that is, I agree with a lot of your messaging. I just think that optically you'll turn people off because it could be a slippery slope that would lead to Antifa people talking. You said it was scary. right? It was clear that you were implying that it could lead to people wanting to burn everything down, and that's scary. And then when we just delve a little bit and we're like, okay, well, what's your beliefs? Do you think, and you said, because once you say that, once you start down that, anti-establishment, then it opens up rhetorically, it opens up the lane to people making justifications for political violence. Yet I'm firmly against all forms of political violence, and you're making excuses for certain forms of it. By the way, I don't know if you realize this, your defense there admitting that property destruction, personal property destruction is worse than governmental buildings, that would mean that you would have a bigger problem with the riots, the George Floyd riots, than January 6th, which didn't burn down anyone's personal property. It just was a government protest.
I'm gonna tell you right now, yeah, I'm willing to bite that bullet, yeah.
Okay, well, so then back to this question. I think that I'm firmly justified in having this anti-establishment position, and I think
Hold on. The entire point is that, if you were to look at it in the most charitable way possible, right? In the most charitable way possible, how would you imagine if I told this to a commoner, not to somebody like us, to a commoner? Mm-hmm. So I would go up to their door, I would say, hey, I understand that corporations are extremely distrustful corporations of the establishment, of all the things they did in the past, but at the same time, you have to also be careful of the anti-establishment rhetoric as well, because these are the same kinds of rhetoric that people on Antifa, on the January 6th rioters, these rioters who, the George Floyd rioters, these are the same kind of rhetoric that these kinds of people also use to justify their actions as well. So it's more like a balancing equation. You know what I mean? You have to be careful of both kinds of rhetoric. It's more of a balancing thing. So that is, at the end of the day, that is more like what I'm saying. Does that make sense, Rob?
I understand, but I think you're wrong. You're off base on this. And let me say, I could say the same thing about you. Well,
why?
Well, look, let me finish. So I could say, well, questioning populists that say that government's corrupt, that's what the Bolsheviks did. That's what Stalin did. That's what Hitler did. You would say that's absurd. I'm not defending Stalin. Yes, but it's a slippery slope. You would say that's an unfair comparison. I would say the same thing. And if you talk to sort of a regular person, which, as I've already said, I grew up in rural America. Most of the people I know are poor, living paycheck to paycheck. The irony is, if you talk to them with your messaging and I talk to them, they're going to sympathize with me far more, even if they're left-winger. And I know this because what's congressional approval? 18%? So the average person doesn't think Congress is working for them. The average person doesn't think the executive branch is working for them. And so I don't think that if someone like me comes along and says, hey, it's time for a shakeup because these people that have been entrenched in power for decades don't give a shit about you, I don't think they'll say, well, we sort of agree with that, but at the same time, we think your messaging could lead to a slippery slope that will justify Antifa. I don't think they would think that at all.
The problem is that, here's the problem, right? Is that when you're going out and talking to people, all right, what is the purpose? What is the action that you're trying to push by talking to these people, right? Mm-hmm. If it's just talking, then congratulations, you've done it, okay? Because anybody can talk, right? Here's the thing. First of all, how I talk to different kinds of people is always different. For example, if I talk to a Chinese lady at the door, I will talk to her differently. If I talk to, a white person at the door, if I talk to a redneck at the door, I will actually code switch and, I will try to appear more, church-like and ladylike, in front of them, right? At the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, you will have more advantage of talking to these people because of your more genuine background, and that's understandable. Now, here's the thing. The action I'm trying to push is trying to get people to vote. So think about it. All right. I want you to think about this very carefully, Rob. If you're talking to people and you're trying to push this populist messaging out that this establishment isn't working out, is not whatever, how the heck are you going to get people to vote?
Okay, so two things here. One, a stylistic question, the conversation we seem to be having leading up to this point was, what are your political beliefs and can you justify them? Where are the disagreements we have? Now it's like, well, we're skewing that. It doesn't matter what our political beliefs. Now we're just having a
but I feel like this entire conversation up until this time was
my point. Like, I'm trying to be fair at the time. Let me finish my point. Okay, now it seems like you're shifting to, well, who cares what we think? The question is tactically, how do you send your message to people to get more people to agree with you? So now it's like we're consultants and we're just talking about tactically how we might diametrically oppose each other on our political beliefs. But forget about all that. We're just talking tactically. Secondly, on the tactical point, I think that populism is popular tactically. I think that it was popular on the left, which is why you saw such an uptick of people voting for Bernie Sanders. I think it's popular on the right. That's why Trump won. Drain the swamp is a message for a reason. You even see people that are considered establishment Republicans and Democrats feigning being more populist. Almost every mainstream politician, because they know that our Congress is so unpopular, almost all of them say, but I'm different. I'm not the same old. So that's because they recognize that tactically it actually is beneficial to say, I'm not same old, same old. I agree with you that Congress has sucked for a lot of years. Its popularity has been in the tank for a lot of years. So I don't think tactically it's a mistake to address this way. But I also find this to be uninteresting. I think it would be more interesting if we talked about sort of our political beliefs and things like that, as opposed to forget about that and tactically what's the best approach.
All right, yeah, sure. So, okay, let's move on, right? So, Hunter Biden's cock, all right? So, for some reason, people have told me that you, are you straight?
I am. Yes,
okay.
I'm married to a woman, yes.
Okay, and, I don't know why, but all the right-wingers that I've all known are more obsessed with cocks than anybody else, okay? But what can you tell me about Hunter Biden's cock specifically? Like, why is that so significant to you?
Does it sound ridiculous that that's so significant to people?
It's significant because he is the son of a president, and this is his cock, and it's big.
But I'm asking you, does it sound ridiculous that so many people focus on that?
I think people focus on it because it sounded like something that was plausible. But at the end of the day, I think when I did some at least surface level digging from some credible news sources, it didn't really seem to be anything that was that credible in the end. Now, here's the thing. I've watched some of your content on this. You've named a lot of...
Have you heard me talk about his genitals a lot?
Not specifically his genitals. And by the way, that was purely for the sake of humor, all right? The cock thing, okay? But specifically, I think you talked more about the cover-up and, like, the favorable treatment and some other things, right?
Okay, so I'll be happy to talk about the Hunter Biden story, but let me preface by saying it might be humor, but it's also more than humor, because what you're doing is sharing a narrative that's actually been shared by the establishment Democratic Party, people in the legacy media, etc., and that is to write off the obvious story of corruption by making it seem like that I'm concerned about his sex life. I find it ironic because you probably watched the Kick or Keep I was on the other night, right? You probably watched that.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Okay, well, on that and in many other debates I've had where this subject comes up, I never bring up Hunter Biden's sex life or nude photos of Hunter every time it's someone on the left, and they keep talking about it over and over, and then in your bubble you say, all they talk about is Hunter Biden's sex life and Hunter Biden's nude photo. No, that's what you all talk about. That's your attempt to straw man the actual corruption. And it's very ironic considering that it was the platform, the mainstream platform of the Democratic Party, to hyper-focus on a supposed P-tape that existed of Donald Trump, because they said that would be compromise.
Hold on. Let's not talk about the P-tape for now.
I'm just bringing up. We can talk all about Hunter. I just bring it up that it's funny, the people that hyper-focused on this sexualization of Donald Trump and claimed that it was a legitimate threat because if Russia had these tapes, he could use it to blackmail. Real quick, let me finish. But at the same time, then, when we have serious story of corruption when it comes to the Bidens, they want to brush it off of it's just a sex thing, forgetting that they just spent 4 years saying that those sex things are important anyways because they could be used for blackmail.
Okay, so here's what I think, okay? And you can correct me if I'm wrong, all right? So it seems like to me, all right, from a commoner's perspective, all right, that I agree that this entire brushing it off from like a cock perspective is totally overblown. Like obviously this is meant to discredit conversation about it. It's meant to laugh it off. It's meant to whatever. I can totally understand that from your perspective, right? At the same time, when I do look into these more, when I do look into sources, when I do look into these things, they're not specifically talking about the cock either. They're not talking about, that kind of stuff, right? They're talking just like you, and they're addressing it in a factual manner. Now, from what I know, for example, Elon Musk says Twitter covered up the scandal allegedly in October of 2020, right? And some from the Biden campaign asked Twitter, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, to prevent the posting of this kind of material, right? And the reason they didn't want the materials to be posted is because it is indeed the cock photos, right? The sex, whatever, right? Now, I think you can say, okay, this can be misconstrued as, okay, they could be trying to hide something or whatever like that, right? But at the same time, it seems like to me that in the past, social media has had plenty of other things from other relatives of other, politicians before, but they've never released these social media stuff before. But the moment the Hunter Biden thing comes along, then suddenly the Republicans are up in riles about. For example, here's a good example: is in the past, I think on the Kennedys or one of the like the brothers, like a drug addict or something like that, and that was like circulating somewhere. But it turns out that like that was like never gonna be a thing until like later on.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
All right. So let me jump in.
So it just seems a bit hypocritical,
you start off with like the talk like it's just about a sex life and stuff like that. Then you admit it's just to dissuade people or to belittle the actual serious, but you don't really believe that because now you're still focused on Hunter Biden's addictions, Hunter Biden's nude photos and stuff like that. That's not the scandal. So let me outline it for you. What my concern,
I'm trying to downplay it.
Please.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so let me outline the actual scandal here. The scandal has nothing to do with Hunter Biden, right? There are two scandals that stem from this. One, it is social media, the mainstream media, and the FBI working in tandem to censor stories critical of one of the candidates for president. That would be Joe Biden, while at the same time putting any scandalous bullshit out about his opponent. Right? That's scandal one. In an election where it was decided by roughly 45,000 people in 3 states, the fact that our media, FBI, and social media was putting their thumb on that scale so bad would mean that would be able to potentially swing elections. That's scandal one. We could talk about the censorship. But the scandal, the reason they're covering it up, the scandal wasn't, they're covering up the guy running for president's son's drug addiction. No, what they were covering up was the fact that Joe Biden is a career politician, including vice president, that while he was vice president, his son was getting paid by hostile foreign entities who were then getting access to the vice president of the United States. That's the scandal. That's what has been going on the whole time. My concern has nothing to do with Hunter Biden. I don't give a shit if Hunter Biden had a drug problem. I would agree with you. It's completely out of bounds to say that's somehow indicative of Joe Biden. My concern is there is credible allegations and evidence, and more has been forthcoming, to show that there was a scandal involving a pay-for-play scheme where Hunter Biden was acting as a foreign lobbyist getting paid by hostile foreign institutions who was then selling access to his father, and the FBI, mainstream media, etc. buried that story and refused to investigate it while simultaneously deciding they were going to take any bullshit allegation of Donald Trump, even those that were paid for by his opponent, such as Hillary Clinton, and investigate it as hard as possible. That's the scandal.
Okay. So first of all, I just want to ask a question. Where do you get your news sources from?
I try to use a variety of sources. So first off, if it's an issue that I'm really concerned with, I try to curate sort of news through places like this. I go to Twitter first. So I follow people like Jake Tapper. I follow people that are like Rachel Maddow is someone I would follow. I also follow people like Jack Posobiec, Glenn Greenwald, Aaron Mattei, Tucker Carlson. I don't watch any Fox News other than Tucker Carlson. I don't have cable, so when Tucker was on Fox, I might see his monologue once or twice a week. Most of where I'm getting my information is on Twitter. Then I try to go to the source material. So I might hear that a transcript was released of Devon Archer, and I hear that someone on like MSNBC talked about it, but they have a link that goes to the transcript. So then I try to go to the transcript myself and read it. Obviously, as someone who works 80 hours a week, I don't always have time to do those things, but I do understand the need to use a variety of different sources, including sources that I don't trust. And I try to reach out to as many people as possible on these issues that I talk to try to give me access to a different perspective. And because of that, I think I'm one of the most well-rounded people when it comes to these things, as I'm sure we'll see throughout this discussion.
So do you think that why is it that you specifically trust Twitter of all places to be more credible than the more mainstream sources that have like journalistic integrity to it?
Well, that's a loaded term. I don't think the more mainstream sources, we would agree that they have journalistic integrity. But it's sort of a moot point anyways, because on Twitter, I'm also following and watching those same organizations that you would be talking about. And so it's just a different in formats. For example, where do you get your information? Do you watch MSNBC every night? Do you have a subscription to the New York Times?
I would say I look at articles, yeah.
Where do you look at articles? How do you find an article?
I just Google it, and typically I read off Wikipedia.
Why do you trust Google instead of these legacy media options?
Because Google typically compiles the resources, and if you click on one of their things, you go down and they typically have the little source thing, right?
Right, that's what
and
Twitter
you can
does.
follow it back to the source.
It's the way that you're using news sources that are aggregated through Google. I'm using news sources that are aggregated through Twitter. Same thing.
The problem I rather have with Twitter is that with Twitter, when you bring up when you follow specific people and when you follow specific feeds and etc., don't you think that they can present, even though credible evidence, right? Even if they can present incredibly credible evidence, they can present it in a way that can be misleading on purpose?
Yeah. Can you name me the source you use that doesn't do that?
Wikipedia, I would say, doesn't do that.
That's horseshit. Wikipedia is the
Why
worst.
Horseshit?
Well, I'll tell you 2 reasons. Because the information there is from anonymous editors that could change routinely. For example, I used to be able, I don't know if it's still the case, I could go to Wikipedia and find the Wikipedia page on Mario, Super Mario Brothers, and the word Mario is replaced with the word Bowser every time. I'm
not saying...
That's the level of, right, because you can have anonymous edits and things like that, it means that there's zero accountability because there's not even names attached to it. And the second thing is those individuals are all going to have bias as well. Wikipedia, the people that run it, are notoriously biased for sort of pro-establishment left-wing causes. If you're telling me right now that you're questioning me trying to use the New York Times and Fox News and Tucker Carlson and Jake Tapper and going to the transcripts, if you're saying I question that because it could be biased, but your preference is Wikipedia?
What's the second thing? Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I said if you're saying that my sources are biased because I would use someone like Tucker Carlson or Jake Tapper or reading transcripts and that's a bias source, but you've avoided that by using Wikipedia, that's laughable. Even people on the left would agree that Wikipedia is just a starting place to then go further and look at articles and see where because anyone can put anything they want in Wikipedia.
Yeah, sure. While it is true that Wikipedia can have typos, it could have like things changing from time to time, right? At the same time, what would you say is more biased, right? You following specific people like Glenn Greenwald, I think was his name, right? Yep. And Tucker Carlson and etc. Them presenting like assumedly, all right, credible evidence in a certain narrative way on your news feed that you specifically follow, right? I don't know if you follow left-wing news sources either on there, but
yes, I just said New York Times, Jake Tapper, Rachel Maddow.
Okay, sure.
Mehdi Hassan, right?
I'm not denying you. I'm just asking for clarification, right? So you follow like these things, but even right, but for something like Wikipedia, I would actually just argue Wikipedia is simply still better than Twitter, because when it comes to Twitter, you are still following a specific amount of people who are there to have incentive to spin the narrative. For example, Tucker Carlson, ever since his leaving from Fox, right? He got fired, I think. Now he's like more of an independent kind of person. He's like, I would say maybe even more Ben Shapiro adjacent now, you know? He's there as a pundit rather than, you know, as a whatever. And he can, and Ben Shapiro himself could spin, you know, credible sources and credible pieces of evidence, but he can also leave out details. He could also spin credible sources in a way that could be misleading.
You're making a criticism that could literally be made of any institution, including print journalism. The problem you have is you're correctly.
No, but wait, even though you can say the same, there are different magnitudes of that, right? There's different levels of that,
right?
And I would say these levels are not the same.
Right. So first off, I disagree. We can see that when it comes to disinformation and stories that have been wrong, we see that traditional left-wing legacy media sources have been far worse pushing disinformation, such as the Russia collusion story, the Hunter Biden laptop being a Russian disinformation sphere. All of that stuff are stories. I could bring up a list right now of hundreds of stories that the mainstream press was inaccurate on when it came to Donald Trump and when it came to Joe Biden and things like that. But that's not even necessary for me to do, because the problem is I'm always going to be better on this question than you, because I acknowledge that all sides have bias. You somehow think that you're avoiding that bias because you use... Let me finish. Because you use Wikipedia. And the problem with that is, one, the people that post things on Wikipedia have more incentive to be biased and less accountability because they're literally anonymous editors. Secondly, they are going to be relying on the very institutions that you're acknowledging would have a bias, like people at CNN or people at the New York Times or people at Fox News. So you're just adding another level of bias. This isn't really a debate. Like it comes off sounding really childish that you think that Wikipedia is a better source than, say, me reading the transcript of Devin Archer's testimony because I first saw that transcript linked on Jonathan Turley's Twitter account. It's nonsensical. I'm the only person of the two of us that is saying I try as much. I acknowledge that what I look at's bias. I try to look at bias on both sides so that I have a more even picture. I reach out to people on these topics that disagree with me to try to get a more even picture. And when possible, I go directly to the source material. And you're like, fuck all that, I use Wikipedia. I mean, it's not even close.
I don't think I argued originally that Wikipedia was like a bias list. Did I argue that it was like a bias list, like kind of way to search for information?
Well, you said that it doesn't have
this, sources.
You said it doesn't have the same level of bias as a place like Twitter.
I'm pretty sure the only point that I've said is that it has less bias than your Twitter feed, right? That you are saying like, okay, I'm following like these specific people, right?
Okay, so then let's talk. This is a conversation going nowhere, so let's do this. So then you're setting this all up to say that my take on this Hunter Biden story is incorrect, right? You got my stuff's biased, your stuff isn't. So let's talk about what my stuff and your stuff is on this, and then we'll leave people judge whether or not your Wikipedia search was better than me reading the transcripts and
sure.
You know, stuff like that.
So I actually have another question. All right. So what would it take? So what level of evidence or what level of convincing would it take for you to move off of this issue? Like, is there any level of it?
Well, that's sort of a loaded question, right? Like, so...
How so?
Well, let me explain. Because given the situation that we've seen now, we know some of this stuff is proven. For example, we know that my big issue is saying that there's a two-tiered justice system in the way that the FBI and other institutions handles things. It is beyond a shadow of a doubt that the Russia investigation, the getting the FISA warrants against Donald Trump, was corrupt. It was unwarranted. It was done by biased people at the FBI. That's been proven, right? And that their treatment of this
story...
Proven
how?
Well, we had an IG report, we had a Durham report, and we've seen documents from the Mueller report, etc., that have showed that. For example, did you know that there was an FBI lawyer by the name of Kevin Clinesmith that was actually convicted of lying in getting the FISA warrant to spy on Donald Trump's team? Did you know that?
Can you send me the source for this?
No.
Why?
But you could look it up on Wikipedia.
Really? Wikipedia? Yes. I don't think so. Because if you got it from these specific sources from Twitter, I don't know if I'm going to find it on Wikipedia. You know what I mean?
I'm not going to hold your hand through this thing. After you've criticized, I'm not going to send you a source and then go, oh, you linked Fox News or you linked CNN.
But the thing is, like, you could literally make up anything you want on the spot. And the thing is, your sources could entirely be unverifiable if your sources are so easily found by some kind of mainstream like news article or like some kind of mainstream platform, then that could have been super easy for me to just simply search up, right? But
cool.
you're
Type in the name
very
Kevin
specific
Clinesmith.
things.
Go ahead. Go to
You're
Google right
talking
now.
about
Go to
things that are
Google
like,
right now and type in the name Kevin Clinesmith.
Kevin what?
Clinesmith.
Kevin and then what? Last name?
Klinesmith. Now, the problem is that you seek to criticize. Here's what's really going on. You don't know any of this because you're biased in the sources that you use and they don't tell you about any of the facts of this shit. So when I have the facts, you want to bog it down. You're trying to set up
it's more
that
like,
my facts must be both. The guy was convicted.
Right, it's more like I'm questioning you, right? Does that make sense?
No, it's not that you're questioning me. You don't know anything about this topic. Like 99% of the people on the left I debate. You're willing to call me a conspiracy. You haven't done this yet, but this is what you do.
I have not.
I understand that, but this is what the left does. They'll call me a conspiracy theorist and say, well, what evidence would you need, blah, blah, blah. You don't know the very base facts of this. Okay, you looked up Kevin Clinesmith. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so this is a political article, all right?
Okay.
So the only person charged in the Justice Department's investigation into the origins of
What site are you? How you type that into Google, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's biased. Their algorithm's biased. And then what's the website you're on now?
Politico?
Politico, that's biased. Right?
Wait, it's not about like bias or like not bias, right? I'm talking about like how your platform is like aggregated, right? Like how you see a narrative. Does that make sense?
Right. Well, Google, like you admit, you use Google and Wikipedia. Both of them are biased. For example, Professor Robert Epstein testified that the way Google manipulates their algorithm would be able to sway 16 million votes in elections going forward. For example,
yeah, but that could just be like the natural way that a Google algorithm is like made and done through people just naturally using Google. You don't know. For example, right? If older people vote Republican naturally, right? If older people vote Republican naturally and they don't know how to use the internet and they don't know how to use Google, and younger people know how to use the internet and they know how to use Google, then like obviously the Google is going to take into the information of the younger people and they're going to take in like the more left-leaning, algorithm favor. And that's not even going to be like, oh, some like inner working, some inner agent is like altering the whatever, right? It's just going to be naturally, that's just how the population is going. You know what I mean?
That's not how it happens. But let's say that
how?
That's not. I'm not going to get into the space. That's not how.
Why?
But I'll tell you why. Because I'll concede. For the sake of argument, I'll concede. Yep, that's exactly what happened. Okay, even if that's exactly what happens, how does that mean that it's still not bias? You just said
no.
Well, the bias is biased. Let me finish.
I'll concede that's bias.
Right.
But it's different levels of bias.
What do you mean different levels?
It.
That has nothing to do with the level
different
of
levels of bias.
No.
Bias, right?
Listen. I'm giving you big, long chunks to talk. You have to let me make my case, right?
Sure. Yeah.
You might say the intent of the bias is different. Tucker Carlson's intent on his bias is nefarious.
No.
Google's, I'm just saying, you might say the intent on bias. So with Google, you're saying, well, maybe it's that they didn't have intent. Maybe it's just all younger people using Google. And so then because all younger people are using Google and the algorithm manipulates to that, it's going to put sources up on these political issues that are more geared to younger people, which have to be geared to...
if you're so intent on this bias point...
Please let me finish. That has nothing to do with the level of bias. So the level of bias is they could be curating so the top 99 out of 100 articles are pro-Democrat, even though the intent wouldn't be nefarious in that world. It has nothing to do with what the level of that bias is. And that's why this professor that looked at this and was talking about the level of bias was saying that it's
on Google search?
Yes, the algorithms on Google. Yes.
Wait. Can you repeat the Google search point again?
Yes, Professor Robert Epstein said that the algorithms on Google's search engine were so geared towards one side politically that it had the ability to
but I don't get why you're so surprised at this. It's like older people just don't know how to use the internet. Younger people do, and younger people tend to be more left-leaning.
But we're looking at
this is
this
just a natural way. Like, what are you going to try to force? You're just going to try to force older people to just use the internet more and teach them how to use Google so then it would like move the bias back? Like, how are you supposed to force this?
That is not how the algorithm. That is not how the algorithm exclusively works. We can see it was the same types of things people said about Twitter until Elon came in and then talked about how the algorithm was skewed a certain way.
And okay, hold on. Let
me finish. I'll just start. Listen, if you're not going to let me finish a point, then I'll share the same courtesy to you. I'm leaving you talking big chunks, uninterrupted. I would appreciate the same courtesy. Okay?
Go, finish it. Finish your point.
You are making excuses for you're saying, well, the bias is inevitable, and the intent behind the bias isn't nefarious. The question was, who uses more biased sources? And so now when I point out the bias of somewhere like Google and their search engines, and how a professor said in a study that could manipulate all these votes, you're like, well, of course! That's always going to be the case. Okay, but that doesn't answer whether or not it's bias. You're admitting the bias.
Okay, hold on. Can I pull up Clip Studio Paint? Hold on, let me see.
I don't know.
Because I feel like I'm having a hard time verbally communicating this. Let me see. Trying to see.
What'd you find out about Kevin Clinesmith while you're doing that?
No, I was just arguing with you the whole time. I didn't have an opportunity to look at Kevin Clinesmith.
Well, you were reading. You said he was the only one convicted. Go ahead, finish that sentence.
No. I was focusing on you the whole time. Hold on. So wait. I want to go back to the bias point because I want to talk about, like, I don't think we reached an understanding there, right? So here's the thing, okay? When we're talking about Google specifically, okay? When we're talking about Google specifically, oh my God, is this laggy? This better not be laggy. Okay, thank God. Okay. So can you see this?
Yeah.
Okay. So when we're talking about your Twitter feed, okay? When you're talking about your Twitter feed, you're talking about, and we're all talking about aggregator sources, right?
Sure.
We're all talking about aggregator sources. So would you say that Twitter is an aggregator source?
Yes.
Okay, Wikipedia is also an aggregator source.
No, it's a little different.
Okay, all right. Well, Google is an aggregator source.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So Google in this case, so the stuff that appears on Twitter in this case are the people you follow. Would that be correct?
Sure. Yes.
Yeah, but for Google, this is biased by the age stuff, the age algo stuff. Would that be correct?
It's not, but for the sake of argument, we'll say that. But it's not. But that's fine.
Sure. I'm not saying. Okay, so I'm gonna reiterate this because maybe I didn't communicate this, well. All right. So, and that's my bad. All right. But for Google, all right. I'm not saying that Google lacks bias, all right, or Google doesn't have bias, and I'm not saying Twitter has bias, but there is a difference in intentionality of bias, right? Intent of bias, all right? When you follow people, you have intent behind your bias, okay? But when there is Google, there is no intent behind your bias, okay? You can argue that for Google, there is like a degree of like, oh, older people don't know how to use the internet and younger people do, right? So there is like a bias there. Sure, I can agree with that, but the intent is different from this intent. And I would say this intent, your intent, as the one person, is different. Does that make more sense?
It makes sense that you don't understand what you're arguing, just like in the first topic, right? Where we were arguing.
Wait, do you understand?
Are you going to let me finish? I do understand.
Yeah,
you have to let me
finish
finish before you just flying off the end. The first topic, it was clear that we were talking about disagreements we had politically and problems you had with sort of a populist anti-establishment narrative, to which I then think you pivoted when you realized you weren't doing so well to say, no, I'm just talking about tactically. I'm not saying our political I'm just talking tactically.
If you want to go back to that topic, we can.
I'm making a point that that's exactly what's happening here. For example, I said, you might make a point that the intent of the bias is different, but that doesn't speak to the level of the bias, which is what you're talking about. Then you literally just brought up some paint application, and your point was exactly as I said, that the intent in bias is different. How is that relevant to getting the factual information at the end of the day? If my intent of bias is different because it's coming from people that I follow, which, by the way, that's not how I use Twitter. In fact, I would say that's not how most people use Twitter. Let's see if I can show you this real quick. If I bring up X or Twitter,
no. How most people use Twitter has nothing to do with it. If you follow,
it says, please let me finish. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. It says for you and following. I don't use the following tab. I use the for you tab. I'm probably about 50-50 or something like that. I'm clicking on people that I agree with or I disagree with. And so on my for you tab, I get like the Krasenstein brothers that are Democratic operatives, and Harry Sissom, and David Hogg, and Mehdi Hassan, and Jake Tapper. I get all of these articles, right? But nonetheless, it's irrelevant to this question talking about who's getting to the truth of the matter. You seem to be suggesting the reason you bring up this idea of bias and things like that is the sources...
For the record, you're the one who keeps bringing it back to bias. We were originally already switching it off the bias thing, but you kept on bringing it back to bias.
No, okay? I'm not. I'm not bringing it.
Okay?
You literally keep bringing it up, right? Like I said, I said quite clearly.
I brought it back to MS Paint. I brought it back to the paint thing only because you brought it up first. Okay, so let's be clear about that. All right?
No, I didn't bring it up first. You did. Before even talking,
I'll watch it back. We'll
right.
See.
Let
we'll
me explain. Let me refresh your memory. You preface this first. You tried to sort of strawman me by saying, "Why are you so interested in Hunter Biden's cock?" It took me all of 2 minutes to get you to admit, "Okay, that's sort of ridiculous." People just
which
say
was
that
a joke, and then you
cool.
said the joke wasn't cool, which I recognized. Okay.
Then we moved on. Then we moved on to the very next point you made was, "Where do you get your information from? Isn't that bias?"
Which is also a fair question.
Okay, then who brought it up first? Me or you?
I think it was me, right?
Right. Yeah. You just got done saying, no, it was you that brought it up.
Just because it was me bringing it up first doesn't mean that when we were moving off the point that you were the one who brought it back to that. And that's why I brought the paint thing, just to clarify on something that I felt like that you did not understand me. Okay. Does that make sense? It was something that I felt like you didn't understand, like my point on.
The audience can make up their own mind. Anyways, moving on to the facts of the case of the Hunter Biden stuff. So we talked about, for example, the mistreatment of Trump in the...
I was going to read this thing.
Kevin Clinesmith, go ahead. Read that sentence you were reading. Go ahead.
The only person charged in the Justice Department's investigation into the origins of the probe of former President Donald Trump's 2016 campaign and its ties to Russia was spared prison time for altering an email used to support a surveillance application. Former FBI attorney Kevin Clinesmith, 38, received a sentence of 12 months probation and 400 hours community service.
Okay, you don't have to go any further, right? There you go. So what I said was accurate.
For what? For which part specifically?
I said, did you know that you said, well, wait a minute, how do I know this is true? Like, where are you getting your information? I said, Kevin Clinesmith, for example. Did you know that there was an FBI lawyer who actually was found guilty of lying in order to get a FICE warrant to spy on Trump's team? That's what you just read. That happened. Did you know that before right now?
No. I didn't know that.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that's a big deal?
I mean...
Let me ask you this. Let's just talk a hypothetical. Let me just talk a hypothetical, for example. What if we found out that Donald Trump paid to get a dossier on Joe Biden going into 2020? Then there was an FBI lawyer that was tweeting out like, "I love Trump. Biden's the worst. #resist Biden," right? And then we found out that lawyer was intentionally lying on evidence to be able to spy on Biden's team. Do you think that'd be a big deal that a Trump-allied FBI agent was spying on his opponent?
Hold on. Wait. But wasn't this person like a former FBI attorney? Like not really a part of like the team?
No, this person was This person was like one of the 8 people that was involved in this investigation. He was a high-level FBI attorney that was compiling. Do you understand how this works? Let me explain how this works.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to get information here, right? Like it's more like I'm trying to clarify the information, right?
Okay, so let me explain how this works. In order to spy on an American citizen, you have certain protections, right? You have the 4th Amendment. You have a right to privacy, right? So a FISA warrant is the Foreign Intelligence Service Act. The FISA court is Foreign Intelligence Service Court, right? The idea is you could restrict people's amendments by claiming that they are operating as an agent of a hostile foreign power. So Carter Page was on Trump's team, right? They got a FISA warrant to spy on Trump's team using what was called the Steele dossier. This was a dossier that was financed by the DNC and Hillary Clinton, and it was sourced, Christopher Steele was just this dude. He was a former British MI6 agent, right? And he's like, hey, I talked to these people, including this Russian guy. He's my source. And this Russian guy said, there's Trump P-tapes, and Carter Page is working, he's getting paid a bunch of money in oil shares and stuff this is what's going on. So they used that without verifying it, knowing it was sourced by Hillary Clinton and a suspected Russian spy, and they used that 4 warrants. Every 3 months, they renewed the warrant for a year to spy on Trump's campaign and then Trump's presidency. And one of the times, they actually lied. This agent lied. Carter Page, the guy that they were using to be able to spy on Trump's team, formerly worked with the CIA to help take down corrupt Russians. So the CIA sent the FBI an email saying, hey, Carter Page worked with us to help take down Russians. And Kevin Clinesmith, this lawyer, submitted to the FISA court and altered that email instead of saying, yes, he worked with us, to say, no, he never worked with us to take down Russians. He literally changed the evidence to the opposite of the truth to continue to spy on Trump's team. That's what happened.
I would have to look into it more, and if that is true, then yeah, that's not okay.
Okay, so would you say the fact that, would you say the fact that you didn't know of this would suggest that possibly where you're going to curate your news isn't doing a good job if you didn't know about this?
I would just, I would still overall trust like the mainstream sources and over something like specifically like Tucker Carlson and etc. But like just because it's like a one-time, one fact kind of basis doesn't mean that it's like an overall like disproving of like the entire thing. Does that make sense?
It's not one fact. It's over and over and over and over again. Right? It's always in the same direction, right? Like, imagine, can I ask you this? I know you're young, but let me ask you this. When you think of, like, big political scandals, what do you think is the benchmark political scandal that everyone compares everything to? If something happens and it's a scandal, they say, uh-oh, this is like, do you know what they say? It was before Watergate, right? Can you explain to me what Watergate was? Do you know?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay, well, you could look this up if you want, but basically the gist of it was that two people working for the Nixon camp went into his opponent's hotel room and was rifling through stuff. And then the way Nixon gets involved is Nixon recorded all of his conversations in his office, and he intentionally deleted calls where this was being discussed. But the genesis of it was two people were basically spying on his opponent. Now, what would you call it instead of two people? It's the entire FBI. You think that's magnitudes worse?
Hold on. Can I quickly skim through the entire article first?
Sure. You skim
let me
away.
see what the rest of it says. Yeah.
You go ahead and skim. And this is, I'll talk while you're skimming. You let me know when you're ready to talk again. This is the problem. People that engage in this, they write it off as this is all just outrageous conspiracy. Clearly, this is just something that Tucker Carlson was bullshitting about. But I read the Mueller report. I read the IG report. I read the Durham report.
Wait, here's the thing. I'm more than happy to concede this and move on to the next topic, right?
Sounds good.
And we can tackle this at a future date, but
go read the Durham report. It'll tell you everything you need to know, bare bones of it. Several hundred pages, but you read the Durham report, it'll tell you. And then tell me what you think about what the FBI did to Trump. Now we can move on to Hunter Biden. Okay? If that's what you want.
Oh, wait. I mean, concede on the entire Hunter Biden thing.
You're going to concede. Okay, so then this is...
Yeah, because there's several other topics I want to go over.
Okay,
yeah,
and we can get that. I'll just say this to close it, right? My central issue is that politicians come and go. But these institutions like the media, and more importantly, institutions like the FBI is the most powerful law enforcement and intelligence agency in the history of the world. If it is corrupt and it is going after opponents, such as Chuck Schumer told us, that it would find 6 ways from Sunday of getting back at Donald Trump, which it did, and it's covering up for the people they like the Clintons and the Bidens, etc. That is the biggest political situation in this country. No other issue matters. Because if these institutions that exist in perpetuity are putting their thumb on the scale, it doesn't matter what me and you argue about climate change. You better hope that the people running the show really care, because our voice doesn't matter. Because they're corrupt, and they'll take down anyone that they want, and they'll protect the people that they want. That's why this is the central issue, for me. And everyone that I talk about this, there's two directions that it goes. It's one, Rob's a tinfoil hat conspiracy gish galloper. He's wrong about all this because they can't handle the facts of it. So they just make these general statements and move on. Or second, they say, fine, you're right. But they don't believe that. They're just saying that to avoid on because they can't look at the specifics of this and defend the obvious corruption.
To be very fair, right? To be very fair, I'm just being good faith. You know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to die on some hill. I'm not here to specifically defend some point that I know I can't defend, right? Like I already recognized from the very beginning You probably know more than me on like the specific topic, so that's why I'm just gonna move on. You know?
Okay, that's fine. But I just want to, just so you understand, this is the central issue of my political beliefs, right? This sort of two-tiered justice system, these institutions being corrupt. It would be like if I'm debating someone that thinks this country's systemically racist, and I say, yeah, I'll just concede that. Can we move on to a different topic? It's difficult for that person because they're going to say, well, pretty much any political thing we talk about, it's going for me to come back to like, well, yeah, because of this systemic racism. But we can move on. That's fine. I just want to let you know that's central to why I'm anti-establishment, because I feel the establishment's corrupt. But we can move on. That's fine.
I have a question. What are your standards at the end of the day to determine whether or not an organization like the FBI or the CIA is like corrupt or not? Like how could you what would your standards be? This is not a debate question. This is more like just me. It's a difficult probing what your standards are.
Right. So it's a difficult question because what this is a threshold question, right? So for example, let's make it simpler. Like, let's say, what are your standards to think that your local police station are corrupt? If I'm like, well, this one cop got caught planting drugs, you might say, okay, that guy's bad, but what about the rest of the police station? So what would the threshold need to be before I would say the whole police station's corrupt? And so it's hard to put exactly into words, but I don't have to give a hypothetical because I could give a specific. Given that we see the obvious bias from the people at the top level of the FBI, which, I mean, James Comey's out there wearing Biden shirts. You know, I'm with Hillary, drinking out of Hillary mugs. We saw Kevin Clinesmith, hashtag...
You mean former FBI director James Comey?
Right, the former director who was the director when all of these investigations started. Right. You know, we saw, all of these... The idea that, like, they didn't have this bias when they were there, but magically, as soon as they leave, now they became super biased seems nonsensical. Like, we actually have FBI agents Peter Strzok talking about an insurance policy to prevent Donald Trump from winning. When we look at the obvious double standard, it's right there for you. We had 2 investigations. Do you know what the mid-year exam is? Do you know what that is?
No.
Mid-year exam was the code name they gave in their investigation into Hillary Clinton going into the 2016 election. And Crossfire Hurricane is the name they gave for their investigation into Trump, right? When you look at how those two... the juxtaposition of those 2 investigations alone, you will see the obvious double standard.
Wait, hold on. I want to actually go into that on a later topic. Okay. Yeah. I have a question. Let's just say you actually found out like a part of the government was corrupt. Mm-hmm. What would you do then?
Disband it. Hold those people legally accountable.
Disband the entire FBI?
Yes.
You wouldn't reform it?
No.
Why?
Because it's corrupt at the highest level. Let me ask you a question in response, and you'll see why I say that. Do you think...
Wait, why can't you reform it, though? Like, why can't you at least attempt to reform it?
Because that's what they claim that they've been doing since 2017, and yet the same things keep happening over and over again. The reform's not working. Until people are criminally held liable for what they're doing, it won't change. Let me ask you this. If you had a racist police department, would you disband that police department, or would you say, let's make little incremental changes?
I think we can implement policies that would at least enforce better. I think implementation of policies such as like anonymous reporting of cops about other cops in that department and like several other policies would probably over time change the police department for the better, and that would count as reform.
But there's no agency above the FBI other than Congress. For example, we've seen whistleblowers come from the FBI, and they're claiming they're being retaliated against. Right? So it doesn't, like, we could talk about whether or not we should disband the FBI. That's fine. But the question, that's to me, that if you're the acknowledgement.
Wait, so to you, the FBI director can just do whatever the heck he wants? That's it?
Basically. He's working within a system. Right, for example, could the FBI director choose to get a FISA warrant to spy on Donald Trump's team?
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
Could the FBI director choose to get a FISA warrant to spy on Donald Trump's team? He did. Based on opposition research, what was the penalty? He even admitted, By the way,
but the thing is, it seems like that the person was actually held accountable, right?
Who? One guy, because he altered it.
Yeah,
he didn't even.
Kevin Clinesmith
he didn't even
was the
go
guy
to
you're talking
jail,
about, right?
and he already got his license to practice law back. That guy?
But the thing is,
Yeah,
but at
really
the end of the day,
punished.
he was still caught. There's lots of cases where somebody is caught with something and then they weren't like punished for it because they probably took some plea deal or they probably did something, you know, like just because you're caught with something, it's like if like they weren't caught in the first place and there was some kind of whistleblower who in the end like 10 years later said, oh yeah, I remember that this person in the past did something and something, then sure, but I don't know. It just,
I mean,
at least to me,
all I could say is we could look. None of them are being held to account. Kevin Clinesmith literally got a slap on the wrist. That's it. Now FBI whistleblowers are out there saying we're being retaliated against by talking about the obvious targeting of conservatives, Trump supporters, etc. that's occurring. They're being retaliated against. The media's fine with that retaliation. They're calling them so-called whistleblowers. When whistleblowers spoke out against Trump, they were hailed as heroes. When whistleblowers speak out against the DOJ and the FBI,
but the thing is, the person got caught anyway, right?
You're talking about
went through a system.
I don't know. It wasn't just one person
and received a slap on the wrist, and fine, the person got a slap on the wrist, but the person still went through the process.
You don't know anything, as you've already admitted. You don't know the bare minimum of the facts of this case. You don't.
Yeah,
right. And so for you, let me finish. Let me finish. I sit there and listen. I let you talk. Now I'm going to talk. Right. You don't know the bare minimum of the facts of this, and to swipe it all away is to say, well, one person got a slap on the wrist, so there, see, the system works, is nonsensical. I don't know what else to say. You want to move on to another topic?
Literally nobody was caught. Yeah, if literally nobody was caught, wouldn't that demonstrate a stronger argument for you?
I don't know. It depends. That's a difficult question to ask, because it's like, if no one knew that there was any corruption, wouldn't that prove that your argument was right, was even more right, how much corruption there was? Possibly. But what we know is that one person got a slap on the wrist, and then all the other corruption was let go, and those people were rewarded mightily with contracts at places like CNN and book deals and promotions, and it continues to this day, the double standard at the FBI. Yeah, there hasn't been anything of account that was done.
By altering the email, he was saving himself some work and taking an inappropriate shortcut.
Where are you reading? Politico? Do you think that's an inappropriate shortcut? So if Trump's team, just to be clear, if Trump's team alters evidence to say the opposite of what it says so that they could spy on Biden's team in 2020, and the lawyer that did that was typing #resist Biden, you would say, oh, it was just a small shortcut, slap on the wrist, fine, no problem here. That's what you would say?
Here's the thing. When it comes to a story, right? When it comes to a story, I think it's good to look at a story in like the most uncharitable of ways as well, but also to look at it in the most charitable of ways, right? Has there been a case where an employee has broken some kind of company-wide policy rule, like altering some kind of boss's emails and then sent it back out to every other employee, or etc., right? And broken some kind of like frigid rule, just for the sake of being lazy or not being lazy? And the answer is probably yes.
Okay, let me ask you this. Sure. Okay, great. Do you think Trump should be...
here's the thing.
Let me finish.
I'll admit that, right?
Listen. Okay, fine. I just have a question. Real quick. I have a question for you. Do you think Trump should be indicted?
Sure. Oh, hold on. Can we tackle that question later down the line?
Yeah. I just want a yes or no right now. Do you think Trump should be indicted?
Yeah.
Why aren't you looking at that? Wait a minute. Why aren't you looking at it in the most charitable way possible? Shouldn't you look at it in the most charitable?
Yeah, the most charitable way possible is that indicted, he should be tried in a court of law, and then he's innocent.
So there we go. And with always that you can see the standards on the left. Oh, even looking at Trump in the most charitable way, he still should be indicted.
Hold on.
But when it comes to abuses at the FBI,
he got a slap on the wrist and he's gone. That's my most charitable version. And my most charitable version of Trump is he's indicted, he's charged, he goes to court, and he gets a slap on the wrist and he gets to go. This is consistent. Kevin Clinesmith.
I'm talking about all of the corruption that we see at the FBI. Like, we're talking specifically about Kevin Clinesmith intentionally altering emails, altered an email to say the opposite of the truth, and you're like, but if we look at it the most charitable way possible, it could be that he was just doing it to save time. I think that's worth doing.
If even
okay, explain. Let's focus in. I'm happy to spend the next 4 hours. No. You're right. We'll spend the next 4 hours on this issue. Okay, so you get an email. Let's start here. You work at a company. I know you don't, but you're laid off. But let's say you did work at a company. Well, previously did. Yeah, sure. You work at the company, and the company, you're in charge of human resources, and you're doing an investigation of sexual harassment in one of your employees. Okay? Sure.
Well, hold on. Sexual harassment is probably not the right one. Like I would say more analogous is probably the email things, but sure.
Okay, improperly sending, like, for example, I do healthcare. So do you know what HIPAA is? We have to protect people's healthcare information.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I can't send, for example, people I work with healthcare information to random people in my family, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's say you're doing that investigation, right? And you reach out to my coworker and you say, did Rob email his wife the medical history of the guy he takes care of? And that person responds, yes, Rob did email his family the medical information of the person he takes care of.
Okay, that's not okay.
No, wait. And then you, as the investigator, you say, you know what, I want to rush this along. So I'll just say that the coworker said, no, Rob didn't do that. You think that makes sense?
What? Didn't do that? I mean, the whole point is that I don't know why he got a slap on the wrist specifically, but like he could have gotten a slap on the wrist because they couldn't prove intent behind it, you know? Who knows what the fuck happened behind the scene?
That's not what we're arguing right now. You're saying...
Yeah, sure. But I'm saying the most charitable version of the... on the Rob define the HIPAA, whatever the thing is, right? On your specific metaphor, right? The most charitable version of that is that maybe you accidentally click send. You send it to your family. The most charitable version of that. But the most uncharitable version.
You don't understand. We're not talking about my alleged wrongdoing. We're talking about you interviewing my coworker. My coworker says, yes, Rob did it. And then you change that when you submit it to the higher-ups to say, the coworker said, no, Rob didn't do it. And then when you get caught at the end of the day, you say, oh, I just changed it to no to save time.
Wait. But what's the most charitable version of that?
That's what... You tell me.
I'll tell you. Could be a misspeak.
If you accidentally changed the email. In fact, okay, you're right. I didn't have it as close to the analogy as possible. It's not... My coworker sends you an email that says, yes, Rob did this. And you, instead of just forwarding that email, you go in and change the email to say, no, Rob didn't do it.
Okay, we're getting
just
stuck.
A misspeak.
Can we move on?
Wait, no! You wanted to focus on this. We're looking. Explain to me the most charitable way.
But I can see this circling this over and over again.
No.
Sure,
you wanted to do it. Let's do it. So explain. Now you said the most charitable way to look at Kevin Clinesmith is it was just a time saving measure. So explain to me in this analogy how you would say, oh yeah, I could see how the person would go into the email, change it, and then send it to the court. Right? And it was just to save time. Explain to me in the most charitable way how that could happen. Go ahead.
The correct analogy would have been rather something like this, okay? Is that if a coworker reported a longer paragraph to another coworker, right? And then that coworker, when sending it up to his boss, condensed that paragraph into a TLDR. And that TLDR, at the end of the day, was not entirely representative of all the details of that paragraph and sent it up to the boss, and the boss read that TLDR and assumed something else, then I would say that is more closer to the analogy of this situation. He altered an
email. It's not he summarized the email. He altered the email.
Yeah, but that's what the whole point of an analogy is, right?
The analogy should be as close as possible to the actual circumstance, correct? So now we could move away from the analogy. This dude is a high-ranking lawyer at the FBI. He understands the importance of things like chain of custody of evidence and making sure that evidence is accurately given to the court. He understands that it is improper for him to materially change evidence to get a desired outcome on a warrant or something like that. This isn't just some rube. This is a high-level lawyer at the FBI. He gets an email from the CIA saying this guy worked with us, and he changes that email to say this guy didn't work with them. And he submits that to the court so that he could improve his chance to get a warrant to continue spying on them. And you're like, well, the charitable look of that is maybe he was trying to save time.
It says that Clinesmith insisted that he thought the statement was true at the time and only altered the message to save himself the hassle of procuring another email from the CIA. Why wouldn't this be like the most charitable version?
Because it's nonsensical. You email someone and say, can you tell me what happened? And they tell you, and you say, actually, I think that's wrong, so I'm going to change your words and then submit it as evidence just to save time. That's bullshit.
Beyond the shadow of a doubt, in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay, then we just gotta disagree.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. I just want to articulate what your worldview would be. You would say that any case of prosecutorial or police misconduct, you would always do the most charitable. So if we have on video, a black man gets pulled over, and the cop throws drugs in the back seat, and then beats the shit out of him, and he says later, oh, well, I knew he was a drug dealer, and I was just trying to save time. That's all. You would say, well, looking at it in the most charitable way, that could absolutely be true.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're fucking lunatic.
I'm more than happy to say that if I look at a situation in the most charitable way possible, and even in the most charitable light, that somebody can look bad in the most charitable light, then I can know for sure that somebody is bad. Does that make sense?
Your worldview is nonsensical. Right? Because,
why is that nonsensical?
Because you're not going to apply this even-handedly. People you dislike, you will not.
Isn't this exactly how like criminal court cases always like try to get applied idealistically? Is that like when you're looking to prosecute any kind of criminal, when you're looking to even Trump right now, right? Is that when you're looking to prosecute any kind of defendant, right? When you're looking to prove somebody beyond the shadow of a doubt, if you look at them in the most charitable manner, even if it was 2% chance of being innocent, that you're supposed to drop the charges, right? It has to be beyond 99%. The criminal standard
is reasonable doubt, right? A civil standard would be something more akin to the preponderance of
50%,
evidence.
50%.
When we're discussing whether or not someone should be criminally charged would be a higher standard of evidence, which is good, that we should have the highest bar of evidence before we
isn't this criminal charge?
Please. Yes, he was charged criminally, which further proves nonsensically, because we, as discussing whether or not we believe this was corruption, our standard of proof would be lower. We don't walk through and say, as a voter or as someone who's talking about these issues, anything that could possibly be reasonable doubt, we say good enough for us. I know you don't, but let me finish. I know you don't do that when it comes to other people, and I certainly know that the same Democrats that are for the investigations, the indictments of Trump and shit like that, they don't do it when it comes to Trump, right? They certainly don't. They don't do it when it comes to conservatives. And it's just a bullshit way, like, it is so nonsensical. Your worldview would be such that any sort of discussion of any malfeasance or corruption would be completely wasted, because you would say, if there is any possible hypothetical, like, literally, we could get down to the line of, but this could all be a simulation. So who are we to judge? Who are we to judge?
I have to stop you right here before the simulation bit, okay? All right? I don't know who you think you are, that you think you're some kind of like the arbiter of justice or whatever, but they went through the whole process. They gave him a slap on the wrist. It's over. It's over.
That's what you think. And I understand. And this is what I'm talking about, right? People like
and you can say the justice system is corrupt. You can say the court system is corrupt, okay? But unless you have like the detailed court ruling, okay, oh my God, let's conspire to give this guy like a slap on the wrist, it's over.
Again, so the standard that's being set forth is if the FBI said it, then it must.
And this was the example that you gave me to disprove me.
This is the last warning I'm going to give you. If you think you could talk over me, you have another thing coming. I assure you that I could talk longer than you, more sensibly than you, and louder than you. I'm being very patient with you and allowing you to talk in big chunks. And then as soon as I start talking, within 5 seconds, almost every single time, you proceed to interrupt me. I don't have to have this conversation, right? You're coming off very childishly. You're coming off very poorly prepared to talk about these issues.
I don't need your lecturing. Go.
Cool. So stop interrupting, right? The standard set forth that you're suggesting is that if we have an institutional body such as the FBI that we're questioning whether or not they engage in a double standard or corrupt is, well, they had a trial and they came to the conclusion they did, and that's good enough for me. I think that's nonsensical. You don't know anything about these issues, as you've admitted. You're trying to claim, based on literally just Googling you've done since we've been talking, the fact that Kevin Clinesmith got a slap on the wrist proves that there couldn't be a double standard at the FBI. It is fucking nonsensical.
Okay, can I go now? All right. Here's the thing. This is an example that you brought up on a field that you are supposedly an expert on a subject that you are supposedly a master about, okay? And when I look at the same first article about it, by the way, from a larger media, and I have to applaud you, okay? From a larger media source on this, okay? That okay, fine. Clinesmith got caught. That's fair, all right? He went through the process. He got a slap on the wrist. He got away, okay? Maybe you can feel like that's unfair or whatever, but it just seems like no matter like what he goes through, nothing less of a proper punishment is enough for you. Nothing less of more people arrested, more people being punished, more people not getting a slap on the wrist is enough for you. It just seems like no matter what people pop up, like there is always something to go after that is like not enough of an explanation for you, where there's always a conspiracy theory behind everything. And yes, I finally used the words conspiracy theory, okay? Because at this point, how could you call it anything else other than like, okay, there's always an explanation behind every single possible whatever. Does that make sense?
No,
like it just doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't make sense, and I'll explain why. You clearly exhibited that you don't even know the bare basics. We literally talked about one little issue. I could talk about hundreds of these issues. I could talk about this, and I've talked about it to people who are far more knowledgeable than you about this in far more articulate ways, talking about the difference between Crossfire Hurricane and the midterm exam and the Burisma situation with the Hunter Biden and all the facts of that, right? You are literally isolating the one person that was convicted and saying, well, he was convicted and given a slap on the wrist, and therefore because that happened and you don't think that's enough, then you'll never be satisfied. The fact that if you're not satisfied with this one person being convicted and given a slap on the wrist, then it's clear you'll never be satisfied, and you always have these conspiracies. We literally talk about, go ahead, you want to proceed? We could do this all night. I could talk about the specifics all night, and you're just going to say, well, that's just one more example. Okay, you're right about that, but that's just one more example. And then I'll get to the next, and you'll go, okay, that's just one more example. And at the end of the day, you'll leave, and you'll still walk away thinking, Rob's just a conspiracy theorist. And yet, when it comes to the facts of these, I'm right on each individual thing that I'm talking about, and taken in totality, it shows a clear double standard to how the FBI operated when treating people that they liked versus treating people that they didn't like.
Okay, can I go? Wait, can I? What? I'm asking honestly because I'm
you
trying
don't
to
have to like. There are obvious social.
Okay.
Do you not know how to have a conversation? There's obvious social cues. Like when
All
you
right,
say
listen.
you talk and then you say, I just don't understand that. That's a cue for me to talk.
Trying to be
it has
polite.
nothing to do with
Listen,
you
I'm just trying to
smugly
be
being
polite.
like, it's obvious that you were like talking over me in ways that weren't facilitating a conversation.
Wait,
and
Rob,
to bring
I'm
it
just
out,
trying to be polite.
you're not. You're being a smart ass. You're just not very smart.
I'm not, Rob. I'm trying to respect my elders. Okay. Rob. The thing is, okay, I see it as something like this. When it comes to conspiracy theories, okay, hold on. Let me turn off my air conditioner. It's getting cold, right? When it comes to conspiracy theories, like you can name off, this is just an example, right? You can name off a lot of Jews in high-ranking parts of social media. You can name off Irish people in a lot of high-ranking parts of social media and government seats. You can name off like a lot of redheads or like blonde people and go like, oh, see, there's a cabal of blonde people always making policy. Oh, see, there's a cabal of like Jewish people always making policy. To me, this is sort of the same, right? You go, oh my God, look at all of these FBI agents always like doing this, whatever. And they go through the justice criminal system matter. They get a slap on the wrist. They get charged with something, slap on the wrist. They go through the entire court system. They take some plea deal, the actual system. Okay, you can do this all night. Sure, I can do this all night too. Okay, but you can do this and then but at the end of the day, unless you can actually draw like some kind of correlation between all of these and like actual chat rooms of like, okay, hey, by the way, let's coordinate and get and get Hunter Biden out of here. Let's get Joe Biden, make him look innocent, make him look whatever. Unless you can get like the most evident proof, crazy evident proof, I just cannot believe it. I just don't think. Right. I think the burden of proof is super on you. You know what I mean? And that's it.
And I'm glad for that admission, right? And so what he just admitted is what I tell you all the time, that literally these people will not accept any evidence other than a written confession. Unless we see James Comey come out with Andy McCabe and with Rod Rosenstein, with Peter Strzok and with Lisa Page and all do a notarized written testament and do a video simultaneously saying, we did it, we're corrupt, we should be in prison for, then he just can't believe it. He can't believe it unless they have that. Obviously, that's the same stance he'll hold when it comes to corruption from Republicans, right? I bet when we look at Trump, he already said he thinks Trump should be indicted. So unless we have Trump literally saying, I'm breaking the law, I want to do this, he'll say, well then, it won't go on. Think of how this would look if you look in perpetuity. Imagine this person that I'm talking to, Kat, when we're discussing such as WMDs in Iraq. And I'm saying, I don't see proof. I think this is shady. I see evidence. Here's the evidence I'm outlining that they knew that this was bullshit and that they wanted to invade Iraq. And I knew this was going to happen. I knew it was shady and blah, 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 blah. He would be saying, that's a conspiracy theory. Unless we have a signed statement from George Bush saying, I'm making all of this up, then it's just a conspiracy theory. He would say the same when it came to the Jim Crow South and racist police departments. He would say, well, if we have to look at the police department's actions in the most charitable way possible, and unless we have written statements from these police saying, yes, I am a racist and I am intentionally breaking the law to go after black people, well, then we can't judge. It's just a crazy conspiracy theory. Everyone knows that's not the standard that would be held. He doesn't know the facts of these cases. He's ignored it. He stayed in a bubble. He's ill-equipped to be able to talk about these things.
Okay, Rob. Okay, Rob. Are you done preaching to your audience?
Well, it doesn't make sense to talk to you. That you said you've got the court mission of what I want, which is people that want to defend this corruption say, I only will believe it's corruption if the people that you're accusing of being corrupt admit, yes, I'm corrupt. It's a nonsensical standard. And you don't hold that standard across to everyone. You wouldn't do the same for Donald Trump.
Rob, at the end of the day, unless I see, very clear, then I don't, okay? It is what it is.
Okay, and did you want to move on to another topic, or are you good?
Let's move on, yeah. Let's see, what's the next question? Actually, what are your thoughts on, so let's move to a lighter question. What are your thoughts on gay marriage?
I support it.
You support? Okay. All right, cool. Are you religious?
I consider myself a Christian, but I'm a bad one. I'm non-denominational. I believe Jesus was the Son of God, and that we should emulate our lives after him.
Oh, what makes you delineate from this?
What do you mean delineate?
What makes you differ from this when you grew up around, people who probably believe in this more?
Well, for example, my wife's Catholic. I guess there's a lot of... I grew up in a family that was sort of non-denominational. I went to a Pentecostal church, which was weird. They spoke in tongues and stuff. I didn't really get down with all that. When I was in youth group, but the church that I grew up in was literally 12 of us, and it was basically all family. They didn't even have a preacher most of the time. It was just a member of the congregation would get up and talk about their favorite Bible verse. Where I was from, I would guess that there was a lot of Christians, but almost no one ever talked about religion where I was growing up.
Mm-hmm. Or if you had to choose one place in America to live as your dream place, where would you choose to live?
Where I'm at.
Rural really?
Yep.
Wait, rural Pennsylvania?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool. Yeah. And what? So, have you heard of the writer's strike that has happened?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are your opinions on that?
I feel bad anytime anyone feels that they're not being paid enough for their services. I have a difficult time being concerned about a writer's strike when they didn't care with the economic hardship. For example, most of those people overwhelmingly supported lockdowns, which devastated my community. They overwhelmingly supported climate change positions, which devastated the community I live in. They didn't really give a shit. For example, when the glass plant left my local town, they didn't care. They think flyover countries, 10-toothed rubes. They look at them with contempt. So it's hard for me as someone who's living paycheck to paycheck to get fired up about people that are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year feeling that they're not being paid enough. It was when I was in college and even grad school, there was this sort of chortling about how tech was putting people in my community out of business. For example, my guess, I'm pulling a number out of my ass, but I would guess within a 30-mile radius of where I live, 30 to 40 years ago, there would have probably been 20 to 25 family farms. That number's probably down to 4, as they've just sort of bigger people have bottom up, and it's harder to do, and big technology means less and less people need to get in that field. Same's true with a bunch of factory jobs around here. And there was this always sort of, well, you got to move on with the times. We lost the horse and buggy to the car. We have to move on. The irony is, I think a lot of people that did that didn't realize how technology was going to make their jobs obsolete as well, right? And so everyone thought, well, the new machines will come along and the robots will come along, and so you that's working with your hands, the machine will be able to do that better. What they didn't realize was that things like AI would take a lot of the jobs that we consider creative and be able to outpace them. And so for now, this idea that, like, I need to have big levels of sympathy, I do have some sympathy, I really do. I don't know the specifics enough to know exactly how much these people should get paid and things like that. But I do sympathize with people that feel that they're putting in work that they're not getting paid. But as far as the specific people, it's hard for me to feel bad about people that are millionaires or 100,000aires that don't give a shit about me when I'm struggling to pay my bills.
Oh, I don't know if like the specific writers are like millionaires or whatever like that, but yeah, I get what you mean though. The writers, it seems like the writers, they are from what I understand, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the guild or like the production studios, to compete in the streaming market, they're trying to make shorter seasons to compensate for it, because it seems like the age of TV is like slowly fading off, I guess. And like the age of Netflix is slowly like taking over, I guess. And writers are being paid the legal minimum because the production cost is avoided. So instead, I think the entire plot of a season is determined in a room before every single entire season, you know what I mean? So yeah, they're not really getting treated well. Now here's the thing is I know it's really hard to expand your sympathy towards these kinds of people, but would you consider this an opportunity to reach out to, these progressive writers, to say, hey, by the way, we've been fucked over by, people from, like you guys, but at the end of the day, I still want to fight for you, because this is fundamentally more of a moral issue rather than like a vengeance-based sympathy kind of thing.
In theory, right? But here's the thing. My time would be ill-suited doing so. Morally, they don't deserve that. Me, as a person looking at my own morality, sure, I should be more forgiving of people and things like that, but they, who have treated people in my area of the world with the greatest amounts of contempt, deserve no sympathy from people in my area of the world. They really don't. But even beyond the morality of it, if we want to get back to talking tactically, does it make sense to reach out to those people? I'll throw the slightest bone, but these people are the left of the left. They don't give a shit. You think all of a sudden they're going to start voting on issues that I care about just because I'm like, man, I feel bad you're not getting paid enough? If this writer's strike is settled, they'll go back to producing left-wing garbage that insults people from my area of the world and treats us like horrible people. They'll go back to not giving a shit. When I say afterwards, okay, now what about the coal mines closing in my area? They'll say, fuck you, global warming, get a different job, learn to code. That's what they'll say. So no, it doesn't make sense to reach out to them when there are millions of people that are more centrist than those radical left-wing people that are more ably to be persuaded. So why would I reach out to people that are never going to agree with me?
I think from my side, at least, yeah, I can totally understand that, like that kind of sympathy kind of thing, because when I think from my side, the progressive side, a lot of times we're just as spiteful, right? Because when I talk with other progressives, they always say, oh my God, we hate these Trumpers, we hate these QAnoners, we hate these conspiracy theorists, whatever like that, right? At the end of the day, me and you, we disagree on these things, but I have no contempt in my heart for you or for any of these, conservatives at all. But I know that people on my side do. And I think in order to see each other as human, there has to be some level of ground to secede first in order to do that. But you don't have an obligation to do that yourself. You know what I mean? You don't have an obligation to do that yourself. But if you were a political activist, it is definitely a kind of thing to consider in order to bring communities together, you know?
Let me say, first off, it has nothing to do with treating with contempt. I just don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't think about them. I don't give a fuck. There are people that I know hate me. Like the people in Hollywood hate me and my way of life. They do. Let me give you an example. Under COVID, there was polling, a YouGov poll that showed that roughly 29% of Democrat voters thought that if I wasn't vaccinated, my 2-year-old son should not be allowed to be in my home. Now, I'm guessing that a place like Hollywood that's centered on these strikers would disproportionately be in that group of people that voted, right? Because they're going to be even more left-wing. They were showing with their writing, with their performances, how much contempt they held people in that disagreed with their policies on COVID. Why would I give a shit about reaching out to those people that wanted my child taken out of my home? I don't give a fuck. I just don't. As an individual, I'm sure there are decent individuals in there, and I do feel bad. Anybody who feels that they're legitimately putting in a solid amount of work and they feel that through unfair practices they aren't being paid enough, I sympathize with that notion. I just don't give a shit. I don't. And the idea that one side has to give first, sorry, not interested, fuck all of that. Almost every major institution in this country is at least paying lip service to left-wing causes. They have for years treated people in my area of the world like dog shit. Like, they act like I and people that I live in, poor white people in my community, they act like that they have some sort of privilege that they should be ashamed of. They're treated horribly in almost every major cultural institution in this country. And the idea that these poor people in poor Appalachian areas, they got to be the ones to first, put some sort of hand out there. Fuck all that. No. I'll reach out to people that I share similarities with, such as those that were at Occupy Wall Street, such as people that are in inner city black communities that are fucked over. I'm not really concerned with reaching out to Hollywood writers.
From what I understand, they're not exactly rich people.
Define rich.
I'll
look it up. You know what the average household income is in my county? I think it's like $31,000.
Yeah, sure, but the cost of living, it depends.
It's their fault. Move. The cost of living is so high because of the disastrous policies that they voted for. That's why they run from these left-wing places to more right-wing places.
Well, I mean, they have to work in LA, right? Because they're writers.
Learn to code. Fuck them. They didn't care when they didn't care in my town when the glass plant went out. They didn't care when the coal mine shut down in my area. Sorry. I'd sit here, if I talked to an individual that was like, I'm a writer, let me tell you my story, I'd listen to them and I'd say, you seem like a decent person, I think that's terrible. I'm not going out of my way for that issue. Let me ask you this. What have you done as a political activist to encourage the voices of people in rural Pennsylvania?
In rural Pennsylvania? Not much, I guess.
Why not?
I'm more of a local activist.
Right. Next question.
Oh, I mean, I guess the way I sort of think of it is the first one was the more personal level, which is which you already answered, right? But the second thing is, do you think other Republicans should also be, doing something like that if they're Republican activists?
I think that you should reach out to people that
if they're in the area. Yeah,
let me ask you this. You're a political activist. You've worked with campaigns, and your number one goal working for a campaign.
Yeah, but I'm asking for your opinion.
So you want, when you're doing messaging and things like that, you're trying to win, right?
Yes.
Okay, so would you reach out, let's say that there are, 10 different communities you could reach out to it, right? And the very bottom one, that if you spent hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, you might get 0.001% to vote for your guy. Would you use your time there?
Okay, more than that, but sure. Yeah.
How many writers in Hollywood do you think are voting for Trump in 2024?
Well, it's less about it's a little less about that and more about if you turn it into this kind of social media frenzy and make it viral, it could be a good thematic,
not interested. Someone else could do it if they want. We've seen where it actually matters.
I am talking about somebody else.
Scott Pressler. Do you know who he is? He goes by The Persistence on Twitter. Scott Pressler is someone who's trying to encourage votes for Republican. What he did was very intelligent. He went to inner city communities that had problems being dirty with a bunch of trash and stuff like that. He takes conservatives in, they clean up these communities and make them beautiful. That's great outreach. He's going to places that traditionally don't vote Republican and showing we're not the monsters we think you are. That's different than spending time going to the Hollywood writers. Like if I showed up tomorrow, I've seen the clips of like Hassan there and that guy from Adam Ruins Everything and, you know, all these famous actors and stuff have been picking. If I show up there and go, yeah, I'm here in solidarity, I'm a Trump supporter, blah, blah, blah. How do you think they're going to treat me?
Not so well.
Right. So why would I give a shit?
I mean, first of all, I'm not a big fan of Hassan either. All right, and you can probably already tell, but
right. So I mean, I don't like. You might as well move on to the next topic. My answer is not going to change. It's just yes. In a nutshell, there are individuals on an individual level. I feel bad, but I'm not going to outreach them.
No. It's not me trying to figure out like the nuances of your, you know, opinion or anything like that, right? But I do appreciate, you know, your still lending of sympathy for, you know, people still disenfranchised. I just want to.
What does it mean they're disenfranchised? I don't know, right? Like for example, I could tell you right now. What if I told you I deserve to be making $35 an hour? You might be like, that could be. I feel bad if Rob's working and he's not getting paid what he's worth, but I could be full of shit too. But you're not going to take the time to investigate. You're like, yeah, that sucks if you're not getting paid what you're worth. Okay? Like, that's the story all over this country. Sometimes, like, things could be true, literally, but untrue narratively at the same time. So, for example, I worked fast food through my time in undergrad school, right? I worked at a Burger King. There were people that worked in that Burger King that busted their ass. And yet, those people were making the same amount of money as the people that didn't do shit in the very Burger King I was in. So it is true, that person that's busting their ass, to say, that sucks, man. You deserve a raise. You care about this job. You do a great job. You're pleasant to the people that come. And this shithead over here is making the same as you. They don't do anything. They don't care. They're screwing everything up. They're treating the customers with contempt. So you absolutely should be making more than them. But at the same time, to say, well, yeah, they deserve $25 an hour. No, they don't. Because it is a low-skilled job. And I don't mean that it doesn't take skills. It does. I think that working fast food or any job where you deal with the public is one of the hardest jobs you could have because the public sucks. They treat you like shit and it's hard. It's mentally hard. It's not physically hard like digging ditches, but it could be mentally exhausting. I know, I've done it. So I don't begrudge anyone that works. I'm not shaming them. When I say low skill, what I mean is it doesn't take a lot of time to train you. You don't need a lot of education to go into it. And so if you quit,
that's true.
There's dozens of people in my little town that are right there that will fill in for you.
Pay is a lot more about the population of people who can fill your position.
Right, it's supply and demand. So
yeah.
I don't know. I have a better idea. I could rationalize it more looking at professional sports because I used to be a big professional sports fan. So when you see like the baseball strike that occurred way before your time, right? And they always said it's millionaires arguing with billionaires, right? That's how they put it. So, you know, let me think, like Ken Griffey Jr. is upset. He's making millions of dollars a year, but the owner of the Mariners, he's making billions of dollars. And so you look at Griffey, you're like, yeah, you're the dude hitting the ball and making the crazy catches. Maybe you should be paid more. But I don't know. I don't know exactly what's going on. It's easy to just come across as this, like, you know, pie in the sky lefty that's just like, yeah, no one needs to be a billionaire. And, you know, the owners of shit don't do anything. They just sit in their duff and they don't have any creative control. That's not true. Producing's tough work. They're the ones that are taking risks. If they make a big movie with a $500 million budget and it bombs, they're the ones that lose. The actors are guaranteed a salary. The writers are guaranteed a salary. So I don't know. My guess would be, yeah, there's probably shitty people in Hollywood that own the studios and stuff that are treating their workers like shit. I would assume that's true. But there's probably a bigger ask being made. The truth's probably somewhere in between. I just don't give a shit. Like, on the grand scheme of things, I put that, like, if there was 500 things I was worried about, that's 499. I don't give a shit.
Okay, cool. Let's move on. All right, so you said you were having a child soon.
Thanks,
his name is Hank.
No, I had a child. So he's 2.5.
Oh, he's 2 now.
He's 2.5.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Let's talk about pedophiles. So,
now I did tell you that this was one topic I didn't want to talk about.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
So
we'll see where you go.
Is this a topic you don't really want to talk about, or?
I think for terms of services and other things, probably best to be avoided.
Okay.
But go ahead. If you want to shoot your shot, go for it.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna try to describe this in the most non-crazy way possible. Okay. So, from the research that I have done, all right, and from the Q&A that I have done psychologically, all right, and etc., and from what I've read, okay, from Q&A did psychology, ignore the grammar on that, okay, just ignore it. Is that actual pedophiles, the real ones, did like figure out that they are attracted towards prepubescent kids around their puberty years. And if they are non-offending their entire lives, should they just go live their life out? Are you comfortable with that?
No, I think that if you recognize that you have an uncontrollable urge to assault children, that you should take every precautionary step to make sure that can't happen. That would include castration, whether it be physical or chemical. That would also include isolating yourself in a manner that you have no chance to ever run into children.
So, so if you're a non-offending pedophile, so which means a person who is not going out to offend, right? You would still try to get them mental help, right? You would still try to get them therapy, psychiatry. I mean, I support you on the castration part, right? But you wouldn't be for like preemptively locking them up, right?
I think they should be placed in a place that wouldn't necessarily be locked up, but they should be placed somewhere where they have zero chance of interacting with children ever, or as minimal a chance as possible. If that can only be done locked indoors, then that's what it should be. The priority should always be the protection of children. I would understand that. If I had an uncontrollable urge to harm children in that way, I would understand that even if that was outside of my control, that it was my duty to do everything in my power to make sure that I never harm a child.
From what I understand, the average pedophile doesn't have an uncontrollable urge to harm children. They have an attraction, much like how a man has an attraction towards a woman. But an uncontrollable urge would be something that is, by definition, I guess, uncontrollable, meaning they will eventually go after somebody. But when I say non-offending, it means that they are able to control that. Would you be more comfortable with them, like, being near schools or being near playgrounds, or
No.
like, or would you, even if they weren't doing anything?
If they are attracted to children and they're honest and they have no ability to control that attraction, that means that in a moment of weakness they can harm a child. That must be protected above all costs. So they should be voluntarily castrated and interned in a place where they don't have access to children. Do you disagree? Do you think, would you be comfortable if you had a child and someone said, well, I can't control that I'm sexually attracted to children, but I'll do my best to make sure I don't offend. Would you be comfortable with that person around your child?
The way I see it is that is that, like, when I look at a man, right? A man, just because a man is attracted towards a woman doesn't mean the man is gonna necessarily go out and sexually assault a woman, right? And you can argue that in a moment of weakness, the man might lose their lose their head and actually go out to sexually assault a woman. But at the same time, for a pedophile, what it seems like from the Q&As I did with actual pedophiles, that
would you have them around your child? That's a simple question.
Personally, if I personally know them as a person, like as a friend, yeah.
And they're telling you, I'm attracted to your daughter, your 2-year-old.
Yeah, they can say I'm attracted and stuff, but
I suggest moving on to the next question.
Okay, all right, okay.
Don't ever have children. That's disgusting beyond belief. You need to really. I'll just be as good as being as looking at it in the best way possible for you. I'll just say I don't want to talk to you about this anymore. You need to seriously consider reevaluating your position.
Okay, I think I'm fine. I'm fine, but let's talk about the Trump indictment cases, okay? So about this specific thing, all right? I don't even know where to begin. I don't know. What
you tell me. You're directing. How many indictments?
It seems,
do you want to talk about? How many indictments are there?
3 so far.
I think the 4th was announced today, but
what, today? Really?
It was preemptively put out and then rescinded, but I think that since I've started streaming, it's been officially put out in Georgia. I could be wrong about the official nature.
Well, I have yet to look at that one, but so you can correct me if I'm wrong on the facts of the case, but on case 1, January 6th is charging him with an extraordinary conspiracy that threatened to disenfranchise millions of Americans. That's quotations, okay? The second case is stashed these documents haphazardly throughout his Mar-a-Lago resort and obstructed the government's repeated attempts to retrieve them, prosecutors allege. On at least 2 occasions, Trump showed classified documents to individuals who were not authorized to view them, prosecutors say, right? So basically just classified documents. And case 3 finally is to Stormy Daniels. That case, right? Now for these 3 cases, right? Would you say that Trump should be indicted and therefore tried in a court of law and see if he's innocent or not? And if he's innocent, then he should just be let go. And then if he's not, then it is what it is.
All right. So let me preface this, right? I'll answer on all the cases if you want. We'll talk about
I'm just being good faith. That's it.
Right?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I am less interested in any specific politician like Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, etc., than I am the systems itself that will be there in perpetuity even after, such as the DOJ, the FBI, etc. And so I'm more interested that those be approached in an even hand. In other words, if Trump mishandled documents and Hillary mishandled documents and Biden mishandled documents and Pence mishandled documents, that they all should be treated in a similar manner. It shouldn't be that one is gone after as hard as possible and the others are not. That to me is a prima facie issue. So I also think that people want to just focus on the specifics that don't like Trump because they're more than happy to bow to what the FBI says. And they say, well, we only want to talk about this case on Trump. And they say, we don't want to talk about sort of, did this happen with Hillary? Did this happen with Biden? Because that's whataboutism. But it's not, because my focus isn't just on Orange Man Bad. The left has made this mistake over and over again where they hate Trump so much that they're willing to sacrifice not just their own ideals and their own philosophy, but they're actually willing to sacrifice having an evenly handed justice system in this country in the first place, which is a far bigger sin than Trump mishandling documents or paying Stormy Daniels. So in my interest in this is this being are these laws being applied in a manner that is equal on both sides of them? Now, to the specifics of each case, we could talk about each of the cases if you want. We could talk about the specifics, but that's where I'll come from. I will guarantee you one thing, though, as we get into the specifics of this. I could just do what you do and say, yeah, but if we look at it in the most charitable way possible, then it's possible that Trump did X, Y, and Z, and therefore there shouldn't be charges. And you'll see how ridiculous that position would be.
Yeah, I think it's okay to look at each of these in the most charitable ways. Like, I think that's fine to hold me to the whole same standard. Yeah.
Okay. So what case?
Yeah.
Let's do Stormy Daniels first. You want to do that one first?
Yeah, I mean, this isn't even necessarily a debate. I just wanted to discuss these.
No, that's more than fine. So the Stormy Daniels case, this comes out of New York, right? Now, this case, basically what he's being charged with is improper use of campaign funds, correct?
Yeah.
And the argument is that he paid Stormy Daniels to shut up about his alleged affair with her, and that was to help him win his election. Therefore, that's a campaign expenditure. And because he didn't write down that campaign expenditure, that's why he's being charged with a crime.
Yeah.
Now,
it'll probably be a nothing burger, though. Yeah.
Well, do you think? Let's talk about that first. If it is a nothing burger, do you think that's a problem? That the first time that we've had a former president indicted, the very first case is absolute bullshit?
Not necessarily, right? Like, if it still warrants an investigation, but if it turns out to be a nothing burger at the end, then it's a nothing burger, right?
So just to be clear, so you would be for such as if Ron DeSantis wins in 2024, and it's just like, oh, here's a campaign expenditure we think Biden fucked up going into 2024. Arrest him, drag him into court. Let's get the perp walk. Let's charge him. And oh, here's something over here. Let's charge him. This, a red state, Alabama's attorney general is like, yeah, we're going to charge him for something here too. You're all for that. If there's an accusation, charge him with a crime.
If we are to hold to the same standard, yeah.
Okay, but that's not the standard that it's ever been.
It's ever been? How so?
Like, can you name me a former president that's ever been charged with a crime?
A former president that's been charged with a crime? No, Not off the top of my head, no.
Because it hasn't happened, right?
Yeah.
Now, so for example, the campaign expenditure. So let's not even beat around the bush. Let's just look at the 2016 election, right? So they've extended the district in New York. They extended the what's the word I'm looking for? The statute of limitations. They extended it by trying to enhance it to a felony, right? Yet we know Hillary Clinton's campaign also violated the campaign expenditure laws by lying and saying that they didn't pay for the Steele dossier, which they did. They were given a fine. Can you explain that?
I didn't know about the fine thing specifically, though.
Okay. Well, let's say that, granted, no one's going to expect you to like Google and look it up right now. But if that's true, right, and if there's been politicians in the past that have been fined for this law, but for Trump, they decided to go outside the statute of limitations, the normal statute of limitations, and criminally charge him, you think that's a problem?
If that is true, then yeah, that is a problem.
Okay. Well, that's true, so I guess look it up. So the Stormy Daniels case is bullshit.
Can you tell me about it again?
Right. So Hillary's team was fined for campaign expenditure. I forget the exact charge, because they had paid for the Steele dossier and didn't put that down as a campaign expenditure. So they were given a fine.
Is it federal campaign watchdog fines DNC? Clinton campaign over dossier spending disclosure?
That would be it.
Does that sound accurate?
Yeah. There's other things that's nonsensical about this indictment of Trump, such as they have to prove that it was for the intent to win an election. But if you're a billionaire and have a brand like Trump's brand, then you may want to pay people that are accusing you, even if you weren't running for office. Therefore, it wasn't a campaign expenditure. Under the theory of law that they're prosecuting him, you could literally say if someone gets a haircut...
Do you know when the Hillary Clinton dossier was done? Like, was that during her campaign season?
Yes, they started paying, I believe they started paying Christopher. They started playing Glenn Simpson at Fusion GPS. Let me get this right. Maybe June of 2016. But Christopher Steele, who was the person who compiled the dossier and was being paid, he was actually meeting with the FBI prior to the 2016 election, and they actually got the first FISA warrant based on the Steele dossier before the 2016 election.
So June of 2016, you said?
I might be wrong about the specific, but it certainly unquestionably was before the 2016 election.
Okay. So, and usually election day rolls around November,
First
right?
Tuesday in November, yeah.
Okay, November of 2016. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my timeline right. And for the Trump charge, this one was in... let me see. God, there's so many fucking dates.
He was paying... All you need to know is this. The charge is that he was paying things for his campaign. That means necessarily before the election, right? You would agree with that. If it's a campaign expenditure, it has to be while the campaign was going on, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So all you need to know is that Trump, while the campaign was going on, paid Stormy Daniels. They're saying that was a campaign expenditure. You didn't file it. Therefore, we're charging you with a crime. Hillary's team in the DNC during the campaign had a campaign expenditure paying the Steele dossier. They didn't write it down. They were given a fine.
I think the thing they're trying to go after is intent, right? Would that be correct? Like the prosecutors?
What? So the argument is, explain that.
No, there's no argument. I'm just asking like, what are they trying to go after?
You tell me, right? So what do you mean? The intent of Trump? What do you mean?
The intent of the prosecutors, right, is that like if they want to go after this is to see if like there is intent to actually use the money to pay off Stormy Daniels, right? Well, or is this like a genuine just mistake?
Wait,
would that be correct?
Well, of course there was intent to use the money to pay her, just like there was intent to pay to get the Steele dossier. It wasn't an accident in either case. It wasn't like they left their wallet around and someone took the money. They intended to pay these people. The question is, the legal theory that's being tested is, did Trump do what he did in order to influence an election? They've already made a judgment in the Hillary case. Yes, that was a campaign expenditure, and the punishment for it was a fine. She wasn't perp walked. They didn't charge her in the same way that they did Trump. It was nothing similar. This happens in campaigns all the time, by the way. All the time. Every election season, there are campaigns that's like, oh, you didn't file this, we're going to retroactively charge you a fine. It happens all the time. But with Trump, the prosecutor who ran on, I'm going to charge Trump, actually brings him in and charges him.
It says the DNC and the Clinton campaign collectively agreed to pay $113,000 in fines, according to two separate conciliation agreements the agency made with both parties. The DNC will pay $105,000, the Clinton campaign $8,000.
Yeah. Okay. Now imagine. Now, by the way, the FEC, that was to the FEC, right? The FEC decided not to charge Trump. Instead, this was a prosecutor in New York, the state level, that did it. The statute of limitations had ran out on this crime, which is normally a misdemeanor, so they had to enhance it to a felony, right? So it would be the equivalent of this. Say that a red state, say Alabama's attorney general comes out tomorrow and says, yeah, we know the FEC already fined Hillary Clinton, but we think that some of her filings occurred in Alabama, so we're going to charge her with crime. You think that's a good precedent to set? Especially if that same prosecutor ran on, if you vote for me, I promise to prosecute Hillary Clinton. Is that a good standard for the country? That we're just going to have state prosecutors running on, I promise to go after the politician on the other side, and then charging them for bullshit that people do all the time?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
No. Any other questions on this?
Not quite, but
Now ask yourself this: if this is a double standard, as it appears, what do you think?
For specifically the hush money case, I don't necessarily think it is because didn't it says like they paid the fine off, right? Then why didn't they charge Trump with the fine or not with the fine? It's not exactly a one-to-one example, is it?
Why not? They didn't offer Trump just pay a fine. Here's $8,000. Isn't that what Hillary's team paid?
Yeah, but it's not a one-to-one like penalty kind of thing, right?
Well, I don't understand. Yes, that's exactly what we're talking about. That the penalty, the crimes that were alleged are remarkably similar. Both of them had campaign expenditures that they didn't file, that retroactively it was said that was illegal, you had to file it. Hillary's team was offered a fine. Her team paid $8,000. Trump was held before a judge, charged, and it's going to go to trial. And it's looking at a criminal conviction and jail time. That's what we're talking about. The punishment was different.
Yeah, I mean, if it's just a fine, then I think like aren't you more likely to be charged if there's like some kind of malicious intent like behind something, right? Is that correct? Like if you are intentionally trying to falsify business records, right?
I don't know what to tell you, right? Like, you don't know the first thing about it. Like, you're just talking about hypothetical. Like, for example, Hillary's team was asked point blank in the DNC over and over again who paid for the Steele dossier. They publicly said over and over, we didn't. It took about a year before finally they had to admit, okay, we did. How is that not intent to deceive? They forgot they did it?
The Steele dossier, which was first made public when BuzzFeed News published it in January 2017, contained a variety of accurate, inaccurate, unproven, and sometimes salacious allegations about ties between Russia and Donald Trump.
Whatever you're reading is bullshit. Whatever you're reading right now is bullshit. Because it didn't contain accurate information. I mean, technically it did, but it's intentionally misleading saying that. For example, the Steele dossier said there's a guy named Donald Trump. Technically, that's accurate information. If I said, I have a dossier about cats, and cats robbed her neighbor's house and stole his car and then smashed it into a tree and also graduated and used to be an engineer. Do you think it would be fair to say, oh, some of that document Rob released was accurate information? Sure, you graduated, you go by the name Katz, but the salacious information with it, almost none of it was ever proven. It was all bullshit.
So to be clear, the Steele dossier was by Clinton's.
Yes, the
crew,
DNC and Hillary's
right?
team paid for the Steele dossier. They paid a law firm, Fusion GPS.
Okay, so even if it contains a variety of accurate, inaccurate, and like let's just say even if it's like the cat stole the cat, crashed into the tree, whatever like that, right? In the dossier, I would argue that that is still different from like falsifying business records, right? Like
how?
On a first degree, right?
They've admitted that they falsified business records because they had to pay a fine. It's the idea of falsifying. The reason they paid a fine was that was considered a campaign expenditure. They didn't file the paperwork with the FEC saying that this was a campaign expenditure. Therefore, they were fined because it was determined that was a campaign expenditure. With Trump, it was Trump paid Stormy Daniels to not talk. By the way, we used to call that blackmail. If I was a Democrat, if someone would have came to Hillary Clinton and said, I'm going to tell everyone that we had sex unless you pay me, and then she would have, I bet the story would have been mightily different. But nonetheless, Trump paid Stormy Daniels to not tell people that they allegedly had sex. A guy who ran on the promise of charging Trump came to the conclusion that I think that was a campaign expenditure. That's far less an egregious example than literally paying for opposition research, right? Like it's clearly a campaign expenditure to say we're paying this law firm to get information we could use against our opponent. But paying someone to not say you had sex with them, that could help your campaign, but it also could help your marriage. It also could help your business. That's not a direct campaign expenditure. And again, like I said, under that legal theory, you could literally say, oh, you didn't write down that you got a new suit. You didn't write down that you got a haircut, but that suit and that haircut helped you get votes when you were out campaigning. You were wearing it. It's nonsensical. The case of Hillary Clinton and the DNC is far more cut and dry. And yet the reaction to it was completely disproportionate.
First degree implies intent, right?
I have no idea. I don't know what you're reading. Just to be clear, you're Googling, and I'm guessing you're on CNN.
Not Googling. I'm on Politico.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So 34. So Trump is charged with 34 felony counts of New York Penal Law 175.1, falsifying business records in the first degree. Mm-hmm. So that is where the first degree came from.
Okay, so go ahead and explain what that is for me. Go ahead.
Yeah. So a person is guilty of falsifying business records in the first degree when he commits the crime of falsifying business records in the second degree, and when his intent to defraud includes an intent to commit another crime or to aid or conceal the commission thereof. Mm-hmm. The thing is, usually when it comes to prosecution of a crime, prosecutors are really wary to up the degree or the charge of a crime unless they are really confident in the case, right? Okay, so you
said that what you're reading there from Politico, you're just talking out your ass. You don't know anything about
why am I talking out my ass? I'm just reading.
You don't know. You're literally just Googling and reading an article right now in real time. You didn't even know that Hillary's team was charged with this crime. You didn't know until I told
but right
you.
now what I'm saying, what I'm saying has nothing to do with Hillary.
Okay, right. But we already addressed this. Would you say it's a problem if one side did this and was given a slap in the wrist and the other side's being held to court? You said, yeah, that'd be a problem.
Yeah, but these aren't even comparable situations. What are you talking about?
Okay, so now you're saying, what you just read there, you said, well, he had the intent to defraud. Can you define to me what that intent to defraud was? Explain what that is in this situation. Go ahead.
In this specific situation, right?
Go ahead, explain it to me, yeah.
It just seems like the Daniels payoff, there seems to be credible evidence of a Daniels payoff, and they just seem to try to hide it. And the prosecutors seem to have like some credible evidence. Now, what that specific evidence is, we don't know yet. That's why we have to go to trial about it to find out what it is, and they're going to present it during the trial. But what that has to do with the Steele dossier, like that's not an apt comparison, right? Because when it comes to the Steele dossier, it's a bunch of lies. Okay, fine, it's a bunch of lies, but like that has nothing to do with like defrauding like business records, right? Does that make sense? It has nothing to do with business records.
Why? Then why did they pay a fine then?
Why they paid a fine? Because that was the proper punishment to do.
But what punishment for what? Punishment for what? So if you get a dossier, you have to pay a fine?
I'm sorry, because here's the thing: did Hillary Clinton violate New York Penal Law 175.1? Because if Hillary Clinton violated New York Penal Law 175.1 and was charged on 34 felony counts and got away with a slap on the wrist and $88,000 in fines, then sure, I would agree with you, right? But Trump got Trump got charged with 34 felony counts under this penal law, so I don't think it's the comparison of the same. You're comparing like apples to oranges. Sure, they're fruits, okay? But I don't think they're the same fruit, okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'll summarize. 34 is a big number. So that's different.
That's a big number.
I mean, you're out of your depth. You don't know what you're talking about.
I was out of my depth until I read into it and I just discovered your argument was stupid. Is that what it meant?
I don't know why I'm wasting my time talking with you about these things. You're so out of your depth. Like, listen, this is what you just did. I said, okay, so the fundamental crime was that if you have a campaign expenditure and lie about it, or you tell people, there's two levels of it. You don't write it down. That's a crime, right? Hillary's team went further in the DNC. They actively lied about it publicly over and over again. They said, we didn't pay for it, we didn't pay for it, we didn't pay for it. You're like, well, that's okay. They had to pay a fine. I'm like, what did they pay a fine for? And you just say, but 34 is a big number. Then you get over to Trump's case and you're like, well, New York Penal Code, and you read it from the article you're reading, whatever the specific number is, 34 counts. 34 counts.
What is those
penal court? Now, anyone who looked into this knows that those counts were just stacked. It's basically the same thing they're saying over and over. And what they're accusing him of is not properly filing and covering up that he paid Stormy Daniels. And they're saying, we justify the payment of Stormy Daniels as a campaign expenditure and the fact that he covered up. But we know that's exactly what Hillary's team did. We know because they did it publicly. We know because they were fined, right? And you're like, yeah, but New York Penal Code 34. So my argument is there was a disparate treatment in two people that committed the same crime. And you use the disparate treatment. You say, yeah, but he was charged 34 times to prove that the situations are different. That's not how it works, right? You need to explain how, if you're saying, well, the reason it was justified him to be charged 34 times like this was because he intentionally withheld that he paid her. Okay, we know Hillary's team did that. So why wasn't she charged?
It seems like to me, all right, at least, first of all, this isn't even counting the New York Penal Code, all right? This isn't even counting the New York Penal Code. But the second thing is that correct me if I'm wrong, right? Hillary Clinton, all right, when she was doing this, she has paid for the Steele dossier, right? Mm-hmm. Paid the fine for it. And did she misuse campaign funding for it?
The allegation is that she paid for it and it was a campaign expenditure, but she did not write it down as one. Not just her team. So I don't know what you mean misuse funds. No one's accusing her of like.
Was there good enough intent behind it to the point where you can actually charge like a court case against it?
Well, let's see. What was the intent? Her and her team publicly said we didn't pay for it. That would speak to the intent that they're trying to cover up that they paid for it. So if it is ruled a campaign expenditure and they're publicly lying about paying for it, I would say that the intent was that they didn't want people to know that they paid for it. Why else would they lie?
Rob, listen. When it comes to Hillary Clinton, okay, she can if she pays for the Steele dossier and she accidentally does it, like writes off or whatever like that, I can understand if she didn't write it down or whatever like that, then fine, it was a mistake. But the reason why they're so confident in charging Trump with this case in the first place, and this is my guess, okay, this is simply my guess because the trials simply haven't came to pass just yet, okay. The reason behind this is because of the porn star thing, okay. The porn star thing, when paying off the porn star and using campaign funds to pay at least, or part of the campaign funds to pay off a porn star, and then try to cover that up, trying to cover it up, at least then you can have more of a grounds to accuse him on that grounds. Does that make sense, right?
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Because you don't pursue a case if you don't have enough evidence of intent behind it, right? But with Trump, you do have at least the prosecution feels like they have enough evidence of intent. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't make sense at all. You're again showing what I said you would do when we were talking about FBI corruption. You had this standard of, we look at things in the most charitable possible light. And then I said, you won't do that when it comes to Trump. You won't. In fact, you'll look at it the exact opposite. You'll look at it in the worst possible light when it's Trump. When I give you as direct a comparison as you can be, again, you keep saying this idea of intent. If Trump came out publicly over and over and said, I never paid Stormy Daniels. I didn't pay her. Nope, I didn't. And if the FBI asked and he said, no, I didn't pay Stormy Daniels, and then it turned out it did, would you think that would be evidence to speak to his intent as to whether or not he was trying to cover up he paid for Stormy Daniels?
It would be definitely enough to bring him to court, yeah?
Okay, well, that's what Hillary's team did.
But Hillary didn't pay off a porn star with fucking campaign money. That's not what happened. At least, or allegedly, right?
You actually have it backwards.
How could these be comparable situations?
You actually have it backwards, right? You literally have it back. You literally know so little about. He's not being charged because he used campaign funds to pay off a porn star. And that's illegal. He's being charged.
No. That's why they have more. They felt like they had more of a backing to pursue the case in the first place.
That has nothing to do with it. He's literally being charged because they're saying that is a proper campaign fund usage. And
you guarantee Stormy Daniels will be part of it.
Please. Of course Stormy Daniels will be part of it. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're trying to say this, that, paying off a porn star, that's not really a campaign thing. So he was improperly using campaign money to pay off a porn star. But that's not what he's being charged with. He's being charged for the opposite reason. They're saying paying off a porn star, that is a campaign expenditure. And you didn't file it. Therefore, you're being charged. And so when we look, I'm saying that's a stretch. That's a stretch to make that argument, right? Right? That's why, and you're actually, you know that, by the way, that's why you're getting confused about this, right? There is no criminal statute that says, well, the type of campaign expenditure you made means that if you don't correctly write down that you made that campaign expenditure, we're more likely to charge you. Bullshit. That's not what's happening. There are things that you could be charged with, different crimes, that you use campaign money for personal shit, like you use campaign money to hire your brother, right? And things like that in illegal ways. But the idea that he's being charged that he spent for his campaign by paying a porn star, you're like, that's ridiculous. Yes, that is ridiculous. It is ridiculous to think that that's a campaign expenditure. But the idea that, well, if you pay a porn star and you don't file it, well, then you get charged. But if you just pay a law firm to create a dossier on your opponent and you don't write down that you did that, then you don't get charged. That's nonsensical. Show me the legal theory that shows that.
I'll tell you what, if Trump also pays for a dossier on the same exact thing on Hillary Clinton or whatever, then I'll hold him to the same standard. But as far as I'm concerned, it's not like Clinton did the same thing with a porn star or anything like that, right? Like, I'll literally just repeat the same point.
Read the New York penal law.
It's not like Clinton was held to the New York penal law 175.1.
Read the penal law. I want to hear where it says porn star in that law. Go ahead.
None of it says porn star.
Then why do you keep acting like that's some sort of differential?
But according to Politico, right, it says, but it becomes a felony if the defendant falsified the records with the intent of furthering a separate underlying crime.
What was the underlying crime?
The underlying crime is using campaign money, and correct me if I'm wrong, using campaign money to pay off a porn star, right?
No, the underlying crime was not reporting that he used campaign funds.
Okay, then it's just that.
Campaign expenditure. Okay. It's the same crime. They're saying he committed this crime, right? But that statute of limitations is gone. So he committed the crime of he bought something for the campaign and committed the crime of not accurately recording it. And then he falsified records to cover up. So we're charging the falsification of the records because the initial crime, the statute of limitations, is gone. So they're trying to say that the falsification, he lied about not paying. That's what they're charging. That's what Hillary's team did. They repeatedly said over and over publicly, we didn't pay for the dossier, we didn't pay for the dossier, we didn't pay for the dossier. It wasn't until the FBI started investigating that they had, actually it wasn't even that. They had to admit there was actually, I'm not even going to get into it. There was a lawyer, Sussman, that claimed that was actually charged by Durham because he didn't accurately report that he was being paid by Hillary Clinton's team while he was doing this research and talking to the FBI. It's above your head, I assure you. But I'm just telling you, like, it's clear from anyone who's watched this that you are being as charitable as possible when it comes to Hillary Clinton and as uncharitable as possible when it comes to Donald Trump. And you will, again, like you said previously, you won't think that there's any corruption unless someone has a written statement saying, yes, I admit I was being corrupt, unless it comes to Trump. You'll believe any conspiracy theory about Trump and think that he should be charged and things like that. It's obvious to everyone watching, and you'll default to this, but no two situations are ever, let me finish, I'm almost finished. Two situations are ever exactly the same, so it's always apples to oranges. It doesn't matter if you could point out that other people have committed basically the same crime and had completely disparate treatment. It doesn't matter because it's never exactly the same, and so therefore 34 charges, 34 counts, it's nonsensical. It is a bullshit charge, and it is absurd to think that this guy that ran on getting Donald Trump has done exactly that, and for the first time in history, we have an indictment of the former president of the United States, and that it's going to lead to a slippery slope where this will become the norm. They'll use lawfare to take down any anti-establishment candidate from this point going forward.
How could you be the one to determine if this is like a bullshit charge or not?
Because I am able to
especially if it's by a federal person.
Well, it's not. One. State.
Isn't it by a federal? Oh, sorry, state prosecutor in this case, yeah, specifically. The other two indictments are by federal.
Because I'm able to look at this unique treatment. I know this is something that has never occurred in the history of this country. And so I look at it. I could see that the person that's doing this charging literally bragged and ran on, I'm going to take down Donald Trump. I could see that hundreds of other people have violated the exact same types of law, failing to report campaign expenditure, and none of them have been treated like this. And I could see in the same year, in the same position, Hillary Clinton, who was literally in the same position as Trump, she was the Democrat, he was the Republican running for presidency. She literally did what Trump was accused of, was given a small fine, and Trump's being charged. So I am able to use my judgment to say that this is obviously bullshit given all of those facts. You are unwilling to make any sorts of judgment unless someone literally writes down, I'm doing this to be corrupt. Unless it's someone connected to Donald Trump, then all of a sudden your charitability goes out the window and you'll say you're guilty of all. Yes, that's exactly right.
No, yes. I'll tell you I'll tell you how I charitably interpret this, right? I already charitably interpret this that the most likely way that Trump will probably get out of this is that there's probably a higher than likely than not likely scenario that Trump will get out of here with a misdemeanor, okay? Because wanting to prove intent, especially behind cases like this, is hard to do. It's not easy to prove intent when it comes to these kinds of cases, okay? All right? That is my charitable interpretation.
Now, when it comes to charging, the statute of limitations.
How do you mean?
The misdemeanor is literally beyond the statute of limitations. I believe the statute of limitations was 5 years on the misdemeanor. That would have been 2021. He was charged in 2023. That's why they upped it to a felony, so that they could stretch that out.
I mean, that's just literally how prosecution works, right?
Well, then how are you saying that he'll be charged with a misdemeanor and not the felony? That's how he'll get out.
It just says so on Political. In New York, the bare bones crime of falsifying business records is a misdemeanor.
Right.
But, yeah.
But that's beyond the statute of limits. So even your interpretation of how this will end is nonsensical. And that would be irrelevant anyways, because the process is the punishment. All of this is geared towards punishing him in the public eye and holding him up in lawfare as he's running for president of the United States. So saying, well, at the end of the day, when all things are said and done, he's probably not going to go to jail over this. He'll probably just have to pay a fine or something like this. That doesn't solve the problem. And I mean,
what's the problem? What exactly is the problem?
The problem is that we have a two-tier system that we were told by the opposition leader, Chuck Schumer, in 2016, would find 6 ways of Sunday of going after Donald Trump, and that's exactly what's happened since he's won in 2016.
Well, I guess we'll have to see in court then.
Right. And here's what's frustrating about this, right? There's probably topics that we could talk about that you would be more equipped to discuss. But instead, you're clearly out of your depth here, and you're literally just like, you don't know the bare minimum of any of these things. You don't. You did a little research, you went to 1 or 2 articles that agree with your presupposition, which is ironic given your original statement about intent and bias and things like that, but nonetheless. And then when I bring up like analogous situations, you're literally forced to just Google them on the spot and then make these declarations like, well, that was okay and this isn't, when you don't know the first thing about it. You could say, well, I don't know about that. I'll have to look into it. But instead, no. You're like, well, that's clearly different.
Right? To be very fair, every single time I was questioning good faith, right? To be very fair, I was questioning good faith, okay? And I pushed back in good faith. It is what it is, you know?
But you don't know. You're making these declarations, and then even all of that, maybe you could forget.
What declarations, right? Because if you're gonna look, for example, right, if you look at these specific charges and these specific cases in an uncharitable light, then obviously I'm going to put forth the most charitable light. If you put forth in something in the most charitable light, then I'm going to put something forth in the most uncharitable light, right? Does that make sense?
No, because what you're doing then is you're admitting...
Because I'm doing some good faith questioning. No. Does that make sense?
That's not good faith. It's not good faith questioning. That's not what's going on.
Why?
You're not setting this up.
Why isn't this good faith?
You let me finish? Right? It's because you're not setting this up in a, well, could it be this? You're saying, it's apples to oranges! Clearly what happened, you're making declarative statements. You're not just asking questions. Anyone that's watching sees that you have a predisposition to thinking that Trump's bad and needs to go down for this shit, and you're making excuses why people that did similar shit weren't held to the same account. My standard is the same the whole way through. My standard, which we didn't get into this really, but that I've talked about since 2007, I don't give a fuck if Trump goes to jail. I don't care. I just want the system to be evenly applied. Let me give you an example. This is probably going to bite me in the ass for even trying this. There is something called FARA. It's if you lobby for a foreign entity, you have to register as a foreign lobbyist, right? That's FARA violations. If you don't register as a foreign lobbyist, that's a crime. Trump's campaign manager, Paul Manafort, was charged and indicted for failing to register as a foreign lobbyist because in 2013, he was lobbying with Yanukovych, the Ukrainian pro-Russian president of the time. All right? You understand what I'm saying? So he's like talking to this pro-Russian Ukrainian president, and he's lobbying politicians in the United States in 2013. And if you don't register as a foreign lobbyist, that's a crime. You follow me so far?
I think so, but I don't entirely know about this entire.
Okay, right. Let me just say this, Kat. Right, like let's say that I'm working for the Chinese government, and my job's to lobby for them, and I'm like, hey, my local politician, you should meet this guy. His name's Jim. He works for the Chinese government, and they got some things they want to talk to you about. That's lobbying, right? You get that, right? I can't do that legally unless I file paperwork so everyone knows. Oh, Rob's lobbying for a foreign entity. That's the law in this country, okay? So Manafort didn't do that. He was lobbying for Manafort. Now, I don't give a fuck about Paul Manafort. And I think it's the worst kept secret in this country that there are tens of thousands of foreign lobbyists all through DC. They're all over the place. So if the argument is, fine, in the past we haven't really charged people with FARA, but starting with Paul Manafort, Trump's guy, we're going to start doing it. I can accept that. Fair enough. Throw him in jail. It's on the books. It's a law. He broke the law. Too bad, so sad. Now, if you read the Mueller report, it says he worked with 2 groups. Group A and Group B. Group A was Mercury LLC. That's a Republican lobbyist firm. Group B was, you ready for this? The Podesta Group. That was the group founded by Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. In other words, in 2013, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager's group was working with Paul Manafort and another group to lobby the exact same people. Yanukovych, 2 politicians in the United States. Incidentally, they were probably lobbying to the Secretary of State, who was Hillary Clinton, because Podesta had been a long-term advisor of hers. Did the Podesta group, did anyone there get charged with a FARA violation? No! They were allowed to...
Hold on. I don't know anything about this, so...
That's fine. That's fair that you say that. The point I'm trying to make is this. That is as an apples-to-apples comparison as can exist. The exact same crime with the exact same people. The person connected to Trump was charged with the crime. The person connected to Hillary, his group, was allowed to retroactively file paperwork. And so when I bring that up, people are just like, well... And this happens over and over and over and over. Trump and his associates are being accused of obstruction of justice type crimes for tampering with evidence that was subpoenaed. Hillary's team deleted subpoenaed evidence. Did any of them go to jail? No, they weren't charged with a crime. They were given immunity. It's over and over and over and over. All's I want's equal application. If you're going to charge Manafort, charge whoever did it at the Podesta group. If you're going to charge Trump's team with destroying subpoenaed evidence or trying to, no problem. Then charge the people on Hillary's team that did it. If you're going to charge Trump with mishandling classified documents, fine. Then charge Biden's team with mishandling classified documents. But it's never that way. It's always the people connected with Trump get the book thrown at them as hard as possible, and the other people...
Rob, I'll concede on the hush money point. Can we move on to the classified documents case?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about this one.
Okay.
So, on this specific point, all right, federal prosecutors led by Special Counsel Jack Smith have accused Trump of taking highly sensitive national security documents when he left the White House in January 2021. Mm-hmm. All right. Now, eventually, what happened is that his resort got raided. And yeah, you know the rest of the story.
I do. Probably better than you do. You're reading Politico again? Is that what you're reading?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah.
What other sources have you read on this? Just curious.
So far just Politico and a few other articles. That's it.
Where were the other articles from? Just curious.
I don't know. Do you remember the picture?
I do. I remember where they had the documents.
The picture, the laying out. I don't exactly remember which one, but I can send it to you afterwards.
I'm well aware of the staged photo that they sent out, as well as the pictures they put out of boxes and things like that. Now, it's been a while since I looked into this specific case. A couple precursors before we get into this. Again, you're doing exactly what you accused me of. Despite the fact that you may have used Wikipedia or Google to get to your political article, you're literally going to one article that has a predisposition and a bias, and that's the extent of your knowledge in this. Which is fine, I'll still talk about it, but I just want to point out that discrepancy in what you accused me of, even though I'm doing things like reading the IG report that Durham...
No. Yeah, I want to talk about the details of the case, though.
Sure. All right, details of the case, right? Number two, I just want to say that, again, it is the two-tiered justice system that I'm concerned with. So, for example, with this, if I remember correctly, it's been a while since I looked into this case, but this started with the presidential records people, I forget their name, but for some reason, that guy decided the day Trump left office that he was going to immediately start investigating, and yet when we now know that Biden is senator and all these other people, including Mike Pence, for some reason, he never had the inkling to say, I wonder what's in the boxes they're taking. And this is another person that we've seen publicly express his disdain for Trump. So it's another system where the process is set up to be antagonistic in the first place. Trump doesn't do himself any favors because he doesn't understand the length that these people are willing to go to bring him down. And so he does things that are obviously stupid. The raid of Mar-a-Lago should have never occurred. They should have done everything in their power to make sure that they were doing anything they could to get this back. The raid, if it did have to occur, it should have been after they exhausted all resources of cooperation, which I don't believe that occurred, even if they're going to try to claim that would happen. And it should have been as narrowly tailored as possible in what they were seeking to obtain. Instead, they were obtaining things like napkins, baseball bats, passports, and things like this. All of this shows that they were overreaching in what they did when they went after these things. As far as the specific allegations that were made, I don't think it's a big deal to improperly handle classified documentation. I don't think he should go to jail for that. And before I be accused of bias, I also said the same thing of Hillary Clinton. I think that it's something he should be excoriated for, but I don't think that it warrants jail time. The more serious charge is, did he intentionally tell people to withhold evidence that was subpoenaed or a warrant was sent for? That's a more serious charge. It sounds bad. The evidence against him sounds bad. So, for example, there is a claim that he told a person that was writing a book or a reporter or something that, look at this document right here. This is a classified document. I shouldn't even be showing you this. The problem is that document in the initial indictment wasn't even one of the documents that they were accusing him of having. He could have been talking out his ass. Like, for example, I could show, I'm a big man. Look at this document right here. Look at this. Yeah, you can't even see that. I'm just waving it around. We don't know if that specific thing was classified classified or something like that. Even if it was, I don't think it was that big of a deal when you consider the juxtaposition of how things have been handled in other places. For example, known young person harasser Anthony Weiner, who had no right to have access to the classified material on Hillary Clinton's server, did have access to it. So she too, even if it was unintentional, was showing that stuff to other people. Now, the argument is that this Nada guy, who was Trump's assistant, allegedly...
wait. Okay. There's too many points now. Okay, yeah. Can I go back to a previous point that you said?
Whatever you want.
Okay. So, I think you said something about they exhausted all possible, but you don't think they exhausted all the possible ways of trying to get Trump to return the records. Is that true?
That's true.
Wait, they exhaust? You think they did exhaust all the?
They didn't.
Methods? They didn't.
Correct.
What would be all the methods you think if like?
I think if it required, they should have spent years trying to sit down with his lawyers, with his people, going through things in a way that was acceptable to everyone from both sides of it to try to get a narrowly tailored example of the documents that they wanted. That's what I think they should have done. We know that there were levels of cooperation that were being done by the Trump's team. For example, we know that he voluntarily turned over surveillance footage. We know that he allowed them into the records room to go ahead and look at this stuff. We know that he allowed them to install lock and things like that. So I think that there were more efforts. The threshold, I know we like to say the standard of justice should be the same through everyone. And that's in spirit true, but it's not in practicality true. When it comes to the President of the United States, not only are there different questions legally on what is classified and what's not. For example, if I have a classified document, I never had the ability to declassify it, so clearly I shouldn't have that document. That's not the same for the president. And given the standard that we've seen of even presidents that allegedly committed...
Wait, hold on, I have to stop you early. So according to what I know, right? According to what I know, has there ever been a president before with this many like top secret documents or classified documents?
How many did you have?
Like at let's see what I wrote down. Wasn't it like 325 files and at least 60 top secret files, or are these numbers wrong?
Might be. So he had so he had 300 and something classified files is the argument.
No, 325 files, but at least 60 top secret files. I'm not sure what the 325 specific files are.
I have files. That's not a crime. Like, if they're classified, then that's a crime, arguably. Right? So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. When Comey exonerated... let me finish.
Yeah, but...
So, let me finish. What's the cutoff, then? If he only had 40, it was cool?
No, it still wouldn't be cool, but like
would it be
the
worth
problem is like
it
just seems like this is like a really unique thing that Trump has done that no other president has done. And I think that I've heard the argument that, Clinton has, done the email thing, right? With the email chain, and I think the argument is that if you correct me if I'm wrong, right, it's 52 email chains and 8 of the email chains is top secret. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I think what Trump did was probably beyond that, right?
Okay, so the argument is 52 is okay, 65 not.
Well, it's more like when you're comparing the two, one is more severe than the other, right?
I mean, 62 is a bigger number than 50, or 65 is a
true,
bigger
that's
number
what I'm
than 50.
saying.
So you think James Comey saying you had 52, but no reasonable prosecutor would prosecute you. But if she would have had 65, Comey would have been like, well, that's it. Somewhere in between the number 52 and 65 is the threshold. At
the end of the day, Trump is charged after the presidency, but Clinton was declared to be under investigation by Comey during the election season. Would that be correct?
Yes. I don't understand. The fact that Trump was president would make it more difficult because he literally can declassify things. Now, you could say, but I don't think he did declassify, but at least becomes a legal question. Hillary was never president, so she had no ability to declassify anything. So I don't understand how that differentiates, like somehow that means, oh, well, then don't charge Hillary, but charge Trump. I don't,
but
it's
before,
a distinction that doesn't affect...
But before number one, sorry, but before number one, you seem to say, okay, there's this entire like anti-establishment kind of narrative, right, with the FBI and stuff. But if we are to talk about the FBI, right, James Comey, which was the FBI director at the time, right, was he? Would that be correct?
James, and when Hillary was being investigated?
Yeah.
Yes, it was James Comey.
Okay, so when James Comey was FBI director at the time, he declared publicly, which he was scrutinized for at the time, that Clinton was under investigation for the email shit, right? Which obviously Clinton deserves shit for that, right? I'm not denying that part, right? But at the same time, it was declared during election season, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was only to be cleared on the eve of election day. Would that be correct?
He closed the investigation. He gave his famous speech where he said, here's all the shit she did that was probably illegal, but no reasonable prosecutor would charge her. He gave that speech, and then several days later, he announced reopening the investigation.
Okay. So for Trump, right, specifically, he was charged. Now, obviously, under investigation announcement publicly, you can argue that under investigation publicly and being charged are two different things, right? Now, Trump is charged after the presidency. When the presidency was over, he is no longer in the heat of an election season, right?
He's not?
Not in the same scenario as Clinton was when Comey was opening the case, right?
I mean, I guess you could make the argument that she was in the general election and he's in the primary. And let me tell you what's happening here.
Yeah,
you
sure.
Understand that every person you all read from the same script. I know what you're going to say before you say it. So you bring up this idea, right? That like, well, James Comey was improper in his handling of the investigation. Hillary, let me make the case better than you. Let me make the left.
No, I never said it was improper.
Please,
right?
let me make the case. This is what the article you're reading is getting to. I know you're just reading someone else's words, so let me make the case better than you. What that article's trying to say. I'll turn my hat around so people know I'm being a Hillary defender now. So here's the deal: if the FBI was so anti-Trump, they basically cost Hillary the election, because here's what happened. First off, it was improper the way he announced the closing of the investigation, right? That was improper in the first place. And then secondly, once it was closed, he waited till several days before the election and then announced the reopening of the investigation. And that sort of stuff never happens. And because of that, millions of people thought that maybe she did something criminal. Yes, 3 days later, he closed the investigation, but that was enough in that very close election to turn the tides. And so that shows the idea that James Comey, he literally cost Hillary Clinton the election. So the idea that he was out there. I didn't
say that.
I know you didn't say that. The people that know this better than you, this is what they say, right? Now, allow me to retort now, right? I'll just argue with myself on this. Yes, it is true that it seems unprecedented that James Comey did announce on the eve of the election that he was reopening the investigation. However, if you delve deep into the IG report in Comey's own book, you could find the reason why. What occurred was this: Hillary Clinton's classified documents and what have that she had on her personal server, she was told to turn over all of this evidence to the FBI to look at. However, when the FBI arrested her assistant, Huma Abedin's husband, for improper sexual pictures to underagers, they took his laptop. In the course of taking his laptop, they found something understandably troubling. Stop. Please let me finish. They found that the emails from Hillary Clinton's server was also on Anthony Weiner's laptop. There was about 500,000 emails that they needed to go through. One of the FBI agents was chagrined that despite finding this, the investigating agent in charge, Peter Strzok, seemed to not do anything about this evidence in the course of the investigation. This is especially troubling when we later find out that Peter Strzok was talking about an insurance policy to make sure that Donald Trump didn't win. This FBI agent repeatedly reached out to the top brass at the FBI, including James Comey, saying, hey, have we looked into these emails? Aren't we supposed to be looking into all these emails? He was met with crickets. Finally, after James Comey announced the closing of the investigation, this FBI agent blew the whistle and went outside the scope of the FBI to the Southern District of New York. The Southern District of New York then called James Comey and the FBI and said, we are hearing allegations that you have been sitting on evidence of possible impropriety of emails of Hillary Clinton. James Comey, who thought that Hillary Clinton was going to win, basically says, oh shit. Now when Hillary wins, the story's going to be, the FBI intentionally sat on these emails so that she would win. So he announces the reopening of the investigation. Now the same FBI that could only go through about 100 documents a week when it comes to Freedom of Information Act requests, somehow they were able to go through 500,000 emails in 3 days to announce that Hillary Clinton did nothing wrong and close the investigation. So yes, it is true that the FBI did announce this investigation and it could have harmed Hillary. But the only reason they were forced to is because they were attempting to protect Hillary Clinton in the first place by covering up this evidence, and a whistleblower forced their hand.
I have a question for you. When is the best time to charge like a sitting president or a former president for a crime?
There is an argument to be made that's probably true that constitutionally you cannot charge a sitting president with a crime. So it would have to be before or after they're president.
Yeah, so what exactly is so wrong with charging Trump after his presidency with this crime?
So, two things, right? One, the timing of it is suspect, not in when the investigation happened and when the charging happened so much as when the process is playing out, that it's deigned to be right around the time that the primary is ending and the general election came. But second, my big criticism isn't even the timing of it. So you're arguing against, you're making a point against an argument that I haven't even made, right? My point is not the timing of it suspect. My point is that the idea that they know he's running again, and it's the one guy that they've been trying to get as strong as possible.
But do you have any proof of that?
Please, let me finish. That charging a former president is unprecedented. The timing of it's irrelevant.
Yeah, but do you have any proof that, like, okay, like this is a politically charged, like, charge of that, okay, we're going to time this charge exactly? Like, how do you know that if this is not just a charge for either, okay, we're going to sabotage this guy's, re-election campaign, whatever, versus like, okay, we're going to actually genuinely charge this because we believe that, this is something worth charging.
Again, you're trying to get me to argue something that I really haven't argued. So now you're like, well, timing. Where's your proof that the timing? Again, that's not an argument that I focused on. I think that the circumstantial evidence is quite clear, seeing as how there's 4 indictments that they set on for 2 years, 3 years at this point, right? They set on for 3 years.
They were probably waiting until his presidency was over, right? Which is like the proper thing to do, according to you, right?
Okay, so 3 years it took? 3 years for the Stormy Daniels case? 3 years for the Georgia case? 3 years for this document case?
It probably took a lot of time to gather up all of that evidence and to gather up like a case and stuff, right? To start charging.
I don't have to focus on the timing of it. I think it's quite clear that the circumstantial evidence, for example, we see the Judge Chutka in the case of the January 6th thing. She has done the opposite of speedy trials when it comes to average people in the January 6th cases. But when it comes to Trump, all of a sudden she's very concerned having a speedy time frame. For example, when the prosecution is asking for, gag order type things, she's only giving Trump 24 hours to respond, which is pretty much unprecedented. They always give them at least a week or two to respond to those things, but she's saying that it needs to be rushed, it needs to be hurried, so that her time frame where this would be right in the middle of the primary season going into the general election is at. Again, the timing issue is not something that I'm focused on. That's way down here, right? Like, I'm talking about former presidents being charged. It's never happened in the history before.
I mean, yeah, I can understand your point, right? Like, I can still understand your point, but like, for example, they could have charged one of the cases during like year 1 of his presidency. They could have charged like case 2 during year 2 of his presidency, charged case 3 during case 3, but then they loaded them all up. And then by the time his presidency was over, right, which just ended recently, right, then they fired it off all at once, but has nothing to do. By the way, you can call this like a charitable interpretation, right? Like way too charitable, but like, at the same time, like these could have been charged at different stages. They could have finished preparing it at different stages, but then afterwards, then they could have like charged it and loaded up and fired them all at once, right? After the presidency was over.
Again, like, I just think you're out of your depth. I can make your argument better. Like, you're like, they could have investigated and charged during year 1 of his presidency. Well, no, other than the Stormy Daniels thing, most of this has to do with after he lost the election. For example, the January 6th thing, they couldn't have investigated year 1 or 2 of his presidency because the alleged crimes didn't occur until after the election, right? The same would be true of the Georgia case, right? So, and the Mar-a-Lago case as well, right? So all of those cases necessarily, even aside from the idea that you can't charge a sitting president, these were all crimes that allegedly happened after the 2020 election, right? But nonetheless, I'm saying that it took 3 years to get to this point. Seems like a little convenient with the timing. Again, you were hyper-focused on this timing issue, which is something that I'm not really focused on at all. But I know this is a convenient tactic for people that really don't have a lot to say, is to hyper-focus on one issue that doesn't have much to do anything with what the person's saying, and then keep trying to make me argue something that I'm not really arguing about.
Then what point are you focusing on then?
Well,
I'm a little
told
confused.
You, so one, I was talking about the specifics of this case, and I was going through that, and you stopped me and said you wanted to talk about something I talked about earlier. Okay, I talked about that. Second, I told you that my concern of this is I don't care if Donald Trump goes to jail. I care if the system has been targeting Trump because he's seen as someone that the system doesn't like, which is exactly what Chuck Schumer told us they would do, and it's exactly what would happen if you saw 4 indictments of a former president, which we've never seen indictments of a former president occur before. We already went through how ridiculous the first one was. Now we're talking about the specifics of the second case.
To be very fair, right? Like, it's not like Trump is like any other typical president, right?
Yeah, he challenged the establishment. Chuck Schumer told us. I can't think of another president that the opposition announced on national television that criticizing the FBI would be their downfall because they'd find 6 ways of Sunday at getting back at them. You're right. That's never happened before. I don't think that there's ever been a president that's ever been spied on using FISA warrants before. That happened with Trump. We now know that that was illegitimate. They shouldn't have been doing that. Yes, they have been going after Trump since day one. Now, let me ask you a question now.
Sure.
Do you think, just hypothetically, give me a percentage, right? If you don't want to answer, you don't have to. But this isn't like a big gotcha, right? I have the belief that almost every billionaire or national level politician has probably committed some sort of crime. Would you agree with me?
Like what percentage of them?
I would say 95. A campaign finance crime or tax evasion or illegal drugs or prostitutes or something.
Like prostitutes? Then yeah, sure.
I mean, let's skip prostitutes. That's going to get murky. But other than that, financial crimes.
Something like smoke, like snorting cocaine off the desk. Then sure, yeah.
I'm talking like campaign crimes, financial crimes, lobbying crimes, things like that.
No. I would say I'm more skeptical of that.
Okay, well, yeah. I disagree with you.
And across all political spectrums too, like not just.
I disagree with you massively, and I think this is the problem, that if we have a system that allows these investigators, the strongest investigators in the history of the world, in the FBI, the most well-financed, largest intel agency / law enforcement agency in the history of the world, if we allow them to say, we don't like this person, we're going to tear their life upside down until we find something that we could theoretically say is a crime and then investigate them for years on end, that effectively is the end of our democracy and republic, because they would be able to do that to any single person they want. I am shocked, absolutely shocked at the way that they turned Donald Trump's life upside down, that the best they could come up with is payments to Stormy Daniels, being pissed about January 6th that he incite violence, and taking documents. That's all they got?
I have a question. Have you ever, do you know who Lex Friedman is?
I do.
Have you ever seen Lex Friedman's talk with that one conspiracy theorist specialist person?
I've never watched a full Lex Friedman video, but I don't know who the person you're talking about is.
Yeah, okay. So basically, in a nutshell, when it comes to these like embezzling funds, embezzling whatever, like this shadowy cabal group of people controlling, highest facets of society and stuff like that, there could be cases where in the past, there could be like 1 or 2 words that could be miswritten and could be altered and etc. But at the end of the day, the reason conspiracies like these are more skeptical, and the why I personally am more skeptical of them and why I question them more, is because the more people you tend to involved in them, the more you tend to have people like whistleblowers, the more people you tend to have people who reveal what's happening or reveal, evidence, because the more people you let in on a secret, the more people are designed to, reveal it. And the second thing is, it's easy to turn to a convenient truth when the problem seems to be more nuanced, right? When the problem seems to be more nuanced, there seems to be multiple facets of a problem, and etc. And I understand that it seems like everybody is going after Trump, everybody is, doing this and doing that, right? But you have to understand, like from my point of view, right? From my point of view, the way I see it is that and I'm already like more charitable than my peers, like when it comes to Trump, right? Oh, thank you for the host, Toonie. Thank you. But basically in a shell note, right? I see Twitter having Trump on for all of those years and only taking him off when the January 6th stuff happened, right? And then I see Trump, even after his presidency was over, I see
Wrap it
CNN.
Wrap it up. You got a lot of points here. Wrap it up.
Yeah, sure. So basically, CNN town hall having him, and he's like basically like talking about all this stuff for an hour, and then it just seems like he's been given the platform for so long, and every single time he opens his mouth, like it just seems like all of these like mainstream media networks just constantly platforms him and like shows him everything that he's doing. It's not like he's lacked a platform or like they're trying to deplatform him or like trying to censor him, like it always seems like it's Trump this, Trump that every single day, to the point where everybody's sick of hearing Trump all the time, so I don't get where this entire thing of Trump is being defied or Trump is being whatever like comes from. I just don't understand.
I hope someone clipped that. Right? Because that was an impressive string of nonsensical bullshit that is the best of left-wing talking points that says abso-fucking-lutely nothing. You literally said nothing. So let's try to break down in what you did. So the first thing you did was you smeared it as a conspiracy theory. So let's deal with that. Some guy on Lex Friedman's podcast said that conspiracy theories would involve a lot of people, and so if a lot of people are involved, then there would be whistleblowers and shit. First, we have whistleblowers that came forward, such as 3 from the FBI that said they've been retaliated against. We have 2 from the IRS that say we've had people that were business partners of Hunter Biden, such as Tony Poplinski. We had Devin Archer that came out. So there are a bunch of whistleblowers. Second, if we accept that what this person's saying is the gospel truth, that would mean that no conspiracy could ever happen. So let me ask you this. Do you think that the Iraq war was based on a lie?
I don't know enough about the Iraq war. Sorry.
Well, most lefties do think that the Iraq war was based on a lie. How could that be? How many people would have had to have known? That's an outlandish conspiracy theory. That's what we were told. Only that conspiracy theory was accurate. I've been told over and over I'm a conspiracy theory for things that a mere months later were proven true. For example, I could show you me writing in October 23rd, 2017, that if the Steele dossier was used, because it was opposition research paid for by Hillary Clinton, if it was used to get a FISA warrant to spy on President Trump's team, it was the biggest political scandal in the history of our country. The response I was told from people like you on the left was, that's a ridiculous conspiracy theory. There's no way that the FBI would use unverified opposition research to get a warrant to spy on a president of the United States. There's no way they used that. And then it was, okay, they used it, but clearly but Hillary's team didn't pay for it. And then it was, okay, they used it and Hillary's team paid for it, but clearly it was verified. And then it was, okay, it wasn't verified, but the allegation was so strong. But all the while they said it was a nonsensical conspiracy theory, because how many people at the FBI would have to be involved in this conspiracy theory? Now all the people at the FBI admit, once their hand was caught in the cookie jar, yeah, we shouldn't have done that. Oops, our bad. But we were told that it was a nonsensical conspiracy theory, and this is what's always said. Now, you'll believe the conspiracies, though, when it comes to Trump. Who determines what a conspiracy theory is just determining which side you choose to believe or not. And so the conspiracies against Trump, that he was a mastermind that was withholding all this document and all these people would have had to have been involved and he was engaged in Russia collusion and all this, no one stopped and said, wait a minute, that's absurd. I bet I can't find any postings from you or the people you follow saying that Russia collusion conspiracy theory was bullshit. But that's what it was. It was a conspiracy theory that was bullshit. How many people had to be involved? Well, pretty much all the people that were paying from Hillary's team, the people at the top level of the FBI, the people in the mainstream media, etc. Just like 51 agents, former intel agencies, told us that the Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian disinformation. Well, it would be a conspiracy theory to think that they would be wrong, because that would be 51 of them alone that would have to be involved in it. And yet, that's exactly what happened. So it's just laziness. When we talk about the specifics, you have to go to generalities. You have to say, no, this is all conspiracy theory. You can see why, because you can't keep up on the specifics. And the reason you can't keep up on the specifics, I'm sorry to say, is one, you're just not as good as me at this. But secondly, I have another advantage that you don't have. The truth. That's the advantage I have, that what I'm saying actually happened, right? And so even if you were a better orator and better debater than me, you're going to struggle mightily because the facts aren't on your side. So it forces you to go to these platitudes. How many people would have to know? This has to be ridiculous. Where are the whistleblowers? Here are the whistleblowers. Well, they don't count. They're bad faith. Where are the charges? Where are the case? Well, here's what we know. Well, that doesn't count. That's what's happening. That's what you're doing. If you want to remind me what the rest of your screed was, about platforming Donald Trump, right, I understand the authoritarian impulses from the left is that people that they disagree with should be deplatformed. I guess I'll ask you straight out. Can you tell me why you think it was a problem that Trump was, and I'm quoting now, platformed for so long? At what point do you think he should have been deplatformed, and for what reason?
Hold on. Before I answer that question, I want to go over your 5 points. So number one, right? You mentioned conspiracy theory for whistleblower. Like, I can, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I got your point wrong, okay? Is that the first thing is that you mentioned that for conspiracy theories, right? Is that there has been whistleblowers that have came out, right? That there has been whistleblowers with specific names that have came out from organizations that have said, hey, by the way, this has come out, this has came out. And I'm sure that there has been hints of evidence that you believe are truly credible evidence, that you believe are evidence that you believe are credible, right? But at the same time, you have to believe that there are mainstream networks out there and articles and networks out there that have journalists who are hungering after these credible piece of evidence. If they didn't believe these were credible, then they wouldn't pursue these cases. Because let me tell you, if there is a possible whistleblower from like these high forms of government with these high forms of like institutions that they believe that could be a hole or a conspiracy is going on, then they would be more than happy to report on this and make an article and make a whole like New York Times story after this, right? But the whole point on why they don't report it is because that they don't believe it's credible, right?
Okay, let's pause you there. Let's focus on this one point. Fine. Right? Do we know that the entire Russia collusion thing was bullshit? Yes, we know that. Yet the media, instead of covering, oh my God, the FBI used this, it was bullshit, they lied to us, we were wrong about this. They got Pulitzer Prize for reporting the Russia collusion.
Hold on, I don't know specifically like the Russia collusion thing, but yeah. That's...
Okay, well, your claim is this. Well, if this shit was true, the media's chomping at the bit for any scandalous story or conspiracy, so they'd be all over it. Yet the things we know that were true, like the Russia collusion story being bullshit, they're not all over it. Or the 51 intel agents saying that the Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian, they're not all over it. Yet we know those things are true. What you're saying, the irony is you're proving my point, right? You're like, well, wait a minute. We would expect a free press would cover this stuff. Right, and they're not. That doesn't prove that the facts we now know aren't true. What it proves is that they were never the free press. They're propagandists. That's what they were. And so to say, well, okay, you were right about the Russia collusion conspiracy theory, and you were right about the Hunter Biden laptop conspiracy theory, and you were right about the COVID lab leak theory, and you're right that the media didn't jump on it and cover all that shit. But this time, trust us, if there was a further conspiracy, this time the media would be on it. Bullshit.
Okay, so just to address your points, right? For the Russian collusion thing being true or whatever like that, I'm not talking about like whether something is being false is being reported into the media, right? Or whatever, right? I'm talking about if there is a whistleblower, right? And if this person was being credible, right? And the journalist actually went into it and tried to look into it and saw if it was credible or not, then they would see if this person was being credible or not, right? But I'm going to tell you one example. I don't know if you've heard of, what was that one organization called?
WikiLeaks?
Do you know that one? Do you know what? No, not WikiLeaks. No, that one right-wing organization called crap. It's that one video editing right-wing organization. But anyway,
Project Veritas?
Oh yeah, Project Veritas, exactly. I think what they did was that they tried to trick Washington Post into like, oh yeah, I got this like secret leak or whatever like that, and like all this going on. But then one of the journalists that they met up with and the Project Veritas agent tried to trick Washington Post into publishing this fake article, but the journalists figured out that it was a fake article because when they tried to verify the claims, it turns out it was actually false. And when they tried to double check, it turned out to be false. And then they basically put out a statement and said, okay, it turned out this is false. And then Project Veritas was like, fuck, we got caught, you know? Anyway, that entire thing was that it just shows that there is at least some degree of journalistic integrity when it comes to like these kinds of cases, right? Like even if supposed whistleblowers come out, there's going to be a lot of people who are looking for attention, and you know this, right? There are a lot of people who are looking for attention, a lot of people who don't have good verifiable evidence, or even if it looks like good evidence, it cannot be verifiable, right? And you know that if a big newspaper outlet or a big media outlet publishes a source without good verified evidence, other media sources are going to go like, hey, by the way, our competitor New York Times published a source without good evidence. Aren't they crappy? Go follow our news source instead. You know, like this is what journalistic integrity is literally all about. And I'm not saying that to address your other point, right? I'm not saying journalistic integrity.
Let's pause it.
Wait. You said a bunch of other things.
Dude, you started off with like a 3-minute just literally throwing shit at the wall. This Lex Friedman guy and conspiracy theories and whistleblowers and Trump being deplatformed and all this, right? Let's keep it to one thing at a time. Okay, right? Two questions. Two questions on this, right? One, yeah, sure. If it turns out that I could show that some conspiracy was proven true, and yet the media didn't do what you said, would you say that questions this standard going forward?
Wait, if it turns out conspiracy
right, because you're saying these conspiracy theories can't have happened, because if they would have, the media would be on it. So if I could show you something that was deemed a conspiracy theory that the media wasn't on, doesn't that disprove that it proves that these conspiracy theories can't be true in the future because the media would be on it?
Okay. So it could be totally plausible that a whistleblower comes out, all right, say something, the media ignores it, and then turns out later the conspiracy could be true. Would that be correct? Right. Now, here's the thing. The whistleblower, there could be an alternate universe where the whistleblower could have presented that same thing and the media ignored it, and it turns out the conspiracy theory could be false. Now, there could be another universe where the whistleblower came forward and then presented that same thing, the media ignored it, and then the conspiracy theory turned out to be true. There's both alternate universe where it could be true or to be false. But to stay on the safe side, the media source is just going to say, no, we're going to deny it unless we have like more solid verifiable.
So then
right?
Your argument that the fact that the media is not covering these conspiracy now proves they couldn't happen or clearly bullshit, as you admit, because it could be that they're just being on the safe side, and so therefore that's not dispositive of anything. Secondly, ask you a question real quick.
Yeah, safe side.
So ask you a question. Did this standard exist 3 years ago with the media as well? Nothing's changed, right?
3 years ago? I don't know how to speak for 3 years ago. Like
you're making broad proclamations, things like this. You're saying the media would be on it. If there's a conspiracy, the media would be on it. There's no reason to believe that 10 years ago that was different. Please, let me finish. Please listen to me. Okay. There's no reason to believe that was different 10 years ago or 5 years. That didn't just change today, right? That's always been the way the media's been in your estimation, correct?
It's getting better and better, I would say. Probably.
So 5 years ago, if there was a conspiracy, they wouldn't have covered it because they were just shit. But now it's different. That's your argument now?
The thing is, right, if there was an independent whistleblower who came out and
I'm not going to leave you deflect. That has nothing to do with the question I just asked. Is there something materially different about the media now than it was 5 years ago? Yes or no?
Define materially different.
I mean, you're making a proclamation. I'm saying you're labeling what I'm saying as a conspiracy, and you're saying this conspiracy couldn't have happened because if it did happen, the media would be reporting on it because they really like these stories. And I'm saying, okay, those are broad proclamations about what the media does. So 5 years ago, would it have been the same thing? If we're having this conversation 5 years ago, would you have said, hey, the conspiracy you're talking about today couldn't have happened because the media would be covering it? Or are you saying that 5 years ago, for some reason, the media was different, and now that what you're saying is true, but 5 years ago it wasn't? That's what I'm asking. Pretty simple.
I would say there wouldn't be a substantial change in the journalistic integrity of the media right now, but you're probably going to point out like a specific.
So then let's say
case,
how many times now what you've just said was how they have to make sure they err on the side of making sure their sources were true. That's what you said. 95% of what they reported sensationally for 4 fucking years over the Russia collusion stuff was absolute bullshit. Absolute bullshit. They didn't cover all the shit that I was covering in 2017.
Again, I don't know specifically about the Russia collusion thing, so
let's say, like, hypothetically, right? Let's say that was true. Let's say that I'm right. I know you didn't know about it, right? How about this? How about the Hunter Biden laptop thing?
At least go to a different story.
Sure,
yeah.
Hunter Biden laptop. They all said that they were reporting the FBI, 51 former agents and intelligence officials said it's Russian disinformation. That's what they were saying. Turns out that was bullshit. Why didn't the media get it? Why didn't they investigate?
The reason they covered the Hunter laptop more was because the Republicans and the Republican voters were up in arms about it all over the place, and that that is why they tried to look into it more, right?
No. What you said's right. You just don't understand. Yes, that's exactly right. Because that story would have helped Republicans. It would have helped Trump. That's why they bought the bullshit line that it was Russian disinformation. You're right about that. That is why they dismissed it.
Doesn't that help my argument?
No, it helps my entire argument is that they're biased, that they're not covering shit that's bad for their side. And so when we talk about why they bought the 51, because I'll tell you this, if I'm Jake
how do you know? Okay. My question to you is this: how do you know it's not covering shit that is bad on their side, and they're not just covering shit that is okay if this is verifiable or if this is not verifiable? Right? Here's the thing: I can understand
because they were wrong. It was verifiable, and they reported shit that was wrong on Russia collusion that was also verifiable.
Okay, don't say Russia collusion because, again, I don't know anything about that. Okay,
I'm dealing with someone who refuses to look into things that don't fit their narrative, and so I can't point out the obvious. The biggest media story for 4 years, them being totally wrong on it. You're like, I don't know anything about that, so trust me when I say if there's a conspiracy, the media would report on it.
I don't browse the Mueller, okay? So here's the thing, okay? The thing is, for the Hunter Biden story, or whatever like that, right? The reason that was so covered by the media and people started looking into it is because it was so front page for Republicans that journalists from like the big mainstream networks had to look into it to see what the hell was going on, if there was some kind of credibility behind it, right?
They didn't look into it. They did the opposite. They bought the narrative from the former intel agents that this was Russia collusion, that this was Russian disinformation, and they let it at that. They didn't look into it. For example, a business partner of Hunter Biden named Tony Bobulinski made himself available to every media outlet. He said, yes, this was his laptop. Yes, these emails are accurate. I know because I'm on the receiving end of these emails. Yes, here's the story. Yes, the 10% going to the big guy was Joe Biden. Yet CNN didn't interview him. The New York Times didn't interview him. The Washington Post didn't interview him. Instead, they bought the line, this has the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. Then years after the election, they're like, guess what? Actually, that wasn't Russian disinformation. What if you're right and this was a scandalous story and they would have chomped their teeth, they could have won awards. Why didn't they do something as simple as like, I'm going to pick up the phone and call Tony Bobulinski, see what he says about it. They couldn't be bothered. No, we don't want to look into it. Instead, we'll just listen to what these former intel agencies and the Biden team tells us and we'll roll with that. And that's always what they do when it's stories critical of Biden. But then when it's stories critical of Trump, they're not checking sources meticulously and things like. I know you don't know. Apparently, you were living in a bubble until 2020, right? But it was the exact opposite with story. Trump. You remember there was this big story. Trump, said that people at Normandy were losers. They were losers. The Russian bounty story. All this was bullshit. They reported it, they didn't give a fuck. Any scandalous shit of Trump. The P-tape reported it. They didn't give a shit. They didn't check sources, and it turns out they were wrong about all that. But then when it comes to stories critical of Biden, you're like, well, they couldn't run those because they had to check every source, and they just didn't have time. Bullshit.
Now, why do you, even if given what you said were true, okay, even given what you said is true, why do you think they don't check Biden's source? And if it was coming from the Biden's team, why would that not be a credible source?
So
Biden's team.
So your argument is if there's a
No. I'm not making an argument. I'm not making an argument.
I will summarize what I think.
Single question. You went on a rant. You went on a rant for 3 minutes. Now let me speak. Okay. All right. So here's the thing. Okay. Here's the thing.
Why didn't they just? Why even have a trial of OJ? Why didn't they just ask OJ? OJ, did you kill her? No, I didn't. Well, that's a credible source. OJ said he didn't. No need for further investigation.
Okay, I don't even know who OJ Simpson is. Okay, stop. Okay, so
I said OJ
thing,
and you said Simpson, so clearly you do know who he is.
I do know who he is.
Jesus. You're not good at this.
All right. Okay. So here's the thing. All right.
I want to go back to the question you just asked to show how stupid this is. You literally asked me, so someone's accused of a scandal and they say I didn't do it, and you're like, well, that's a good enough source. Of course, that's good enough. He said he didn't do it.
When it comes to the Biden team, that is a good enough source. I consider that a good enough source.
What about Trump? Do you consider that as well? If there's a report that Trump did something scandalous and Trump goes on Twitter and says, I didn't do it, does the media say, oh, well, Trump said he didn't do it, that's the end of it? Is that
no, I would not consider that to be credible because Trump has a good history of lying.
It's different. Hashtag it's different.
If it was a representative from the Trump's like campaign team or something like that, I would probably consider that a more credible source. Yeah.
Oh man. Yep. I mean, the hole you're digging is epic here. Like, I mean,
do you think? Okay. Hold
on.
So you're a journalist. Do you think there's a difference between like Biden's team credibility versus like Trump's team credibility or like Trump himself?
From a journalistic standpoint, if I was to be a real journalist, I would say no. I would say that if there is an allegation of a scandal of either... I don't know what to say then. Let me finish. If there's an allegation of a scandal of either of them or any other politician, I would not just say, hey, team for that politician, comment on this. And they said, yeah, we didn't do it. And say, fair enough, I'm not looking into it any further. I think that is ludicrous. That is the exact opposite of journalism. And the fact that the journalists did that for Biden, but did the exact opposite for Trump's team, proves that they are biased and are propagandists and not journalists. And the fact that you think that if you were a journalist, you would find it be credible if a politician is accused of a scandal to merely go to their team and say, did you do this? And if they say no, you say, end of story, I'm not looking into it anymore. It is ludicrous. You know it. You know that it is. You're not interested in having a good faith conversation. You literally have exhibited throughout all of this that you have an incredible bias and that you're trying to sort of, I don't know, for clout or because you know you're getting blown out of the water, trying to quibble about little things. But it's laughable. Every one of us, yourself, every one of your viewers, everyone knows that it's ludicrous to take the word of the person who's accused of a scandal as enough evidence to say, therefore, there's no scandal. It's ludicrous. Everyone knows
Rob. When there's a whistleblower that comes from a high organization, right? And then comes out and says, okay, there's something happening at this organization that is happening that is bad, all right? Obviously, you want to verify that claim because you don't know if this person is being like lying or trying to seek attention or like who knows what the fuck is happening there, right? But if it's something from like the Biden campaign, right? Or like it's the Biden team themselves, like it's the representatives of the Biden team themselves, it's an official statement, okay? Obviously, would you not trust that more? But at the same time, right? Would you really say that the Trump team and the Biden team really have the same degree of credibility when it comes to saying like the stuff they do to the press? I would say that they don't. Okay, they don't have the same level of credibility.
You're going to say that because you're biased.
Trump has... I am biased, okay? I am biased, and I'm going to tell you I am rightfully biased. Mm-hmm. The reason I am rightfully biased is because if... I'm going to ask you this question. Has Trump's team made statements have lied more than Biden's team?
No.
Why?
Because Biden's team lies constantly.
Okay, how about all these emails that Trump's team have sent out when it comes to begging for donations and stuff?
Yes, almost every politician sends out emails begging for donations. I don't understand what this has to do with the question.
Yeah, but every single time have you seen these donation messages?
No.
Okay. Well, they're pretty crazy, all right? But I'm just saying, okay? I'm just saying that when it comes to the history of like their official statements and the statements that they have said, all right, according to what I remember, all right, is that Trump's team statements are far more
Give me an example.
Crazy.
Sure, give me an example.
Okay. for example, all right, is that I remember when I was subscribed to Trump's newsletter at some point, okay, and mainly because my AP U.S. government teacher told me to subscribe to it. All right, there was this official donation begging thing that came to my inbox, and it said, "Oh my God, if you don't donate, you're not a true patriot. We're about to lose this election. It's coming up, and if you don't, then we're about to get kicked out of whatever it is. You're just gonna have to trust me that it's complete BS. Okay, all right. Like it is. Have you seen the donation messages of these emails?"
Dude.
Okay. You know what? I'm just going to search these up so I can just.
Okay. Let's go with lies of. So we're talking about lies to journalists, right? You're a journalist. Would you trust these people? And you're like, well, I wouldn't trust Trump. Way worse than I wouldn't trust Biden. I'm like, well, give me the example of the lies that you're saying are so egregious. Well, he sent funding emails out, and it said, if you don't fund me, we'll be kicked out. So that one. Like, yes, people exaggerate all the time in funding emails. That's pretty much par for the course. Let's do some lies of Biden. I don't have to sit here and think like you. Here's a lie from Biden. How about he said that his son died in Iraq and was a gold star. He's a gold star father. That was a lie, right?
Yeah, but it's a lot more about the frequency of lies, right?
Right, okay.
Because anybody can say a lie, but...
Right, it's almost every time Biden opens his mouth. For example, Biden said...
Every time Biden opens his mouth?
Almost every time. Biden, for example, said that he never had any conversations with Hunter's business associates. That's a lie, right? Right?
And Biden this is more than every single time Trump opens his mouth?
You're the one making the claim. I'm saying they lie all the time. Politicians lie all the time. I'm saying the question's irrelevant anyways. As a journalist, you wouldn't accept the person who is the target of an investigation or a scandal. You wouldn't just accept their word as proof that it didn't happen. But you're saying, no, it's different because Trump's such a bigger liar than Biden. And yet the only lie you could give me is in a funding thing, he said something you didn't like. Biden lies all the time. It is true. You're very similar to
what about whenever Trump says something along the lines of, "Oh my God, I didn't say grab them by the pussy," or I didn't encourage my followers to go and raid the Capitol. I didn't say.
It's not a lie. He didn't tell his followers to go raid the Capitol.
Not raid the Capitol, but he says I didn't encourage them in any way, right?
He didn't? He said be peaceful?
He didn't?
No. Show me. I'll be the first. You show me the clips, any writings, any tweets, any clips where he said, I want you to go storm the Capitol. Go ahead. We'll be here a while. He never said it. Don't you think it's odd you think he said it, though? Do you think he also said Nazis were good people and to drink bleach?
The only thing is that I'm not able to quote it off the top of my head, every single word, right? That's the only thing.
Because he never said it.
Specifically storm the Capitol? No.
What, did he say engage in violence? Did he say trespass? No, he didn't say any of that. Are you going to say if he said something like, we need to fight like hell, that's a call for violence? Because I could point to probably 30 Democrats saying that. Do you think he said Nazis are good people? I'm serious. I'm curious. You think he said that?
Wait, when did I say anything about Nazis?
I'm asking you if you think he said that. Because you're just repeating bullshit from the very mainstream media that you're defending right here that they've said about Trump. That's a lie. And then you say you believe the lie that he said this shit and say, that's proof that Trump lied. But he didn't because he never said it.
Isn't this the whole point, why he got, banned off Twitter in the first place? Otherwise, why would I have got banned from Twitter?
Well, did you read the Twitter files? Perhaps you can find your answer.
Wasn't the Twitter files an entire nothing burger?
Did you read them?
Are you the interpreter
I'm asking you if you... No, I'm not.
No, I did not read them.
You didn't.
But are you the professional interpreter of the Twitter files?
Well, it doesn't matter.
Are you some kind of professional?
No, it doesn't matter for the context.
Do you have the credentials to read it?
I understand.
Do you beat out every single academic? Do you beat out every single academic that reads out the Twitter files and makes a conclusion off of that?
Keep filibustering. Let me know when you're
done. Go ahead.
Okay. You said earlier that the problem was that all sources are biased, and I said that I go to the direct evidence as much as possible. Now you're admitting that you didn't go to the direct evidence. Instead, you listen to biased people tell you what to think about it. How do you know it's a nothing burger if you haven't read it?
Well, considering how the direct evidence has been deleted, okay, considering how he's been banned off of Twitter, okay, all right.
What are you talking about? I asked you about the Twitter files. You said it's a nothing burger. You admit you haven't read them.
No, I was talking about his Twitter about on January 6th. That's what I was talking about.
So I said that they have lengthy exchanges from the conversations that was occurring at Twitter from when he got banned. I said, did you read the Twitter files? You said they were a nothing burger. I said, how do you know if you didn't read them? Now I'm waiting for your response.
Hold on.
You need to Google how you know that they're a nothing burger when you didn't read them?
No, not the Twitter file. The Twitter file, nothing came out of the Twitter files. Otherwise, people would be all over it, right?
So you're just relying on what your bubble has told you the Twitter files are.
What, the bubble being the journalistic integrity of mainstream media?
Right. That's the bubble I'm talking about.
Yeah, what's wrong with that bubble in the first place?
Well,
I still don't understand
let's see. It was wrong about Russia collusion. It was wrong about the Hunter Biden laptop. It was wrong about the lab origins of COVID. It was wrong about lockdowns under COVID. Shall I continue? It was wrong about the Iraq war.
Yeah, the same things in which every single expert has debunked time and time again.
What, like what? So let's go through that list. Iraq war, every single expert has debunked the Iraq war. Go ahead, explain what you mean.
Not necessarily the Iraq war specifically, but the COVID lab leak, you said?
Yeah, every single expert's debunked the COVID lab leak.
Not every single expert, but I'm pretty sure it's like a wide consensus, right?
Really? That's the argument. Well, I mean, seeing as how they banned people from social media in places like YouTube,
that is such a at this point, that is such an old theory. I can't believe you're still touting that.
So, are you aware of the fact that intel agencies, including our FBI, now say many of the intel agencies now say that the most likely scenarios are
Tell me if this is a real Trump tweet. Tell me if this is a real Trump, and you can correct me if this is not, okay? We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed.
Yeah, that sounds like a real tweet. That's violence. That says go storm the Capitol.
Do you think at least this is not one of the multiple tweets that could lead up to something like trying to build up to a case of that?
I mean, but you could say that about anything. For example, I could say that tweets that AOC made about systemic racism could have been read by people that rioted after George Floyd. Does that mean she told them to go commit violence? She would say, no, I didn't say go commit violence.
Do you think we hold AOC and Donald Trump the same standards, the same way?
We should when it comes to whether or not we are determining why not.
One is the president and the other is a House of Representatives.
Okay, so then if I could find a tweet of Joe Biden talking about systemic racism, then you would say that's apples to apples.
Talking about systemic racism is probably way better than probably saying we will never let them do it.
Why?
What does we will never let them do it mean? You can interpret that in a charitable way, and you can also interpret that in the weird way, right?
Right. I suppose you could do that about almost any statement that anyone makes. Sure.
So this is on January 6th, okay? States want to correct their votes, which they now know were based on irregularities and fraud, plus corrupt process, never received legislative approval. All Mike Pence has to do is send them back to the states and we win. Do it, Mike. This is a time for extreme courage.
I missed where you called for violence there. Can you point it out what line it is?
He may not have explicitly called for violence, but he called for Mike Pence, the vice president at that time, right? To basically say, okay, we're just going to deny the election results, right? Isn't that like an act of authoritarianism in a way?
Even if I would accept that that's an act of authoritarianism, which I don't think it is, can you show me where the call for violence was there?
That
was your claim. Your claim was you said he lied when he said that he didn't call for the storming of the Capitol. That was your words. Can you show me?
Now, if you remember, I took back the specific, like, okay, he didn't specifically say storming of the Capitol, right?
Okay, so then I said then any sort of violence. Did he suggest any sort of violence?
In a way, if you say, like, do it, Mike, this is a time for extreme courage, isn't this sort of, in a way, like, violence? In a way, like a call to authoritarians, like a kind of violence? Because you're basically saying, fuck the election results, fuck the voters, fuck the whatever. In a way, I think you can make an argument for like violence, right? In this sense.
No, I don't. Let me give you.
No, you don't.
No,
okay.
no,
Right.
I don't. Let's turn this on you
then.
though. So I saw a guy. I don't know his name, but they did some sort of investigation or some sort of polling, and they determined that 30 million Democrats in this country feel that it is justified to use violence to prevent Donald Trump from becoming president again. Do you think that if that happens, if Trump wins the election and there is violence when he wins the election, will you be going back to the tweets and the comments of Joe Biden when Joe Biden says Trump is a threat to democracy? Will you be going back and saying, oh, that's a call to violence from Joe Biden?
I would argue that is a less to call to violence than saying Mike Pence has to not certify the results of the election.
Yeah, I would say you're full of shit.
There's
I would say you're picking
here.
and choosing. He didn't call for violence. What you're trying to do is...
picking and choosing here because there's different magnitudes, Rob.
No, you're picking and choosing because what's happening is your statement that he called for violence was bullshit, and so you, like every other good leftist, has to say, but his words secretly were a dog whistle to violence,
every good leftist,
which is
you
bullshit.
notice how you're saying here as if I'm every single other leftist, but I'm not every single other leftist.
I said good leftist, and I will admit you're not good at pretty much anything that I've seen you present today. But you're just not very good at this. I'm not trying to be a dick. Well, I am trying to be a dick, but you're not very good at this. It's nonsensical. If I say Joe Biden called for violence, then I better find an example of Joe Biden calling for violence. I'm not going to say, oh, well, Joe Biden said that he wouldn't trust the vaccine, that Trump was rushing it, and so I interpret that could mean that it was a call for violence. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. And you're further trying to say, let me finish real quick. You're further trying to say, right, this is an example of Trump lying. That Trump lied when he said he didn't call for violence. And then it turns out you're the liar. That Trump didn't call for violence. That you have no... So then you have to jump through these hoops. Well, I think that secretly he was calling for violence when he was talking about that. It's nonsensical. This is what always happens with Trump. And it gets away from the central point that we were talking about, right? Which is the idea that this media, if there was really a conspiracy, they would be covering it. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You've already told us everything we need to know about you. Like, you didn't read the Twitter files, but CNN told you it was a nothing burger, so it's a nothing burger. You said that the lab leak theory was debunked. Okay. That's bullshit. Even people that signed that paper admit it. Like, I don't know what to say. You're so lost in your partisanship in your bubble that you're literally like
Stop. When Trump, how could you say these are the same? When Trump has made a series of tweets, and a series of statements, and you can just argue and sit there and say, these are just tweets and whatever, right? When these are the series of tweets and they're building up and they kept on saying, oh my God, if I lose, this is like all election fraud. This is all like whatever like that. And this is like building up towards it. And eventually, right before the big day, January 6th, okay?
No, I'll just say, you can say all you want. I'll skip to the end. No, if he didn't call for violence, he didn't call for violence.
To the end. What? No. When you change this entire thing together, right? When you change this entire thing together, and then you at the very end, and then you have people like rallying together and going like, okay, we're gonna go and do this, and people were carrying ropes and shit, right? To the Capitol and whatever, right?
Wait, pause. A rope?
You think you got somehow got him, okay? But
wait, a rope?
Like, what?
Holy fuck, a rope?
What?
They had a rope? Someone had a rope? Oh my God.
Rob.
Yeah, that changes everything. Yep, when Trump said I thought the election was stolen, if someone had a rope, then clearly that's a call for violence.
When you rope the string, when you rope the tweets together, okay? When you rope the tweets together.
Oh, they had a rope, now we're roping tweets
yeah, that's right. When you tie the rope together and you string all the tweets together, all right, into one, all right? And it just creates a narrative to prep, like, you can make an argument that it says that it preps the fan base up to go and go anti-establishment on like saying, okay, these votes are bullshit. Like no matter what, if I lose, then it's bullshit.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I was unpersuaded by, the actual words Trump said.
Okay.
No, wait, please.
Okay.
Please. I was unpersuaded by the actual words. I was unpersuaded. Oh, go ahead, please.
Yeah, okay. So is there any way where Trump could lose where you can actually accept the loss?
Oh, I noticed that you pivot to a completely different question, so I'll answer your first point. I was unpersuaded by, when you said Trump called for violence, and then you showed...
Because we're noticing we're going in circles, that's why.
I was unpersuaded when you said Trump called for violence, and then you read his words where he didn't call for violence, and you tried to spin his story, how that could be a dog whistle to violence.
Because the narrative creates violence. Because the narrative eventually pulls up to create violence. That's what it does.
So I was unpersuaded by that, until you mentioned someone had a rope. Well... how can you argue that? If someone had a rope,
you got him, but it's not a got him, and you think you're so smart.
Okay, so then I could do this with any politician. So, for example, I could say,
you're ignoring. I'm
not ignoring. You always is always what we get from.
You think you're so smart.
No, the point is, I'm making fun of you because it's not that I think I'm smart. It's that I think you're. I'll just mute you. I don't give a fuck. I'll just mute you. I don't give a fuck. Right? It's not that I think I'm smart. It's that I think you're a combination of a hack and really, really stupid. I'm probably of average intelligence, and you're trying to weave a narrative because you were so convinced that there was a fucking tweet or a message where Trump called for violence, and then there wasn't. Because you were told over and over by your media, Trump called for violence, Trump called for violence, Trump called for violence. Then when you realize, oh shit, as you're Googling and you can't find it, you're like, well, he said that he thought the election was stolen. And I could interpret that as there's no hope, therefore I need to commit violence. The problem is you could literally do that with any politician that's talking about anything that they feel passionately about. For example, we could see for months that there were riots over the George Floyd thing. And yet prominent politicians on the Democratic side repeatedly talked about the need to keep up the pressure and how there was systemic racism and that cops were enacting in racism. All things that if I'm sitting, please, all things that if I'm sitting at home, I might say, oh, geez, the cops are racist. That means they're telling me to go out and commit violence. Yet I wouldn't say that that was telling them to commit violence because I'd say, well, they didn't say go commit violence. So some fuckhead heard them talking about issues that they were passionate about and then went out and engaged in an act of violence.
Okay.
I don't say that was a call for violence.
When did I say that as a whataboutism? You're like referring to that, right? The thing is, yes, I could be wrong where there's like a specific tweet where I'm missing a specific tweet about Trump specifically saying, okay, we're going to go and storm the Capitol, right? But I don't think I'm wrong where Trump is like weaving together like a narrative where it's like, okay, it begins with, okay, the election results could be fraudulent. There could be some kind of suspicious behavior going on at the very beginning. And eventually you can string all of these tweets together.
You're repeating yourself.
Why I can make your point. I can make your
it's not. I'll make your point better than you. If Trump,
okay, to make the point better, go.
Here's what. Let me turn my hand around. Here's the point you're trying to make. Well, if Trump said things that would fire people up enough that they would think there's no other option than to engage in violence, then he's responsible for encouraging violence. That your argument?
Over time, slowly, yeah.
Notice how I make the argument without rambling on, saying nothing for 3 minutes? Yeah, that's bullshit. You could literally say that of anyone who's talking passionately. Literally, if a Tea Party person goes out and punches someone, you would be able to go back to Ron Paul and say, Ron Paul talked about how the government was runaway spending and were engaged in corrupt foreign wars with the military-industrial complex. So he should have known that Bob Smith there would eventually go and punch someone at the Capitol. He should have known that that would occur because he was talking about all this shit. And Kamala Harris, when she was supporting a bail fund and was talking about the need to keep up the pressure, she should have known that that would result in violence. You could literally, there was an assassination attempt on Kavanaugh. Chuck Schumer said that Kavanaugh and the people on the court would, quote, reap the whirlwind because of the decision they made of Roe v. Wade. Therefore, he incited violence. It's bullshit. It's only Trump that you put this on. My standard is consistent. I say if they didn't call for violence, they didn't call for violence. Your standard is, well, it's one thing if the people I like do that. No. I don't consider that a call for violence. But Trump was weaving a narrative that called for violence.
No. I don't think it's the same thing whatsoever.
You could say no, but right, I understand you don't because you're a partisan hack. I get it.
No, the reason
when your side does it,
because,
it's okay.
No. No, it's way different when you're weaving together this narrative and it's all together, right? But like when you're talking about like these Democratic politicians, like inciting riots and putting these things to, I just don't think it's to the same degree, like whatsoever.
So, for example, how many years have prominent Democrats been saying that every institution in this country is systemically racist?
Talking about systemic racism and stuff like that, I don't think that's to the same degree of
Why?
weaving narrative that the election results were stolen.
So what if I'm Rob Noerr and I'm sitting at home and there's two possible situations. One is that the 2020 election was stolen. The other is that every major institution in this country is racist and out to get black people. What's a more serious problem?
Wait, can you repeat that?
One is that the election was stolen. The other is that every institution in this country is racist and out to get black people. Which is a more serious problem?
Probably if the election's stolen, right?
No, it's not even close, because one election being stolen is something that could be corrected or that doesn't necessarily happen the next time. But if every...
Wait, what?
So you're arguing... What do you mean what? Like,
I'm a bit confused. Wait, why? Why don't you agree?
If an election is stolen, it doesn't mean every election ever will be stolen. If every institution is systemically racist against black people, it does mean there's no hope.
Wait, what do you mean? Like, this is like a fundamental undermining of like a democracy if an election is stolen, right?
Okay, one is there is a democracy that normally works, and this time it was cheated. The other is the whole country itself is racist. It doesn't matter how you vote; it's all racist.
No,
so,
the
yes.
No, the country has been racist, and you can still argue that it's still racist.
It sounds like you're inciting violence. That sounds like you called it violence to me. You got to be careful with that. That's calling violence. The entire country runs
on the fundamental belief that the democracy works, right? That you can still vote in policies that can fix that racism.
You continue to make more and more absurd arguments. Continue to make more and more absurd delineations.
Why is this absurd?
Because the
idea
that one election being stolen is so much worse than ridiculous. Every institution in the country being racist to purposely attack black people.
No, because in the past, institutions have been there to attack black people, but like the voting has always been there, and that doesn't mean like the voting is like useless or whatever. For those that aren't
incredibly bad faith hacks, you could see that a black person sitting at home could think, my God, there's no hope. The police are racist, and the pharmaceutical companies are racist, and the media is racist, and the politicians are racist, and the corporations are racist.
Yeah, fuck it.
And so they might say, there's no hope. There's no hope.
And violence is that, and they might say,
they might say, violence is the language of the unheard, and it's now time that we rise up. We've sat silent for too long, and so they might go out and burn a police precinct. I wouldn't say the person that talked about systemic racism is now responsible for the violence that occurred.
Here's the thing, systemic racism sucks, right? But at the same time, if you're undermining the entire system meant to exchange power through the government system,
right? The whole system is intentionally undermining black people.
It would disenfranchise voters for entire for years, in my opinion, right?
That sounds serious. Nonetheless, years. One is saying that the system works, but there was this one cheating, and so now we don't know if we can trust the system. The other one says the system is broken and intentionally racist to harm black people. So it has always been broken and always will be broken. Now, which one is more dire and says no hope? Well, the one that says that it's always been broken and always will be broken. Not the one that says it was working fine, and then we had this fucked up thing, and now we don't know if it'll work in the future.
In your hypothetical, you're sneaking in a supposition. I don't know if you can call it supposition or not, right? But in your hypothetical, you're sneaking in the fact that it only happens one time, right? If an election is being stolen, it's only happened one time.
It could happen again. I just said it could happen again. So in one, we know the system was working.
Exactly. So it's even worse, right? The possibility of it happening again makes it even worse, right?
This is so stupid.
Why is it a stupid point? Don't say it's stupid. Why is it stupid?
I will explain to you why it's stupid. Because one is saying that the system is never working and it has no hope of ever working again. The other is saying the system did work, but this time it didn't, and it might not in the future. And you're saying, oh, that's so much worse. If I was black, I would say, if I was black and I believe the Democrat, if I was black and I was
racist institutions.
If I was black and
at least
if I was black, right. Okay,
you can at least vote in.
We're just gonna mute you. We're just gonna mute you, right? If I was black and
I'll mute you. That's fantastic.
Great, go ahead and mute. We'll see you then.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
All right.
That went well, didn't it? Oh boy, 1 second. You want to try again? Are you good?
Are you done? Oh, what the fuck? Okay, it melded in between for a moment.
That's what I thought. So, if I was black, as I was saying, I would say that a system that has perpetually been designed to fuck me over and would continue to do so in perpetuity, I would say, I don't give a fuck if this election was stolen. They're all stolen to me because it's all racist. Besides, this is a stupid point. The point that you're trying to delineate, and this is something that you've tried to do the whole way through this debate, you tried to split hairs on one stupid thing. The point that I'm trying to make is it's clear that you're engaged in a double standard. If we are going to say that people that are rioting on a nightly basis and they're hearing from their politicians systemic racism, cops are racist, blah, 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 but we don't blame them for violence. And it was worse than that. We actually had them supporting bail funds for the people that were being arrested for being violent. And we had them saying outside the George Floyd, the Derek Chauvin, that we need to keep up what's going on, the riots that were occurring and shit like that. But none of them got blamed. Hell, we even had with Bernie Sanders, one of his supporters, shoot Steve Scalise and Republicans at a ball field because of his rhetoric that millions would die without Obamacare, right? None of that got blamed. But you're able to parse out Trump's words actually were a call to violence. It's clear bullshit. Everyone can see it. It's absolute bullshit.
Okay, number one, we should hold presidents to a higher standard, okay? That is number one, all right? Number two, you're in the end, when it comes to the black institution and then whatever, obviously I'm gonna start nitpicking and picking apart because it's your fucking hypothetical. It's your hypothetical that I'm gonna start picking apart.
Happened.
Yeah, sure, but at least, okay, I still don't understand what you, okay. At least you can vote in politicians that are in support of policies that can reduce racism in the institutions, right?
Cool. Let me ask you a couple questions about this. Was there just some yes no's will suffice? Was the country systemically racist 50 years ago?
Arguably, yeah, sure.
Is the country systemically
to some degree?
Is the country systemically racist today?
You can make an argument for it, sure.
Have we voted politicians that said that they were going to get in and fight systemic racism?
Yes.
And yet we still have systemic racism. So if I'm a person at
home... Because how the government works is based off of compromise and based off of like, okay, we're going to enact this legislation. It's not like, oh, we can eliminate 100% of systemic racism the moment we elect like politicians who are against systemic racism, right?
It's absurd. What you're doing is absurd. I'll clearly delineate again, and then I'm done talking about this topic. If you feel the need to keep talking about it, then I'll just move out and you can talk about it to your audience. I'll delineate clearly. It is incredibly likely that a person that truly believes that this country is systemically racist, that saw riots occurring, that listened to Democrats say, yeah, and the country is systemically racist, may have thought that there was no hope and that took that as a message to go out and commit violence. My standard is that I haven't... You could say, hold on, if you start to talk about this again, I'll just move on. You can talk to your audience. It's fucking stupid. My standard is, if we're going to say the standard with Donald Trump is that he's responsible for inciting violence because anyone that heard him would think this is such an important issue, the election being stolen, that means that what he really means is I need to go commit acts of violence, that the same type of people on the left could have said, it's so important that there's systemic racism in this country that I need to go out and commit an act of violence. Only a hack like you would say, no, when people on my side do it, I don't consider that a call to violence, but when Trump does it, I do consider it a call to violence. It's fucking stupid. You got caught with your hand in the cookie jar because you listened to fucking stupid places like Politico and CNN. Trump never had a call for violence. You believed it. You said he was a liar when he said I didn't have a call for violence, yet he never did. Now you're grasping at straws trying to say, but if he said this was a serious situation, then he's responsible for the outcome. You can respond. I'm going to leave if you talk about this subject. I have nothing else to say on it. It's
okay, wait.
Stupid.
How is it fair that you get to talk about it and then I can't respond?
It's not fair. But
is it just you preaching?
No,
is it just you preaching?
It's not fair.
To me?
It's because you're a fucking idiot and a hack, and I'm done talking about this topic. I'm not telling you can't talk about it. You absolutely can. I'm heading out. It's a red herring. It has nothing to do with the bulk of what we're talking about. You keep focusing on it, and it's a stupid point that comes down to a values
judgment.
Focusing on
what? You felt like you were finally got on a point, so then you just give up?
No, it has nothing to do with getting the point. It's that we're at loggerheads, right? Because
I literally felt like you had to go back and you literally rage quit after that. Come on.
Here's what happens, because it becomes a value judgment, because you are incapable of providing any evidence.
How does it become a value judgment?
I'm just about explaining it. I was just about explaining it. I'm just going to leave. I'm just going to leave, and I'll explain to my audience how it's a value judgment. Here's why. Because you're forced to argue the value value of what's worse, a stolen election or systemic racism. And you think that a stolen election is such a bigger threat than systemic racism.
After you finish, I'm going to go back to that point.
Okay, right. You go ahead. You go to the point.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. And you can leave anytime, by the way. All right?
Okay, go ahead. Go back to the point.
So.
End. I'll bring it up here. 1 second. Leave the call. There we go. There we go. Top 3 worst debater I've ever dealt with. Better go read that indictment, son. Well, thanks. Dad, how you doing? Take your ball and go home. Bad faith strikes again. Yeah, I may have debated people worse, believe it or not. I don't know what to say. Like, it's literally, it's one of the, like, that's, I just got my ass kicked. It says Holly Guy. That's the best part. That there are people out there listening to that guy. It's like, he just kicked your ass. Yeah, when he said Trump called for violence, okay, Trump didn't call for violence, but get this, when he says shit's real bad and the election was stolen, that's a call for violence. But like when there's riots occurring and Democrats say, yeah, there's a systemic racism and we need to keep it up, that's like not a call to violence because systemic racism's like not as bad as a stolen election. So like when they say that there's systemic racism, like yeah, systemic racism's like bad, but it's not as bad as like stolen election. So if you say an election's stolen, like that's clearly a call to violence. But if you say, as there's violence occurring, there's systemic racism, like that's clearly not a call for violence. And I just handed you your ass because I wanted to rehash that point for 2 hours. I just wanted to keep talking about that for 2 hours. Like, and if you don't want to just keep talking about how I'm like, well, no, because we can elect someone that like ends systemic racism. It's like, well, we could elect someone that would end election fraud too. No, that's different. That's different. You can't because it's election fraud, so you can't elect. And yeah, you're right. You know, we've been saying we elect people that end systemic racism for 50 years and they haven't, but it's like, you're going to compromise. And it's like, so it's different. So like, clearly no one would interpret that and think that was a call to violence. But if you thought the election was done and someone said that the election was stolen and you would go out and you would commit violence, and that's clearly a call to violence. Like, I don't know what to say. The people that think that that's a big brain take, it's absurd. It's absurd. I'm not going to sit there and rehash the same fucking thing over and over again. Go read the indictment. No, I don't think I will tonight. I think I will at some point. But I don't give a shit. Go read the Durham report. Go read the IG report. Go read Tony Bablinski's statement. Go read Devin Archer's transcript. Oh, what's that? You won't? Yeah, go fuck yourself. Yeah, that guy was really bad, and it was evident from the get-go. Well, not the get-go, just talking about where you're from, shit like that. That's fine. Like, I don't have a problem with that. But when he starts off saying, the indictment's a few hours old, boo-hoo, mommy. Right. So that would mean that seeing as how I've been streaming for a few hours, I would have an excuse not to have read the indictment. What's your excuse for not reading the Durham report, or the IG report, or the Devin Archer transcript? Or Tony Bablinski's statements? Or the FBI whistleblowers? Or the IRS whistleblower? What's your excuse? Oh, right. It doesn't confirm with my narrative, so I wasn't going to listen to it. Just read the indictment. I'm like, yeah, there's a two-tier justice system. The FBI goes as easy as possible on one side and as hard as the other. False equivalence! False equivalence! It's different! Trust us, if the FBI indicts, that's it! If Georgia indicts, that's it! That's all we can focus on! You can't point... False equivalence when you point out the corruption and the double standards. False equivalence! Thanks, Acorn. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, at least when I debate Pisco, like, look, I make no secret about it. I like Pisco. I saw he was in the chat. He's at least someone of intelligence. I think that he's partisan beyond hope, but he probably thinks the same about me. We could have an intelligent conversation. That guy, I mean, right out of the gate, like, you know that it's going bad. He's like, well, when you say you're populist or when you say you're anti-establishment, that scares me because it could lead to Antifa type stuff. What do you mean? Well, you know, then it justifies, like, a slippery slope that could justify violence. I'm like, but I condemn political violence. I'm pretty vocal about it. How about you? Sometimes I think it's justified. Okay, so the only one that has a chance to lead to a slippery slope of violence is you. I say it's wrong. You say sometimes it's justified. Well, no, I'm just talking tactically, not morally. What? And it was like that the whole way through, even on that little point. Like, how bad faith do you have to be that you can't admit, like, yeah, we have political differences. I think that populism's bad. I think that anti-establishment's bad. But instead he has to default to, well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you're anti-establishment is strategically bad. Yeah, and I mean, I didn't even talk about that. The defense of people, I don't even know what to say. Like, I had to put it out of my mind. I don't know how a human being, I don't know how a human being could be like, if I have an infant, and some guy comes up to me and says, I'm sexually attracted to your infant, but trust me, I won't do anything. That's okay, I'd leave him hang around with my infant. What do you say to that? I said the only thing I could say, you need to move on right now. I can't talk to you. I thought I was polite, and I let him go on and on and on for a long time, and tried to keep my energy down until it just got to the point of, let's see here. It just gets to the point where, what can you do with it? So, anyways, tomorrow, yeah, and that's the problem. I don't understand why they would bring up topics that they just didn't know about. I didn't ask the pronoun, whatever. I wasn't trying to intentionally misgender. I think I said she, he, and they, so I don't know. But well, it's not losing my temper. It's just becoming frustrated and becoming more animated. But I'm not, like, furious or anything like that. But maybe, I've said this before, maybe if I talk like this the whole time, I disagree. I think that that's not the best point you're making, and if you put it this way, I think it would make sense, and I just think that you're not being measured in your response to this. Yeah, maybe it would be more viewers or something for me, or I would come off as more sensible, but I don't give a shit, I am who I am. It's that simple. It just becomes so frustrating, just the circles they run. Have you, like, I guess Holly Cost here must be a fan. Look at this genius on here, huh? Any final words, Holly Cost? Great points, Holly Cost. Thanks. Oh no, banned. There you go. Good final words. So, all right. Yeah, I should be on tomorrow evening around 8 or 9 o'clock. We'll see, depending on how the work schedule goes. Now, having said this, I should say this. That person was Foodshops on Kick. Let me be quite clear. I think they're terrible debater, one of the worst debaters I've ever seen. I think they're bad faith and not very intelligent. Don't wish any harm or ill. Please don't brigade or talk, like, you know, you're all adults here. Or even if you're young people, you have the maturity level of adults. Don't need any of that shit. Hopefully he wises up. Hopefully, you know, he goes through, like, you know, all of the things are forgivable except the children thing. That's not good. That's really not good. And I hope he reconsiders that position, particularly if he ever considers having children. That's It's terrible. It's terrible, terrible, terrible. But other than that, I don't wish ill on people like that. I thought I had fun. That was the important thing for me to do. Feel free to clip that in any way you want and put that wherever you want. Of course, IRI is still hiding from me. Of course. IRI would make that... IRI looks like a genius compared to that guy. Lady, they, whatever. I'm not trying to... I don't even fucking know. I didn't even ask the pronoun. So, yeah, right up there with the worst lefty debaters I've seen. Just terrible. So, anyways, let's find someone to raid and get out of here and head to the restroom. Who we got? Primrose. Anyone have a suggestion? Thank you all for your support. Anyone who donated, subscribed, anything like that. I know I didn't catch it all, but thank you so much. I saw a couple on YouTube. Thank you to the people on YouTube. Thank you to anyone who was on Rumble as well. I really appreciate it. Shit. I don't know. Raid Primrose. I'm going to get some sleep is my big plan. Get ready for the day tomorrow. Work. So, enjoy this raid of Primrose. Thank you all so much. I wish you the best. Should be here tomorrow evening between 8 and 9. If I'm not here, that means work came up, but I should be here. So, all right, thank you so much. As always, have a good one.
The Jets playbook is better. Yes, this is Manage 24 for everyone on TikTok. What's good, Jai? How are you? Rob, thank you so much for the raid.